I think that's a
Sleep,
longer term
Kamala
conversation and
is
something
at a
that might
dance party with
ultimately get
Beyonce.
folded into the tax debate as well.
Beyonce.
IMRP is included
Dance
in
party
Canada
with
is putting tariffs
Beyonce.
on things like European
Dance party
autos.
with
What about the
Beyonce.
repercussions for
Dance party with
U.S. exports?
Beyonce. Dance
Look, I
party
think
with
that's clearly a
Beyonce.
factor, and I
Beyonce.
do think
Beyonce.
one of the things President Trump is going to try to do
Beyonce.
with
Party with
tariffs is use them as a
Beyonce.
mechanism to get other
Beyonce.
countries to open their
Beyonce.
markets.
Beyonce. Dance party with
I
Beyonce.
don't think it's
Dance
fair for
party.
anyone to just look at tariffs in a narrow sense.
Right.
This is part of the holistic
Morning, good
plan that
afternoon,
includes
good
tax
evening.
cuts,
Wherever this video
deregulation,
finds you,
reductions in
welcome to
energy
Traceability,
prices, and
Real
that
Truth
needs to be
Show,
looked at holistically.
and
And
Red
then you
Pill
also have to
Sleeper
look at the
Cell.
tariffs in the context
What
of what
up?
President Trump is
What's
trying to achieve,
Cut
up,
that
which
video
Mom?
down a
includes
little
opening
bit.
up those
And you
other
got playing the
markets.
screen.
And so if he's successful,
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right, sorry. So, let's see here. You ready to get it? So,
Yes, sir.
we're watching Bloomberg coverage. Let me bring this volume down.
problems with
So, I want to post a video showing how we got here. If y'all don't have a problem with that, so let's get into that. Can we get into that?
And has been a political
Yeah, let's get
roller
into it.
coaster, from Donald Trump's courtroom drama and 2 assassination attempts to U.S. President Joe Biden's shock announcement that he was bowing out. As the battle between Kamala Harris and Trump comes down to the wire, here is a timeline of how America got to Election Day 2024, November 15th, 2022. Trump officially launches his 2024 White House bid. November 18th, 2022. Jack Smith is appointed special counsel by U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland to oversee federal investigations into Trump. February 14th, 2023. Nikki Haley, former U.S. ambassador to the UN, declares her presidential run in the first Republican challenge to Trump's candidacy. February 21st, 2023. Biotech entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy throws his hat into the Republican presidential ring. March 30th, 2023. Trump is indicted for the first time in the New York hush money case brought by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. The former president was charged with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records as part of a scheme to keep porn actor Stormy Daniels from publicly alleging an affair with Trump ahead of the 2016 election. He becomes the first former president to face criminal charges. April 19, 2023. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a member of the Kennedy political dynasty, announces he is challenging Joe Biden for the Democratic nomination. April 25, 2023. Biden launches his 2024 re-election bid, setting up an expected 2020 rematch with Trump. May 9, 2023. Trump is ordered to pay $5 million to writer E. Jean Carroll after being found liable for battery and defamation for sexually abusing her in a Manhattan department store in the 1990s. May 22, 2023. Tim Scott, U.S. Senator from South Carolina, enters the Republican presidential contest as the field to challenge Trump grows. May 24, 2023. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, a Republican, announces his presidential run in a conversation with Elon Musk on X that is beset by technical glitches. June 6, 2023. Chris Christie, the brash former New Jersey governor who is one of Trump's harshest critics in their party, joins the crowded Republican presidential field. June 8, 2023. Trump is indicted on federal charges for mishandling classified documents in a case brought by Smith. He is the first ex-president to face a federal criminal case and later pleads not guilty. August 1st, 2023. Trump is again indicted on federal charges for what Smith called an unprecedented attempt to overturn the 2020 U.S. election. According to the indictment, there were criminal efforts to overturn the results, with the former president determined to remain in power and spreading lies about his supposed victory. He pleads not guilty in this case as well. August 14, 2023. Trump is indicted for a fourth time when the district attorney of Fulton County, Georgia, charges him and 18 others with meddling in the 2020 presidential election and violating the state's racketeering laws. August 21, 2023. Trump says he will not appear in the Republican primary debates, breaking with the tradition of leading candidates participating in the face-offs. August 23, 2023. Fox News hosts the first Republican presidential debate with 8 participants, but not Trump, deepening the rift between the former president and the television network that helped propel him to the White House in 2016. August 24, 2023. Trump surrenders to Georgia authorities in Atlanta and subsequently posts his mugshot on social media platform X. He also sees the biggest fundraising jump of his campaign, with 85,300 donations flowing in after his mugshot is taken. September 27, 2023. A New York judge issues his initial findings in a civil lawsuit brought by the New York Attorney General, declaring that Trump, his oldest sons, and his business orchestrated a persistent and repeated fraud in which they vastly exaggerated the extent of the former president's wealth to get favorable loans. October 2, 2023. A trial begins in New York in the civil case alleging Trump and his business inflated the value of assets by more than $2 billion in total to obtain loans worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Letitia James, State Attorney General, is seeking $250 million in damages. October 7, 2023. Hamas launches an attack on Israel that kills 200 Israelis, with hundreds more kidnapped, sparking the Israel-Hamas war, which quickly becomes a major flashpoint within the Democratic Party, as the U.S. staunchly backs the Jewish state with military and intelligence aid. October 9, 2023. Kennedy drops his Democratic primary challenge to Biden and launches an independent bid for the presidency. December 19, 2023. Trump is barred from Colorado's presidential primary ballot after the state Supreme Court ruled that he was disqualified from seeking office after engaging in insurrection, referring to the attack on the U.S. Capitol by his supporters on January 6, 2021. The Colorado court stays its ruling pending potential review by the U.S. Supreme Court. January 10, 2024. Christie drops out after failing to qualify for the 5th Republican debate, which once again airs without Trump. Instead, the former president holds a town hall on Fox News. January 12, 2024. Robert Hur is appointed special counsel by Garland to investigate Biden's potential mishandling of government documents that were found in the president's residential garage in Delaware and his former private office in Washington. January 15, 2024. The presidential primaries begin with the Iowa Republican caucuses. Ramaswamy drops out of the race after finishing 4th and endorses Trump, who wins in a landslide. January 21, 2024. DeSantis ends his presidential bid and endorses Trump, a significant blow to Haley. January 26, 2024. Trump is ordered to pay $83.3 million to Carroll for defaming her. February 8, 2024. Hur releases a report that casts Biden as a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory, painting a politically damaging picture of the president despite recommending he be spared from criminal charges. The report intensifies concerns about the president's age. Biden lashes out at Hur in a hastily organized press conference. "My memory is fine." February 16, 2024. Trump is ordered to pay more than $350 million in his New York civil fraud case, a figure that balloons to more than $450 million with interest. February 27, 2024. Biden wins the Michigan Democratic primary, but 13.3% of the state's Democratic electorate, more than 101,000 people, vote uncommitted in protest at the president's support for Israel's war in Gaza. March 4, 2024. The U.S. Supreme Court unanimously rules that Trump can remain on the Colorado primary ballot in a legal win ahead of the Super Tuesday cluster of nominating contests. March 5, 2024. Trump cruises to victory in nearly all of the Super Tuesday primaries, taking him to the brink of a rematch with Biden for the general election. March 6, 2024. Haley drops out after winning the Republican primaries in only Vermont and Washington, D.C. She does not immediately endorse Trump. March 7, 2024. Biden vows to fight for democracy and freedom in a fiery, unabashedly political State of the Union address. The delivery is watched closely after the Hur report and criticism that the president is too old to serve another term. March 25, 2024. A New York court allows Trump to post just $175 million to delay enforcement of the civil fraud judgment, a victory for the former president, after he claimed it would be impossible to obtain the full amount. April 15, 2024. Trump's hush money criminal trial begins with jury selection in New York, with dozens of individuals dismissed after declaring they could not be impartial. He is forced off the campaign trail 4 days a week for 5 weeks to sit in court throughout the trial. April 25, 2024. The U.S. Supreme Court hears oral arguments in Trump versus United States, debating the limits of presidential immunity. May 30, 2024. Trump is found guilty on all counts in his hush money trial, becoming the first president convicted of criminal charges. He is now a convicted felon. Outside the courtroom, he denounces the rigged, disgraceful trial. He has the best fundraising period of his campaign, bringing in more than 1 million individual donations in the 3 days after the conviction. June 27, 2024. Biden and Trump face off in the first U.S. presidential debate of 2024. The president delivers a dismal performance, speaking with a raspy voice and giving rambling answers. He even appears to lose his train of thought in a high-stakes opportunity for him to allay widespread concerns over his age and fitness for office. Democrats are sent into panic, and top party members begin calling for Biden to halt his re-election bid after the stumbling performance. July 1, 2024. The U.S. Supreme Court rules that Trump has broad immunity from criminal prosecution for his official acts as president, leaving lower courts to draw the boundaries between private and official acts in the federal election interference case. July 2, 2024. Lloyd Doggett becomes the first Democratic lawmaker to call publicly for Biden to drop out. He is eventually joined by dozens more. July 11, 2024. Biden holds a rare solo press conference during a NATO summit in Washington in a make-or-break moment for his candidacy. He is questioned heavily about his stamina, but says he will stay in the race and beat Trump again. July 13, 2024. Trump is injured in an assassination attempt at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, in an act of political violence that threatens to upend the election and deepen the country's polarization. Shots are fired at 6:15 p.m. ET from outside the venue, and the president is rushed off stage to his motorcade with blood visible on his right ear and streaking across his cheek. He pumps his fists in the air and shouts, "Fight, fight, fight," to the crowd, a moment captured in an iconic political photograph. Musk endorses Trump after the shooting. He will become one of the president's biggest financial backers. July 15, 2024. Trump names Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate on the first day of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. The choice is aimed at courting blue-collar voters across the swing states of the industrial Midwest. July 17, 2024. Top Democrats renew their push for Biden to drop out of the race, warning the president that he risks losing the White House to Trump and hurting Democratic congressional candidates. July 21, 2024. Biden drops out of the presidential race in a historic decision, endorsing his Vice President Kamala Harris to take his place at the top of the Democratic ticket. It is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down, he writes in a letter posted to social media. Harris later confirms she is making a bid for the White House. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump. July 22, 2024. On Harris's first full day of campaigning, she wins the backing of top Democrats, donors, and delegates, bringing her closer to locking in the party's nomination. Harris receives $746,400 donations, the biggest fundraising jump of the whole election. July 31, 2024. As Trump struggles to adjust to a new presidential rival, he questions Harris's racial identity at a conference for Black journalists. August 6, 2024. Harris is formally nominated as the Democratic presidential candidate ahead of the party's convention following a days-long virtual roll call vote. August 6, 2024. Harris names Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate in a bet that he can win over working-class voters in battleground states, while also keeping the progressive wing of her party happy. August 19th to 22, 2024. The Democratic National Convention is held in Chicago, where Harris and Walz formally introduce themselves to voters. August 23rd, 2024. Kennedy ends his presidential bid and endorses Trump. September 10th, 2024. Harris and Trump face off in the final presidential debate of the campaign. The vice president needles her opponent, delivering a series of blows to Trump on issues from abortion to his fitness for office. Harris is also endorsed by pop star Taylor Swift. September 12, 2024. Trump rules out another presidential debate against Harris. September 15, 2024. There is a second attempt on Trump's life. The Secret Service opens fire on a suspect at the former president's West Palm Beach, Florida golf club after spotting the gunman's rifle in nearby bushes while Trump was on the green 300 to 500 yards away. October 1st, 2024. Vance and Walz clash in the only vice presidential debate, with the Ohio senator mounting a slick defense of Trump and the Minnesota governor attacking his opponent for refusing to accept the result of the 2020 election. October 25, 2024. The Washington Post declines to endorse a candidate for the first time in 36 years at the behest of its owner, Jeff Bezos, the world's second richest man, who later defends the choice a principled decision. He faces backlash from the newspaper's staff after its editorial page team had written an endorsement of Harris. October 28, 2024. Trump makes a closing pitch at a rally at New York's Madison Square Garden that was overshadowed by racist and misogynistic comments. In his remarks ahead of the former presidents, comedian Tony Hinchcliffe says, Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage. Investor Grant Cardone also likens Harris to a prostitute.
I didn't hear that one.
October 29th, 2024. Trump and his allies scrambled to contain the fallout from the New York rally, distancing the Republican from the vulgar speakers. Harris makes her own closing address, warning of more chaos under Trump, speaking from Washington at the Ellipse, the site of Trump's January 6, 2021 speech, in which he called on his supporters to fight like hell hours before they stormed the U.S. Capitol. Biden appears to describe Trump's supporters as garbage. The president later says he was referring to the rhetoric at the New York rally. November 3, 2024. Trump ramps up his angry rhetoric in his final days of campaigning, accusing demonic Democrats of fighting so hard to steal this damn election. He also says he shouldn't have left the White House in 2021 after losing to Biden. Harris makes a late-night appearance on Saturday Night Live, stealing the opening mirror bit done by Trump when he appeared on the show.
All right, so that got us caught up to where we were, and here we are right now with this election. What's going on, everybody?
Hey, play this right quick. Play this right quick.
Okay.
Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work.
That's her husband. Same thing.
Yeah, I mean, he would know. He would know. All right, let me flip this camera here on my TikTok. Way too close. All right. So he's not doing too bad. He's doing exactly how we thought he would do as far as how it's going.
Let me look at the map.
Now this is BBC.
That's BBC right there.
Yeah, I had to.
There's
go
no
to BBC.
sound.
You don't hear it? Oh, my
No.
bad.
Though when it comes
There
to
we
black
go. All
voters,
right.
it's maybe just a little less for Kamala Harris than it was for Joe Biden in 2020. We also see that more black women voted for Kamala Harris than black men, though again,
Well, of course,
that's the
black
same
women are going
as
to
in
vote for
2020
Kamala
for
Harris.
Joe Biden. So overall, you're seeing that black voters are driving the vote for the Democrats, as they did in 2016 for Hillary Clinton, as they did in 2020 for Joe Biden, and as they're doing now for Kamala Harris in 2024. And when it comes to Trump, white voters, particularly white voters without college degrees, are holding steady for Donald Trump. Now, if you look at the Hispanic Latino voters, Kamala Harris is in the lead, though that number is still slightly less than it was in 2020. And then when you're looking at the gender split, and of course, this is something that there's been a lot of attention on throughout this campaign. The gender gap is something that we've talked about several times. About half of women, a little over half of women voted for Kamala Harris. So the difference there is not quite as stark. Now, battleground state numbers, exit poll data is particularly interesting because, again, we were giving you a broad overview of the national picture. But this election, as we've been saying throughout the night, is one state by state. And this is how different groups are voting so far. Remember, these are preliminary numbers, and they will change, especially once the actual votes continue to be counted.
All right, Azadeh, but really interesting nonetheless to get these little nuggets
There
of
we go.
data on gender, on ethnicity, is how people are voting. Christian Fraser is at the wall with a bit more information on this now for us. Hey, Christian.
Let's start in North Carolina. We've only got around 20% of the vote counted so far, so there's not a lot we can extrapolate from the map, but I'll try and show you two or three things that have just been
Well, Google's
pinpointing in the last
reporting
few minutes.
Kamala got
What's going on in
71
North
and
Carolina?
Trump is
Well,
101.
It's a similar picture to the one we explained.
Yeah,
in
I saw
Georgia.
he was
The
getting her.
Democrats have to run up the numbers
Crazy.
in the suburban metro
They're giving
areas
PA
around
to
Lawrence, 'cause the
Kamala.
Research triangle here. So Wake County is the biggest county in the state. Next door is Durham
Don't say
and
such
Orange
horrible
County. You can
things.
see there, Orange County.
Yeah, this is what Google's saying.
6% of the vote counted. She's up there with the margins of Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton. I'll show you that. 74.
All right, so we have to be
2016.
40
So she's doing a
to
lot better in
50%
Orange
of the
County
population
tonight.
if
But
our
these are the
vote
areas she
drives
needs
an
to do
election.
well. There's been massive
Hold on, let me
population.
mute that. You have to be 40 to 50% of the population if our vote drives an election, especially when only 30 to 40% of registered voters vote. Right, that's what I was saying. That whole saying black people are 13% of the population, they've been saying that since the 1700s. Like, get the hell out of here.
Joe Biden lost it by 73,000.
I've never
So with
believed
that sort
that.
of population growth in these areas, more diverse, more college education, more white, more upwardly mobile, can you get more vote out of these areas? But I'm also looking at those places in these red spots around the state where Donald Trump runs up the numbers. He does this really well in smaller, rural, conservative areas among blue-collar workers. We've just been looking at these two here. This is Graham. Okay, let me show you this tonight. There we go, Graham. There we go, 95% of the vote counted, 81.3 for him. Look at this, 79.5, and that was against Hillary Clinton. So he's edging up the numbers there. In Swain County, it's a similar picture in Swain County as well. Hang on, there you go, 93.
You should know North Carolina was going to go to Trump,
58%,
especially after what happened with
58. So he
the
keeps running up the numbers. Right, let's have a look at Pennsylvania.
what happened
quickly,
with
because
the
we're still waiting to
disaster.
vote in North Carolina. You know,
All right, so
going
let's take a
back
look. What's
to
going on with
2020,
Pennsylvania?
Joe Biden won this
Because
state by
this is where a
18
lot
points.
of
It was
the
easier for him because he was Scranton
effery
Joe. He's from this
with
area here,
voting took
Lackawanna.
place
Okay, he put in the hours
with
the
the
unions, with the
illegals and
mine workers, with
everything.
the factory workers, and they repaid
So you're
him,
looking at the
which is why he
CNN
won
map.
this
What
state
is
by
the? Hey, hold on.
81,000.
If y'all want to come
She's
up,
not
let
from
me
here.
throw
She's
the.
from California, okay? But what she can do is run up the
Crap.
vote in these huge
Let me throw the
Democratic
invite
boroughs,
link up.
Philadelphia here and Pittsburgh over here. Now, there's a story in Philadelphia.
All right,
Caddy's
there's
told
the
me
invite
tonight
link.
that there are good numbers, good turnout coming out of Philadelphia, and there needs to be, because actually,
What is the
as
CNN map
overwhelming
saying,
and
AB?
democratic as that is
Hey,
in Philadelphia,
I'm sharing the map right now,
Democrats
Google
in
Map.
2020,
If you want to put
you're
that
All
on.
right.
Now, what state you was talking about?
Pennsylvania. What we looking at?
It's
Only 12% have reported in.
yeah.
So I see. Well, okay, yes, okay. You see, you got blue around Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, a little bit by
Erie.
Allentown and Erie, right? But in the central areas and looks like a little outskirts of Erie, little inside, yeah, you got a lot of red. So all of this, what is that, gray that we're looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah. So once all this gray, it depends on where all this gray is going to go. So far, he's at 101 at 71 electoral votes. Okay. He's at 101 electoral votes. All right. He
In
should
Georgia,
definitely take Georgia. You don't see his
North
link.
Carolina
Also,
is
can you
leading.
post the link? Can you share
Huh?
it so AB can come up?
Yeah. Hold on. All right. Control D.
Yeah, okay. They saying Pennsylvania too early to project. I kind of figured that much.
Give me a minute, AB. Let's see.
He said, what about the poly market polls?
Control C. Control V. All right.
I'll bring this up for a second.
We call it the
Get
key to the
everything
keystone.
set up.
But I have been in touch with leaders and people who are either on the ballot or are already elected in Philadelphia County and the collar counties, Montgomery County being one of them. Turnout is extraordinarily high. I was speaking with a leader in Philadelphia County who said it looks like
Come up, AB.
might be as much as 700,000 or more. We were hoping at a minimum 500,000. That the Puerto Rican vote in 3 of the highest concentration of Puerto Rican Americans living in the Philadelphia county, they were by midday, 70+% had come out to vote.
Oh, wow.
In
That's
my
a huge
own
turnout.
district, we traveled 275 miles to maybe 20 polling places. Turnout is extraordinarily high, in the 70%, in the 80%. And when I just finished in Abington, my own home turf, it was more than 95% turnout. They could literally identify in a particular ward 22 people who had not yet turned out. With.
All right, he said lines of my local precincts were 30 to 40 deep outside, 20 miles west of Pittsburgh. Yeah, I voted early.
They gave they gave New Jersey to Trump.
What? New Jersey to Trump? Wow.
Connecticut.
Right,
I mean, no. New Jersey went to Kamala. Sorry, Kamala.
Say, man,
okay. Yeah.
That's no. Like, hold on, I gotta see that to believe it.
No, Google gave New Jersey to Kamala.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
But it's only 31% of the votes in, which is weird.
No, yeah.
Right.
I'm looking at the CNN map.
CNN map.
Yeah. And they have 105 to 27 Trump. and Trump has the popular vote.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Google's on that ish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's the map
Parties
I've been
to
paying
make
attention
sure that we
to.
were getting people in, taking
What,
care of them,
CNN.com?
water or something
Yes.
to eat as they waited in line.
They got an
So
interactive map. That's why I'm looking at it.
Of some of the
Bring that
worries,
up. Let's see what it looks
but I've
like.
seen a
Can
very
you?
Yeah,
You want me to do it?
to
You want me
when
to do it? Or you
there
want to
is a
do it?
problem. And so
I'm pulling it up right now.
Waited,
But I'm looking
voted
at
for 2 hours because of a delay
what
due to equipment or paper or other things.
start
Yep,
what?
Hold on,
democracy in
wait a
motion
minute.
there. Everyone exercising
Which one?
their right
I'm
to
trying
vote.
to. Wait a
Congresswoman
minute.
Madeline Dean from Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. Thanks for talking to us.
We're making history here.
What the hell are
All
these
right, thank
people
you so much,
doing in Washington,
Congresswoman.
D.C.?
Look in the
And
back
we can also
chat.
to Congressman Mike Kelly, also from the state of Pennsylvania.
I got it.
Republican. He's
105 to
Thank you so
27.
much for being with us here on
Yep.
All
BBC
right.
News. I want to start with
Let me
what you were just
remove
asking,
Google
Congresswoman Madeline Dean. There are
and
these questions
let
about
me
long
present.
lines. As we
Share
mentioned,
screen.
Fairfield County in Pennsylvania has granted a request to extend voting hours.
CNN.
What are you hearing on the ground about turnout and concerns about people being able to cast their ballots?
Yeah, you know,
All right.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, so they got Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's too early to count.
Yep.
Let's see. You know, the Russian news, they're banned on for YouTube. Matter of fact, Google, they lost to Google. Well, I mean,
Well,
Google lost
RT?
to them. Yeah, they lost to Google. They lost the court case. They owe Google, Google owes them a freak ton of money because it was, suppression of free speech, suppression of the press.
Wow. I'm looking at Jersey City. Kamala got 67%. Donald Trump has 30. That's in Essex County.
Here we go. Here we go. So I'm surprised. What is this? Maine up top there? So Maine fell to Trump. We knew that all of this, like Maryland and DC, all that.
Well,
we
they
already
ain't give
knew
it to him. They didn't give it to him.
Not yet.
He's leaning towards it.
Yeah, he's getting close.
He's up in North Carolina.
But he's only leading by 100 and like 200 votes.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's up in Virginia.
New Hampshire. We knew New Hampshire and Vermont. We knew he was gonna get that. Maine. We knew he was gonna get that. Ain't nothing but a bunch of wackos up there. Rhode Island is still kind of tight.
Yeah.
So is Connecticut. Of course, DC.
Yeah, Virginia's virtually
Wow,
tied.
like look at Pennsylvania. Kamala's winning by 300,000 votes.
Yeah, but you know what? They definitely stole Pennsylvania. There's so many stories coming out of there with them doing voter suppression, turning away voters in the middle of the day, having busing in illegals to vote. You got voter irregularities. Pennsylvania, I guarantee you, Pennsylvania, they're gonna have to wind up recounting those votes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We'll
They're
see.
gonna have to recount those votes. They're gonna have to go over those votes in Pennsylvania. Let's see. Maryland is really not. I mean, they giving it to the Democrats, but there's not even a count on it.
Yeah,
Of course,
like
you know
how the fuck you do that?
Right. Of course, West Virginia. West Virginia was of course going to fall to Trump.
She's up in
Virginia, that's
Michigan, but
close race.
yeah.
Say what?
Yeah, I'm looking. Virginia's virtually tied. Michigan, she's
Yeah.
up, but they've barely counted all the counties. So
Look, this is the Virginia count. Trump is leading by like 14,000 votes.
Yeah. North Carolina, he gonna take that. He should take North Carolina.
More than
He
likely.
blew, yeah, South Carolina, Georgia. I don't know why Georgia is so tight, but I know why Georgia's tight. Georgia's tight because of Atlanta, Augusta, and Macon.
Yeah, the
You take
metropolitan cities.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
take those cities away, he just steals Georgia. Of course, Alabama, that wasn't even. I don't even know
Wait,
why that was.
let's take a look at now where would Chicago? Oh, Chicago, right here.
Yeah, that's pretty blue.
I
That's
guess that
close.
turning
That's
Chicago
like race,
red
though.
didn't work.
It's tight. They only got in 17% of the vote counted.
We'll see.
She only got them by 18%. We'll see. Oh, it just flipped. Now it's down to 17%.
What's Illinois?
Yeah, it just flipped. It's down to 17%. 18% of the vote in. I know Ohio is 46% in.
Trump has the popular vote so far.
Yeah.
Now Ohio, you want to look at?
Yeah, Ohio's not. Ohio, Trump is going to take Ohio.
Most likely. Yeah,
I mean, he got her by like 4. Huh?
He's up pretty big in Ohio.
Yeah, he got her by 4%, but I'm not worried. That's them fools are more concerned about their money and people being in their school systems. They ain't got no business being in there.
And they done. God,
yeah.
In school, the church.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. Arkansas is funny. Like, they only got in 10% of the vote. Kamala Harris got 70,000 votes, Trump to 48,000, but they already got it set for him because, these are early votes. They haven't finished. They just at 10%.
Yeah, they call my state pretty quick.
Yeah.
Indiana, I figured that. But on the bright side, I got to say I voted for a black woman, but it just wasn't Kamala Harris. This chick running for Senate, her name was Dr. Valerie McKay. Of course, she got trounced, but I can say I voted for a black woman. You can't say shit to me.
Well, where's the black woman you voted for?
She got trounced, as expected.
What's her name?
Valerie McRae.
Oh, okay. Hey, it's fine. I mean, I voted for Jill Stein because of her reparations bill, but I mean, I know that she needs more. But
Yeah.
like she said, all she needs is 5% of the vote to be on the ticket, to be on the debate stage in 2028. All right, so Pharaoh, world-class hustler, Edmondson said, bruh, North Carolina literally jumped to 87% just like that to Trump. Yeah, the votes are coming in. Said Pennsylvania's too early. Yeah, she up 300K, but it's going to be a while. Yeah. Let's see. Jibba Jabba said machines are flipping votes to Democrat and PA. Yeah, they was doing that in Texas. I heard about that. The people in Texas was voting. They was checking their votes. It went from, they were voting Trump and they went to Kamala. They was like, hold up. Let's see. Manosphere said we need a black woman in the seat of power. Scamala for president. See, Jay Monies, he's just looking. All right. Pharaoh said, but it said Maryland was 64%. Trump was ahead. How they give it to Kamala? The votes come in.
Yeah.
Hey, Jibba Jabba. I don't believe that white women are voting for her in these so-called large numbers. Of course they're not.
Oh, they're trying to push that, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah. Looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, so that's going to be interesting. True. Say Detroit went Republican. Did it? Detroit went Republican?
Let me look at the map. Let me pull up the map.
Let's see. They're not really reporting
yet.
Yeah, they're not really reporting on Detroit yet.
Right. Lansing, let's see. Lansing, Kamala got 194K. Trump got 144. Let's see. What is
Where's
this?
Dearborn? That's the Muslim county that.
That's Dearborn, Michigan. They don't
have it on here.
No. Here's Lansing.
Kalamazoo looks to be going to Trump.
Yeah.
As is Cass, St. Joseph. Let's see, what else? Ottawa. Ottawa is definitely Trump, 71% to 28. Grand Traverse. Yeah. It's that Detroit area, Detroit Lansing area that you really need.
Yep, Trump has 154 now.
154 electoral?
Yeah. He won Wyoming, North and South Dakota.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, 154 to 27. I mean, it's still early.
Yeah.
He said you believe Trump takes Nevada, Arizona this year too. I do too. I think he's gonna get a lot of this. I mean, a lot of this middle America, Midwestern, Southern area, they always pretty much go red. So see, looking on Google.
What's going on in Jersey,
President
man? I
US
thought they would have called you guys by now.
Nah. With Jersey, you still have like Southern Jersey is very conservative.
Yeah, I see that. I'm looking down here. Yeah.
Look.
It's very red.
Now, what's going to dictate is Camden County. You have Camden, New Jersey, which is a major inner city. And like with Newark, that's Essex County and Hudson County. They're very densely populated. So, and they have a tendency to be blue. So,
okay. But still, you would have thought they would have called Jersey by now.
This woman cannot win this race.
Yeah, well, we're looking to see.
You cannot win this race. Yeah, that is a lot of red on that map, ain't it? What's up, Green Leech?
That's my boy.
Was conservative. Kansas is pretty tight. They only got in 29% of the vote. Kamala's only leading by 5%.
That's probably gonna go to Trump.
Yeah, Missouri pretty tight. I mean, he's leading. Well, they got it going to him, even though Kamala's leading about 6% of the vote. But they only got in 6% of the vote in, so.
Yeah, you already got Florida, so let's go out.
Yeah. CNN just called Texas, North Dakota, and Wyoming to Trump. Yeah, pretty much. If she gets elected and the country goes to hell, who they gonna blame? Well, no, her, because she was raised in a middle class family.
Yeah,
it's gonna be Trump's fault because he was running for president for 4 years. That's gonna be the excuse. Louisiana is going red. Let's take a look.
I'm surprised they ain't have New York yet.
Haven't called it yet.
Have they started counting yet? When did the polls close in New York?
I think at 9:00.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's 9:04. From what I'm seeing, they haven't done any counting. Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay, looks like she got it.
What?
She got 73% of the vote. They got
what
15%
state?
in
New York.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. It is what it
Still
is.
got 154 electoral.
Let me see the breakdown of New York. Hold on. Okay. It don't show.
Yeah, it's
New York
not showing
back to
anything.
blue.
Well, most of the votes, because remember, New York City is densely populated.
Yeah.
All out here in Syracuse, Rochester, that's very rural area, and that's have more tendency to be red.
Mm-hmm.
That's a god. You know, you would think with everything that's going on in New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, you would think that they wouldn't want to keep up the same garbage that's going on right now. Like you complaining about the milk is high, the eggs is high, the crime is high.
Wait,
you know,
yeah,
stores are
yo,
shutting down.
Detroit. Wait, Detroit, you're right. Wasn't Maine red?
Maine was red, but they only got in 2% of the vote, though.
Yeah, it's changing live. So
Yeah, that's going to change hands a few times till they finish that. Yeah, you say Winston say old habits die hard. Clearly, old habits die hard. All right, hold on. Let's take a look here. Let's bring this up real quick.
Bowel counties, the collar counties around Milwaukee. So you're talking about Zauke, you're talking about Washington and Waukesha. This is about 1 in 5 votes if you include Racine in the state, and this is where he did quite well in 2016. So he'll be looking there, and he'll also be looking at Packers country up here in Brown. I think this is quite purple because Joe Biden did quite well in this area in 2020. And then I just point you to this. This is Door County here, only around 30,000 voters here. Joe Biden, you can see, just won it by a handful of votes. Let me put it here for you. There you go. You can see he only won it by 250 votes. But this is a really interesting thing. Door is the weather vane of the state. They have got the presidential race correct in every cycle since 1996. So where goes Door, goes the rest of the state. Let's have a quick look at, we'll come back to Arizona. Let me go back the other way. We'll go across the way to Michigan. Here we go. Sorry.
I almost got a knock on the door.
There we go. Right, Michigan.
Are you
What's
kidding
really
me?
interesting about Michigan, again, what you'll see across the map is that if I flip it back to 2020, there's a lot of red here. So on the peninsula and in the northern part of the state, Donald Trump runs it up quite a lot. But this is really only 15% of the vote. In 2020, Joe Biden put on 5% in 9 counties around the South here. And that is about a third of the vote these counties account for. So he was running up the vote again in suburban areas. Now, what are we looking at? We're looking at Wayne County because this is Detroit, 70% black. She needs to do a lot better in Detroit than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Really, the collapse in the black vote in Detroit was the reason she lost the state. But we're also looking tonight in Wayne County at Dearborn. You'll have heard a lot about that. About 130,000 there, 30,000 Arab Americans, many of them Lebanese, who are deeply unhappy, of course, about the situation in the Middle East. Many of them said they were going to be uncommitted tonight. They couldn't vote for Donald Trump, who introduced a Muslim ban, but they couldn't vote for Kamala Harris. Do they come back to the Democratic fold or not? We'll have a look at these 2 counties as well. Macomb County, this is very much Trump territory. Blue collar, auto workers, machine workers, very much Trump territory. But next door, you've got really more suburban area, more affluent. The women have really turned Oakland County really from a Republican area back to a Democratic area. And one last thing I just want to look at, this state here, which is red, this is a bellwether state, Grand Traverse. This is cherry country, okay? And it really did narrow in 2020. People couldn't really understand it. They wondered if COVID was one of the reasons, but they'll look at that very closely tonight because you know what they say, life is a bowl of cherries. But sometimes you've got to wash the dishes.
I've had cherries. They are pretty.
Okay.
That did not make sense.
We'll ask Christian what that meant later. But what cherries is you don't have to wash the dishes.
Just eat them.
Okay, well, we've been talking about Michigan and Wisconsin.
So
Let's
far,
see,
he's up in
if we can
Colorado, but
actually
that
go
probably
to those
won't
places
last
now,
long.
because in Michigan first, we
All right,
have
let's
our
take a look at the
correspondent.
map again.
You want to go to Colorado?
Yep.
Yeah, they're not even. They're still.
Yeah, that's
doing
that's
stuff.
Colorado's been a blue state for a while. It's probably not gonna last long. Although I would like to see MOT cry, but you know.
Damn it. Well, I got one of them freaking bugs in here. Hold on.
Looks like Arizona's closed.
Wisconsin is going red.
Is that what it's saying? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Wisconsin. They turned Wisconsin red, but it is not. It's heavy towards red.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not that many votes yet. So.
Yeah. Arizona and Minnesota is closing. Should be closing down.
Mm-hmm. Trump maintains the popular vote so far.
Yeah, 25 million, and Kamala got 21.
Yeah, Republicans swept, of course, statewide. Got a new senator and a new governor, new Republican governor.
But Indiana,
Yeah. As I figured they would, because I looked at the polls a couple of days ago, like, yeah, the Republicans going to sweep. So, not really a surprise.
That is a good question, though.
What?
If you have a child, how can you vote Democrat? Like,
all right, look, more results are in New York. Look,
okay,
you got
still blue. Not surprised.
Livingston, Niagara's red. Livingston, Oneida. See, Syracuse is blue. Jefferson County.
Mm-hmm.
Just Albany, Delaware. Okay, Columbia. But everybody's right here that live in New York is in the 5 boroughs.
Mm-hmm.
So.
So he's at 154 to 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who did she just win? Because it was 27. Hawaii. No, it wasn't Hawaii.
Delaware, Maryland.
Okay.
Massachusetts, Vermont.
Yeah.
And Washington D.C. Has been confirmed to Kamala.
Oh, okay. It's taking New Hampshire so long. Oh well.
Well, you got Maine, New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Maine is doing.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Texas. Like he's going to get New Mexico. Arizona. Well, Arkansas, excuse me.
Well, Arizona hasn't closed yet.
Yeah, I
No,
would
it
say
hasn't closed
Arkansas.
yet.
I would say Arkansas. That's my fault. Well, at least Jill Stein got my vote in Georgia. Oh well.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Georgia. Trump's
Georgia. You want me to pull Georgia up?
Yeah.
Nah. I mean, go ahead for him if you want to.
Well, I'm looking at the map on my own screen. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see, I told you. Look, Atlanta, Augusta, okay, Columbus and Savannah. Pull up Macon.
Where's Macon at?
You got to blow the screen up.
Wait a minute.
It's out. It's a minute 30. No, the other way. It's a minute. I mean, an hour outside of crap. It's about an hour outside of Atlanta. Right. Marge said, I can't wait to see the exit polls and demographics. I want to see if Chicago had a drop in the Democratic vote. They should. No, south. Go south of Atlanta. Go up, no, up some more, up some more. Up, up, up. Up, up. There we go. All right. Wait, down. See where that dot is? Atlanta, the dot? Go down.
Yeah.
Go down. Hike. Wait, stop. Go up. Go back up. Go back up. All right, now to the right. It's gray. Lamar, go above that. There it is. Oh, there it is. Go back down. There it is. Go back down. But there we go. All right, there's Monroe. All right, so Monroe went Republican. All right. That's good. Oh my goodness. This is wild.
Yeah,
all right, let's go back to live coverage.
And it seems like the Donald Trump campaign has been successful in talking to voters about issues that are important in Arizona, around the country, but specifically immigration, of course, at the border, and also economy. So high prices at the gas tank and also in grocery stores. What is it that you've been seeing with those voters? Because the Trump campaign feels like they've done a good job speaking to voters on those issues.
Well, if you look back in 2020, I think it was a little bit of an easier lift at that time for Republicans. But Joe Biden came in, he was perceived as perhaps more of a moderate than Kamala Harris is among a lot of Republicans. But that was before January 6th as well. January 6th, that was kind of a threshold issue for Republicans, the conservative Republicans who believe in the rule of law. So there are some mitigating factors that make it a real toss-up still. Yes, the border is a difficult issue for Democrats, certainly. The economy's been difficult, but there are other issues that favor Democrats as well.
I was in Arizona just about 2 weeks ago, spent a few days there speaking to voters, and in particular the Latino community was at that time expressing a lot of support for Donald Trump. Now, in the meantime, of course, we had that rally in Madison Square Garden last week, and we know the comments that were made by some of the warm-up acts for Donald Trump. Do you think will that have helped you when you're talking about Arizona being so tight?
I know that Harris campaign and others have been thinking that has had an impact. I think tonight is when we see. This is the real test when it comes to the election. So we just don't know, but we'll see tonight. Polls have just closed and we'll get the first results here soon.
Okay, and what does this, okay, we're out of time there. Thank you very much for joining us, former US Senator for Arizona and US Ambassador to Turkey, Jeff Flake. Thanks for speaking to us on BBC.
Thank you.
Arizona is closed, but they ain't putting nothing yet.
Swing state, Michigan, we've been discussing all night as well.
Yeah,
We have Congresswoman Lisa McClain with us, a Republican from the state of Michigan. Congresswoman, great to have you with us on BBC News. We've heard about very high turnout in a lot of these swing states. What are you seeing on the ground there in Michigan?
A lot of optimism. So thank you for having me.
New Mexico is going blue.
9% of the vote is in already. We've had over 1.2 million people
That's not surprising.
early vote in the state of Michigan, which is a record total. I think there's a lot of enthusiasm. I think there's a lot of
It's
optimism.
expected, but it's disappointing.
And the one thing Donald Trump has been able to do in the state of Michigan that is very different than I've seen in the past is his ability to bring
I pulled up the
very
New Mexico
unique
map.
coalitions together under the
Take a look at
Republican.
it. Oh yeah, that's way too early to be fucking with them. That's way too early. Way too early.
He's only leaned by 6,000 votes. So
yeah.
Coalition that's been harder for
killing
Donald
me.
Trump to build at this point.
Relax, people, relax.
Women,
Let's get
and
for the
we
majority
know
of
the
the
Harris
votes in
campaign has
before,
been looking to really
you
run
know,
up the vote in the suburbs
as
of
far
a
as
city
them,
like
the TV
Detroit,
people.
among women in particular.
Oh yeah, I ain't
Is
calling
this a
nothing
place
until
where
they,
you're
they
seeing
actually officially
weakness
announce it.
for Donald Trump?
Right.
I actually think he's gaining a little bit, not much with women to be quite honest with you, but I think there's a lot of women that aren't single issue voters. There's a lot of women who are tired of paying 30% more for groceries to feed their family. They're tired of paying $3.50 a gallon for gas. The economics are really hitting women hard, especially single moms who are struggling and having to put groceries and gas on their credit card every month. So I think that might be a little bit exaggerated.
We just heard from your former colleague there, Jeff Flake, obviously of the Republican Party as well, and speaking about that constituency of Republicans who don't want to vote for Donald Trump, who will vote for Kamala Harris. He thinks there's a sizable number of people there. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that. I mean, from
I
what
got the
I've
New Jersey
been
map.
seeing, I've been
More
knocking
polls are
doors,
coming
I've been
in
on
from the
ground,
counties.
I've been at the events.
What they
Just
got?
a couple
Let's take a
weeks
look. Pretty much the same, huh? How much
Yeah.
of other voters in? 44%.
Henderson is and these, but all the like New Jersey's like whew. Camden County, like I said, was going to be blue. Atlantic County, Burlington, Cumberland. They go up. Salem, like Salem, Cape May, Ocean. Well, like these are very rural. It's more forest and wetlands than anything else. And this is all Sussex and Warren is more woodlands than anything. It's very rural.
Okay.
So
Still at 154 over 30. Come on, man. We need a blowout.
Abraham
let's see. Look at
Accords.
Minnesota.
We didn't have the wars raging that we have now, and we have a great economy. We didn't
anything
have,
change?
especially here in Michigan, we had manufacturing jobs. We didn't have layoffs. I mean, right here in my home county of Macomb County, Stellantis just laid off 2,000 auto workers. The EV mandates don't work that the Democrats and Kamala Harris are trying to
Minnesota's
push
turning
down their
red.
throats. So I see a very different landscape
I was
than the
expecting that.
Democrats are trying to portray.
Iowa
Congresswoman,
turning
great
red,
to
and
speak to you
Wisconsin is
tonight from
turning
Michigan.
red.
Thank you so much for joining us on BBC
Yeah,
News.
that's expected.
Okay, well, our panel are
So
still
he at
with us here,
154,
Jason
you see
Singer
that?
and Patrick Murphy, and of course Cassie as well.
Yeah,
and
he at
just talking
154.
about Michigan,
And Kamala's
there,
at 53.
you just see some information coming to us from
Who she just win?
CBS News that younger voters,
Oh, okay,
now
I see it.
18 to
Illinois.
29
Illinois
so far,
went-
are
is,
narrowly
went to
going
Kamala.
for Donald Trump. Joe Biden got
So
the
he
support of
99
about
in.
61% of those. What do you think that means?
Hold
I
on.
mean,
You
it's still
got
very
40.
early
You got
days, but
41% in.
to what is the motivating
Ah,
factor there?
but
Is
he
that
probably
the
gonna- he
economy?
probably
Is that
gonna
the
get it
cost of
anyway.
housing, the cost of groceries?
Well, I do think it's early days, frankly, right? And I'd be surprised if that holds. To be frank with you, I mean, I was.
Mexico's turning
I
red.
saw how Eminem
Went
performed
back
last
red
night
again.
with Governor Walz.
Oh, Maine. Maine went back red.
There in Detroit. So I do
Maine
think
went
that
back
there
red?
is going to be.
Yeah,
a
well, turn it
trend
up. Turn on the map.
in the Democratic direction.
All right, hold on. All right.
Maine is red again.
Yeah, they only got, well, they're saying 3% of their voters in.
Yeah,
But, yeah,
and
that's
leading
a
by
tight
under
race.
like 200. Yeah, like 300
1%.
votes. Wow.
Yeah. Billy Hayden voted Cornel West. He got 109 votes. You see that?
Yeah, go ahead, Cornell.
West got 109 votes. All
Go
right.
ahead, bro. Go
All
ahead,
right,
my brother.
Hey.
My brother got 100 votes. Go ahead, my brother.
I toast to Cornel West. Go ahead, Cornel.
and his efforts with young men have made an enormous impact.
We'll have to see what impact that has. On the other side of the coin, this exit
This
polling
is the
data
big
we've
one
just
right
been
here.
talking about
Michigan,
shows Kamala Harris
Michigan
doing
and
better with
Pittsburgh.
older
I mean,
voters,
Michigan
those
and
aged
Pennsylvania.
65 and over. That was a group that
Let
was
me
more
pull up
divided
Michigan.
in 2020. And of course, Caddy, older voters make up a larger part of the electorate than young people do.
Not all the
Older
counties
voters
are in Michigan.
Not all of them? Okay.
No, and let me pull up PA. Let me pull up
All right.
PA.
Look at that. Oh, look at that. Come on. Come on. Come on. You would think with what's going on in Pittsburgh where the cops don't even operate from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., you would have thought that would have turned red.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. What you got to realize: a lot of people from Scranton, all this area, they commute and they work in New York City, and you got Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and the rest is Alabama. So, all of your a lot of Scranton is a bunch of transplants from New York City, New Jersey area, and Erie is blue. So,
goddamn Michael Scott. That may have went over y'all heads. Michael Scott from The Office. The Office is located in Scranton. Okay. Ting. That's the blue spot in the West Allegheny County.
oh, Maine is back blue.
They keep playing games. Yeah, I see it. She up by less than 2K. Now she, oh wow, now she only up by a K, by 1,000 votes. Only 4% of the vote in. It just called North Carolina. Where is
Nope.
it?
North Carolina ain't called yet. Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio, and Georgia is not called.
So far, he's winning Ohio. Oops. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Hit reset. All right, so we're seeing so far he's got a 10% lead, at least about a 4,000 vote lead over Kamala in Ohio. Hold on.
Still have a lot of states that haven't closed yet that are reliably Democrat. So that's why that tally looks so lopsided. We're going to see those numbers edge closer and closer together. But at this moment, this is the numbers that we have: 162 and 34 at this point in the evening. So you guys we're just talking about the state of Kansas.
Okay, he watches two shows.
I went through the vote. It was kind of the first vote in the nation after the Dobbs decision, and it's a big deal. It was a surprising vote.
Trump 162?
And if the Harris did not have that issue, and if they didn't have the democracy,
the Democrat hasn't won Ohio
issue,
since Obama.
they
The only
would
reason
be
he
in
did
enormous
because he saved
trouble.
the
The headwinds that her
so they got
candidacy
him at
faces
got her
are
at
remarkable.
34
Two-thirds of
with
the
Trump
country
at
think that we're
162, but on the map here, go down. Yeah, 154 to 53. I guess I don't know what is. But then again, this is a CNN map.
Wait, yeah. Wait, I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Absent those issues, people are going to focus on the economy.
But you can't really absent those issues, though, can you?
No, you can't. I'm saying from the campaign's perspective, if they didn't have those two issues to talk about, Donald Trump is doing much better on the economy and he's doing much better on immigration. And so those two issues, I think, have allowed the Harris campaign to make this a much closer race than it would have been otherwise.
And I would just say that Donald Trump was fired in 2020, and that was before January 6th, right? So this is about democracy. And I do think that, yes, the economy is a number 2 issue according to exit polls right now.
Okay.
But when you have the highest ever stock market, when you have oil and natural gas production at the highest level it's ever been in American history, when you have inflation now down to where it should be, almost at that 2% level, and the fact that they have basically landed the plane and not had a recession, right? All those factors are trending for Kamala Harris. And I do agree with Jake, though. People want a new generation of leadership. And it's not people who are 80 years old, whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump.
Okay, well, we'll pick up those thoughts in just a moment, but we have another key race projection to bring.
That's right. You see me running across your screen. Sorry, I'm getting up and sitting down because a lot of these numbers are coming into us now. We're getting results coming towards us. So this is where we are at the moment, as we mentioned, 34 for Kamala Harris, 162 for Donald Trump. You see that 270 in the middle. We can't say that enough, but we do have another projection to bring you right now. New York projected for Kamala Harris with its 28 electoral votes. We know New York is a blue state. It is a Democrat state, reliably Democrat. We knew that this was going to go into her tally, but this will help us to see on her end those numbers go up. So here we are right now, 62 for Kamala Harris with those numbers from New York just being added in, and 162 for Donald Trump. So we're going to keep track of those projections for you as they come in.
We need to find an impartial map.
Data. Let's zoom in again on some of that
I'm
data.
not trusting no more.
She's been looking into some of that.
Let me look at what Google got.
Yes, so we do have this new wave of data that's coming from exit poll data in North Carolina.
Like Google got Kamala at 99 and Trump at 178.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, Google gave PA to Trump. So,
but Google made their mind up before September.
Can we trust
Only 5%
No.
thereabouts made their
because Google
week.
Google's
Now,
given
if you drill
New
into
Mexico,
that data
Colorado,
closer and
Kansas,
see who those
Missouri,
voters ended up voting
and Iowa
for, according to the preliminary data of the small amount, handful of voters essentially that we saw make their mind up in the last week. The majority, more than half of them, voted for Kamala Harris. Again, this is
What just happened?
Huh?
Everything went quiet. Oh, okay.
votes are actually counted.
Okay.
And then if you look at those who voted before September,
Sorry,
so the
I'm-
majority,
I think
in
what
fact,
it is,
more than
'cause
half of them voted
I'm
for
Googling,
Donald
I'm looking at
Trump.
other stuff.
And again, this is important data
Give me
to
another-
campaigns because that
give me
final
another
week
live
is
coverage.
important to them. Those undecided voters are important to them. And according to
CNN
this
hasn't
data,
called New
of
York
the
yet,
voters
but I'm
in
sure it
North
will.
Carolina who have been surveyed,
Yeah, I'm not
more
trusting
than
CNN.
half of those who
They're
decided in the last week
they're the ones that was
went
running
for
around
Kamala
calling
Harris.
him a Nazi
Again,
and
those
fastest
numbers could change.
and almost
But
got
this
him
is state
shot.
data, so it's really interesting because as we know, this election will be won and lost state by state.
Okay, Azadeh, thank you very much for that. Now, lots to talk about with our panel, which we will in a minute. I can see you're all itching to make comments about what we
They've
just
got their hands up.
What we just saw there. Yeah, it's like being in school here. We're the teachers.
Yeah, go ahead, you share it.
But first, before
Hey,
we do that, let's
hey,
go across
Bay.
to Arizona
Yes.
to Emma Vardy.
I'm looking at
From
MSNBC.
there.
They not even calling PA, New Jersey,
We've been hearing
VA,
about
North Carolina, or
local
Georgia.
officials affecting the
Right.
Maricopa
Yeah, see,
County
this is what
Recorder's
they
office just
killing me.
around the corner
Say
from
Fox
the vote
polls
counting
have it
centre here. He, of
117
course,
to
is one
Harris
of the
and
top
Trump
election
195.
officials here
See, this is
in
why I'm on
Arizona,
BBC.
but they are
This is
telling us they don't
overseas.
believe it's credible. It's very much in line with a number of the
Right,
other
you can't
hoax
trust
bomb threats
CNN.
that have been
You
affecting
should use Reuters. I
Arizona
can't trust
and
Reuters
other
either, but let's
states
see what they
too,
got.
believed to be, officials say, linked to Russian actors. But of course, they can't be too careful. They're doing a sweep of his office just to make
BBC election
absolutely
map.
certain. And in the north of Arizona too, some polling stations also been affected by what we believe to be hoax bomb threats there too, which has delayed things a bit. So while polls have closed here in the past hour, they've given them an extra 2 hours to stay open to make sure that all voters who want to vote want to do. Now, this isn't really
All
a
right,
great
so,
surprise
all right, go to
because they have
Reuters.
been geared up
All
there
right,
in
Reuters.
Arizona for
Reuters.
years to
Yeah.
sort of counter any
Yeah,
misinformation,
I'm supposed to
counter
link to the
any
chat.
outside interference with these
Sure,
elections.
Reuters.
But of course, now that
I
it's
need
all
somebody
happening, it
that's
is a reminder
impartial.
of the outside actors who are trying
Yeah,
to
see what you-
undermine
we
what
need
is
to- we
happening
need
here.
somebody
But they
impartial.
do believe they want to reassure everybody that they think it's a hoax at the moment and that they've all been prepared for this for a while.
See,
All right,
this is what Reuters look like. They got it 162 to 62. I guess these are all the states that pretty much, yeah, these votes, these parties, these are over.
Angry man is using Newsmax. Well, let me see what Newsmax is.
Yeah, these are the ones that's still too early to call. You see this? Yeah, too early to call, too early to call.
Oh, they just gave New York, okay.
Yeah, go with Reuters.
Go to Reuters.
Very
Yeah,
final
go with
days,
Reuters. They
and
say it'll
Alright.
be a little bit
Clinton
more.
campaign saw this in
Then-
real time. They saw the
Share
momentum
screen.
move away from them, and they saw late deciders break away from Secretary Clinton back then.
All right.
The Harris campaign this time around have felt confident over the course of the last week.
All right, I got
Deciding
Reuters on.
late, perhaps after
All
the
right.
Madison Square Garden.
All right, so we say Miles say correction 178 to 99. Good Lord, we can't get an accurate count for nothing. We can't get an accurate count for nothing. Newsmax is conservative leaning. I mean, BBC still has it 162 to 62, whereas Reuters is 162 to 62. These are all the called races.
CNN has it 154 to 81.
All right, here, click on where it says strength of lead. Click on that.
On what?
Right there on the left on Reuters where it says strength of lead.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Let's work with that. The Reuters and AP are owned by the Rothschild Group. That might be the one to watch. Yeah, considering how, look, when who was that? Was it the Rockefeller, the Rothschild kid that was sitting up front during Obama's speech at the DNC when he accepted the nomination? When he was sitting up front with his legs crossed and clapping, I knew right then and there he was going to be president. He was handpicked.
Well, AP got Kamala at 99 and Donald Trump at 178.
Right. Well, let me get my we got a charger plug my phone in.
Take a look at what CNN. New York was called, but PA and New Jersey they haven't called it. Wow, still nothing on Arizona, and they closed down.
Yeah.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
Yeah, everybody's count is off.
All right, I'm back. Scrape my daggone toe across the treadmill. That did not feel good. Oh my God. Okay, Pearl said, yo, check it. I believe Kamala doesn't get Michigan or Wisconsin or Minnesota. She chose Walsh to try to get those states. Oh my God, let me calm this dude down. This dude's a hater on BBC.
Michigan is leaning blue. Wisconsin is leading blue by 4.3 points. Michigan is by 7.5. And what was the other state? Minnesota? Minnesota, Trump is winning by 9.7 votes.
Pennsylvania's still tight.
But Kamala's winning by 40,000 votes.
Yeah.
And what's funny, Jill Stein got almost 10,000 votes in that state. So
that's my girl.
Jill Stein is hurting Donald Trump in that case. And Kamala Harris is winning New Jersey only by 100,000 votes. Wow.
This is wild. All right, so they got her at 81 to Trump 162.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Man, this chick cannot become president. She become president. It is. I really want it to be. I really want to be where we can end these freaking wars. We can get these child molesters out of the school system. We can get these freaking perverts out of women's bathrooms and locker rooms. We can make money in this country, because if you look at the whole economic global map, we are no longer in Africa, and a lot of the eastern countries that we used to be in, we're no longer in them anymore. We are losing it. We are, in all honesty, we're forced to rely on drill, baby, drill, because there's nobody to trade with.
What is the percentage in accounting for Michigan and Wisconsin? Michigan, Kamala Harris is only winning by 60,000 votes. In Wisconsin, Kamala is winning by 25,000 votes.
I still got the CNN one open. It's got Trump at 154 and Kamala at 81. Whereas, of course, with this one is 162 to 81, which is still beautiful. 162. Come on.
Wow, look at this. Wait, look at this. Virginia. Trump is only winning by 17,000 votes. And guess what? Jill Stein got almost 23,000 votes in Virginia. Jill Stein she's like what Ross Perot did to George Bush.
Look at North Carolina. She got 13,000 votes.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Yeah. The third party effect. Yeah.
We need a third party. We truly need a third party.
Wow. Like Virginia's a tight one. Trump is only leading by 20,000 votes.
Jill Stein got 50,000, almost 51,001 votes in Texas.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, girl. That's funny.
Arkansas. Let's look at Florida. Jill Stein got 41,000 in Florida. Wow. Alabama, well, we know. Mississippi, of course. Arkansas. Missouri. Wow.
Let's see how many votes. Let's see. All right, so
Kamala Harris is winning Missouri by 10,000 votes.
All right, check out vote count status. See how many percentage of votes are left to be counted.
32 in Pennsylvania. 57% in New Jersey. It still hasn't been counted.
Yeah, that's a tight race. She only leading by what, 2,000?
Virginia, well, 61% hasn't been counted in Virginia. North Carolina, 63% has not been counted. Ohio is 64. Georgia, 77% of the votes has not been counted. No, 77% of the expected votes counted. Sorry.
Yeah.
So you got another 23 percent, 63% of North Carolina, 61 of Virginia, and 64 of Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And Michigan is only 14% of votes has been counted. That's why, and 20 in Wisconsin, 22 in Iowa. Wow, Minnesota, less than 1% of the votes were counted. So
yeah, Michigan and Wisconsin is way too close. Yeah. Those are some battles. Those are battlegrounds.
Look at New Mexico.
Yeah, it's like waiting for a pregnancy test. I feel like the kingpin in this white suit. Somebody get me a Spider-Man or Daredevil to fight. All right. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see what they're talking about over here.
Republican Women's Party at a country club. People seem
Oh, they
to
finally
have a good
changed their
time
numbers.
here. When I speak to people, they feel the sense
I'll
of
be right back.
anticipation,
All right.
waiting,
Go ahead.
patient now. They believe the campaign has done everything that they possibly can. And also there's been a really high level of voter engagement in this state when it comes to early voting, over 57%. That is a record here in the United States. But in terms of some of the key results that we are watching, of course, important to stress right now, of course, too close to call right now and too early as well to say anything hard and fast when it comes to North Carolina. But we always have these areas that we're watching really carefully, as Christian was just mentioning there. And one of them for me is Nash County, because in the past 3 election cycles, it has always voted in the same way that it's gone in the presidential race. 88% of votes counted there. And what we can see is at the moment, and I stress, not a definitive result, but at the moment, Donald Trump leading there. Now, if we think back to 2020, we saw Joe Biden there with a strong margin, about 100,000 votes there. So we'll have to see whether Kamala Harris starts to make up some ground. But of course, one of the other big looming questions in this election is the race for the governor, the gubernatorial race here. We now know the Democrat Josh Steen taking that race over the Lieutenant General Mark Robinson, the Republican candidate, echoing a
Not
previous result,
surprising.
of course, that we saw with Roy Cooper, Democratic governor as well. And this just shows you that kind of back and forth, why North Carolina is purple with that Democratic governor, the Democrats trying to make inroads. And I've been speaking to some of my sources about this, including a Democratic county chair, Mike McGlam, saying, what do you make of that result? And he says that it's giving him cause to continue to be hopeful tonight for the Harris campaign. And also saying this shows that North Carolina wants what he says is a serious person in charge of the state. So we will have to continue to see whether that is reflected overall in the result. But as we know, Josh Steen has been given a speech, and he was saying that he believes that his victory is reflective, in his words, of women wanting control of their bodies. But of course, it is a toss-up here. I've been speaking to Republican women here about that as well, and they say for them other issues are important as well: inflation, crime, immigration, and so on. Just showing how diverse, polarized this country, this state continues to be. Helena, indeed. Thank you so much. We're just looking at those numbers on our screen right now of North Carolina as well as you've been talking. Now, immigration and the southern border, they have been some of the biggest issues of this campaign.
Donald Trump says that if he wins, he'll carry out what he's calling the largest deportation operation in American history. He's repeatedly called the US an occupied country, and he's also promised to close the border on day one of his presidency.
While in office, Mr. Trump faced some criticism for some of his immigration policies, like separating migrant children from their parents and authorizing several travel bans. Mr. Trump also vowed to build a wall along the roughly 2,000-mile U.S.-Mexico border as president, but only roughly 85 miles of entirely new sections of wall were put up during his term in office.
And Kamala Harris calls immigration a serious challenge. And she says she will work to remove those who arrive in the US unlawfully. She says she'll prosecute the cartels and give Border Patrol more support. Ms.
That's a
Harris also
fucking lie.
said she wants to
I'm
work
sorry,
with
I didn't mean
Congress
to curse,
on
but we all
immigration
know this is a
reform,
lie.
including an earned path to citizenship for hard-working immigrants. Now, we can talk about this a little bit more. Now we can go to Texas to speak to Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz.
Hold on.
with
Let
the
me talk
Republican
about. Let
Party.
me bring
Congresswoman.
something up right quick. This whole situation. Hold on. This whole situation, where women are only concerned about being able to have an abortion. Trump said that he's going to put it in states' rights' hands. It's going to be states' rights, right?
Yep.
So, if it's in the states' rights, that means that when it's up for a vote, you as women, you turn up, you turn out. You go and vote for it, right? Yes or no? But the whole thing about it is that if you just practice safe sex, you don't have that issue. Hello, McFly. Is this thing on?
McFly.
If you practice safe sex, then abortion is not an issue. So why is it an issue? Hello? Hello? Am I talking to myself? Is that too much to ask for? To be sexually responsible with your body. You are, as a woman, you are the first, middle, and last defense of your womb. Not some man, not the government, you. Make him wear a condom. Put yourself on birth control. Why are you having unprotected sex with somebody you're not married to? Are you really that irresponsible? And to sit up here and say that you're trying to protect women's rights is a slap in the goddamn face. You're trying to protect women's rights, but you're not actually trying to protect women. Like I said, you let the perverts in the schools and in the bathrooms in women's spaces. How are you protecting women? Just came out the other day that male boxer in the Olympics is indeed a male. Did y'all know that? Just came out that it was a guy. Those women were forced to fight a man. You got to stop that type of stuff. You let Kamala in, you'll have more of that. And that's what's going to destroy society. And then you wonder why men don't want anything to do with women today. Look at how you think. Look at how you move. Look at how you act. These are the things. These are the decisions. You're voting based on Cardi B and thought pocket popping. Those are your decisions. This is pathetic. This woman ain't gonna do nothing to save the border. Not a damn thing. You got to be on drugs to think that she's gonna save and help you. She can. Oh my.
Yes, now, Congressman, great to see you again. You're at Harris campaign headquarters. I'll ask you about immigration in a moment, but tell us what things are like there right now.
Well, everybody is excited, obviously very jubilant. People work so hard to get here. Kamala Harris worked so hard, and Tim Walz, and so it's an exciting night. She's ahead in some key states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and a few others. And so everybody's very hopeful.
Okay, I just want to get your response to some of the things we heard from Congresswoman De La Cruz there, who was talking about what she said was the Biden-Harris administration's failed border policy. I mean, in your state of Texas and across the border states, do you think that this is going to be one of the main driving issues for voters?
Well, I think the issue of the border and immigration are always among the thorniest issues in American politics, and they have been for a long time. But if you look at what Donald Trump did when he was president, he purposely separated very young kids, young boys and girls, from their mothers and their fathers. And he's also promised a campaign of mass deportation. There are 2 times in American history when that has happened and had a significant impact on Latinos and specifically Mexican Americans in Texas. And in those 2 times, there were over 1 million American citizens, not undocumented immigrants, 1 million American citizens who were deported. And so that's what Donald Trump is promising. And I assure you that there will be people, if that happens, if Donald Trump is somehow able to win tonight, there will be people in the Rio Grande Valley and relatives of theirs who will be wrapped up in that.
Congressman, just one question on that, though, because the point that the Congresswoman from Texas as well was making there is that it is under the Biden-Harris administration that we've seen record crossings across the southern border, and that people don't trust this administration or Kamala Harris on this issue.
No, I think what you've seen is the numbers actually go down very, very dramatically.
No, you haven't.
And Kamala Harris also, during her time as vice president, worked to get at the root causes, because it's not just, people don't just show up at the border because they're going to Disneyland. There are root causes of poverty, of drug gangs that are terrorizing people in those countries.
But it's the drug gangs that are coming here.
Make sure that we work on the root causes so that people won't have to feel like they have to flee their homeland.
Well, we should say those crossings have gone down in recent months because Joe Biden signed an executive order in June, and the Republicans would say, why did he not take action before then? Why did Kamala Harris not take action before then, and have accused him of electioneering?
Because they said when he came into office that they were going to do that. They were going to do a mass migration of Latin Americans into the country. It was one of the first things he said when he came into office.
For Americans to rile people up, to create resentment and fear for politics.
Okay, well, we'll leave you to boogie, woogie, woogie on down there, Congressman. It's getting very noisy at the party behind you. Thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News. Now we can go across to our colleague Marielle Spring at BBC Verify, who has some more.
They be lying to our
Thank you. You might remember that earlier I was mentioning some claims that had been made by Donald Trump, posted on Truth Social. He was talking about how there had been massive cheating, in his view, in Philadelphia. He's now repeated that claim, but in reference to other locations. Again, as was the case before, without the evidence to support that right now. And
that's a lie.
Discussion, not just today actually, but over the past few days, about where
that's a lie. If you've been paying attention to the news the past couple of days, they've been cheating. They've caught them cheating. They caught all types of voter irregularities with names not matching social security numbers and everything. What are you talking about?
Russia that have promoted videos that are fake or false, making allegations of voter fraud. But actually, a lot of examples of allegations of voter fraud without evidence to back them up that I've investigated.
You know what? Let's take another look at the tab. For these people, oh my God, I don't need these people to tick me off. All right, so as you can see, Pennsylvania, they still got 41% of the vote to go. Donald Trump's not trailing by much. Looks like he's trailing by a percentage of a point, less than what? Less than 1%, 9%, 0.9% of the vote he's trailing in Pennsylvania. Of course, he's got a big lead there in Ohio, of course. Illinois, 59% of the vote counted. Yeah, she's got looks like she got a 500,000 point. Well, yeah, nope. Sorry. Yeah, 500,000 point lead. So Illinois is going to go to her. They're battling it out with 34% of the votes counted. They're battling it out in Wisconsin. Michigan, they still only at 15% of the vote. They're pretty much kind of tied there. You know, she's got like a 50,000, well, yeah, about 51,000 votes ahead. New York with half the votes counted. Yeah, she's got that. Yeah, she's got that. She's got a million one vote lead on that. Maine, which has been pretty much a good battleground. They only got 8% of that in. She's up by 5,000 votes. Not really worried about New Hampshire, although that appears to be still kind of close, 21,000. Well, Massachusetts, she can have that. That's it is what it is. Connecticut, she's got that. They normally get these little pockets here. Those are very liberal states. New Jersey, about a little over 200,000, 66% of the vote in. Maryland, they can go ahead and get at the Kamala. She can have that. Let's see what else here. Virginia, that's kind of close. It's up by over 100, close to 100,000 votes there. North Carolina, that's still pretty close. A little over 200,000 votes. Of course, he's got South Carolina. Definitely got Florida. Definitely has Alabama. Definitely has Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma. Call it Oakland. Texas. Of course, he's got Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota. Let's see. Let me go back to vote count. Let's see. Let's go to called races. I guess there's no. Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. So, oops. Yeah. That's a lot of red for him to have the called race. No wonder he's up 168 to 81. Go back to strength of lead. No, let's go vote count status. Yeah. I like vote count status better. Actually battling it out in Iowa, but there's only 33% of the votes counted. 40% in Nebraska. I'm not really worried about that. Colorado, a little over 200,000. He's actually winning by 10,000 votes in Minnesota, but they only counted 2% of the vote so far. Just like Wisconsin, 35% of the vote in. He's only down by less than 20K. Pretty tight. It's pretty tight. Say word games. His went down is still higher than the prior administration. Yeah, that's true. Uh-oh. What happened?
Mississippi hasn't closed.
What are they looking at?
Mississippi. New Mexico is turning red. In New Mexico, Trump is leading by 6,000.
All right. Yeah, they're saying Trump won Missouri. I mean, of course. So, let's see. C-SPAN has Trump at 198 to Harris 99.
What did they give PA and New Jersey to Kamala?
Let's see.
Because PA and New Jersey still hasn't been decided.
Many of you probably
All right,
heard
take a
about
look
it.
here.
Showed a competitive race.
All right,
in
so
the
here's
red
Iowa.
state of Iowa. The queen of outlier polls, as she is known, had the vice president up by 3 points among likely voters. Driven
Okay, he
by
said
the
PA
strength
turned
of
red.
independent women who
PA turned red?
That's what he said.
That they were back
Kamala Harris is only winning Pennsylvania by 2,000 votes. And guess what? Chase Oliver took 14,000 votes as a third party.
Thank you. We'll check in a little bit later.
This gonna be the third party election.
News of the United States. reporter there, has rejoined us after a little break. We appreciate your coming back, Evan.
You hear that? Let me turn
I'm
this
trying
up.
to keep up with Greta. Again, I'm on our magic wall.
Maybe we can
cspan.org/results.
get some.
You get this map.
What's going on,
It's
contractor?
See if we can get some
when
actual
she talked about
news up in
Virginia,
here.
I went to Virginia, Fairfax County.
I can't
big
believe
county
BBC
for the
went biased.
Democrats. 72% of the vote has already been counted from there. But then you go down to Virginia Beach, only 30% has been counted. That tends to be a Republican area. Went to Polk County, Iowa, Des Moines. And most of the vote, 97% of the vote is
Pennsylvania,
in,
the
or
trip switched to
87%
Trump.
of the vote is already in Polk County.
What happened? Say what?
And Kamala Harris
Pennsylvania
is
just switched
leading
to Trump.
55 to 43.
Let's take a look. Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Go up on that map. Where's the colors? Go to strength of lead. Strength of lead. All right. Now go back to PA.
Trump is winning PA by 17,000 votes.
Wow. Look.
Wow.
Oh, you see it just jump?
Yeah. Damn. What the fuck? You saw that, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on here?
These are votes. Okay, these are votes being counted that's coming in. All right. I like that. I like that.
Wow, Trump is winning now by 24,000 in PA.
Okay. He said them fools outside. Trump is leading in PA so far. How much is
Wow, yo, it dipped up more. Trump is winning by in PA by 31,000 votes. Wow, PA
too.
Scroll down. Scroll
Down
down.
to
Let me
where?
show you something. Go to PA. But better yet, just go to PA. Yeah, go to PA. Scroll down.
Okay.
Oh no, yeah. See where it say competitive?
Competitive, where?
Yeah, scroll down. Keep going. Wait, there we go. Competitive. There you go, right there. Look at that. See that PA right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the battleground states. Like, as you can see over here to the right, Alabama, Arkansas, Indianapolis, Kentucky. Yeah, he got all of that. But it's
Florida and
competitive.
Texas is leaning Republican. New Mexico, wait a minute, Maine, New Hampshire is leaning Democrat. VA, well, yeah, Virginia is still too close to call, and New Mexico.
He said they counting all the red counties now. I knew that they were going to count those last. They messed up counting all the blue cities first. Yeah, if they counting all the red counties last, oh my God, it's gonna, oh my God. That's what that red wave is gonna be. She only leading about 4% in Michigan. Arizona,
And Michigan,
appears tied.
yeah, by 4.2 points.
Yeah.
Well, Kamala Harris is leading by 40. Let's see, 41,000 votes. So,
In all honesty, he's winning Arizona, but only by what, less than 100 votes so far.
no, Donald Trump is winning Arizona by 40 votes.
That's what I was saying.
and Chase Oliver has 5,263 votes. So that's another. That's a third party is causing havoc in that state.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna take Georgia, hopefully. Wow, look at
In
the lead he got
Georgia,
in Minnesota.
but look, Georgia, he's leading by 150,000, like 150,000 votes. So
He got a huge lead in Minnesota.
in New Jersey, well, yeah, New Jersey's going blue. So
yeah,
it's a wrap for Idaho. Is been is
You can
red
call
now.
that.
Yeah,
you
they
can
call
that.
Idaho.
Yeah, you can call that. He got 91%, 39%. Iowa, he can, yeah, I mean, she still has a chance, but I doubt it. He's up by 30K, 41% in. Ohio, you can forget it. He got Ohio.
Hey, Bay. You're looking at the map, right?
Yeah.
Guess who's running in Utah? Third party.
Here you go.
Lucifer Everylove.
Who?
In Utah. Lucifer's running in Utah.
Okay.
I wonder how many votes Lucy gonna get. How many, Bay? How many votes is Lucy gonna get?
That's that little brother we don't talk about. I mean, he lives in Utah. That's wild. Who the hell wrote him in?
What the fuck?
Damn, even Michigan is tight.
Arizona's red.
Yeah, that was expected.
New Mexico's
I
still
wonder what
red
TYT
amazingly.
is saying. Let me go on TYT.
Yeah, go see Anna is her and St. Yuger and see if they throwing punches yet. Okay, so New Mexico is looking to go red. Virginia is he's only up by a little over 2,000 votes. Maine is still weird. She's up by 10%.
Kamala is winning Maine by 8,000 votes.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Arizona is being real weird.
what state?
17K. Arizona. She's up by 17K.
Yeah. Well, 16 on here. 16K.
Yeah. Michigan is still tight.
Michigan, 502,000 to 465.
Yeah. Wow. It looks like he's gonna take Minnesota. It looks like he's gonna take Minnesota.
Tampon Tim?
Yeah.
State?
Yeah. Looks like he's gonna take Minnesota. Wisconsin.
Arizona went back blue. New Mexico, Kamala Harris winning by 8,000 votes. That's the vote count. Robert F. Kennedy is only taking 2,100 votes. So
They never liked Jill Stein. They sabotage. I don't know if y'all know this, but they sabotage the Green Party left and right.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Whatever chance they get, yeah.
Yeah. The Democrats, scumbags.
You know what the bright side is, Bay? If she does get elected, it's on all these bitches if she fucks up.
I'm sorry, say it again.
If Kamala does get elected, it's on all these bitches if they fuck up. I mean, y'all in charge. Something go wrong. Don't you look at black man. We told you. We try to warn you. Some of us.
Mm-hmm. Look at this. Yeah, they saying Harris wins Colorado.
Makes sense.
Yeah. That's weird, but whatever.
That we with marijuana legalized, that's a very liberal state. So
yeah, it's a liberal state now.
Look at that. He's winning Virginia. He's winning Wisconsin. I really do hope he takes Wisconsin. I really do hope he takes Wisconsin.
Well, Kamala is winning Wisconsin by 20,000 votes.
Over at Notice reported on Jill Stein grabbing a lot of those voters. We heard it from a third-party voter earlier tonight that was voting on that issue. It's an issue that where the Democrats lost these people. They could have had them, but they did lose them because they're not offering them sort of policies that they want. But the Republicans also are not, right? And so, and this is one of those things where, as you say, it's probably not the key motivating factor for most voters in America. It really isn't. And I think that's another thing that frustrates people who are very passionate about this issue, and it's not the number one thing.
Louisiana went red, is count old.
In a sense of trying to unite the Democratic Party, which is which was the most important job that Kamala Harris has, right, as the Democratic nominee, was trying to rebuild that coalition that Biden used to beat Trump in 2020. And this has always been the kind of chunk that she has not been able to bring fully back in. And so when you hear, and people are going to wonder a lot about why that is or what these people are thinking. That caller, the previous callers have talked about this, the passion of it, that's why. Because people are very, very moved by this. Those who are, right? And as you say, it's not everybody, but those who are really, really moved by it.
Let's hear from Greta Bronner.
We want to check in on some competitive House races. You were talking with Kirk Beto earlier about Iowa's 1st congressional district. This is a rematch tonight in a potential Democratic pickup. And in a rematch from 2022, Democrats also are hoping that State Rep Christina Bohannon can unseat the sophomore here, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks, in Iowa's 1st congressional district. You can see, though, that the incumbent has a lead at this point with 15% of the vote in. Moving on to Iowa's 3rd congressional district. This is also a potential pickup.
Let's go back to the
Democrat
map.
Lanon Bakan.
Go back to the map. All right.
What state you want to look at?
No, I'm back here down in the at the bottom with the competitive and all of that stuff.
Uh-huh.
He's got
Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin is leaning towards blue. Georgia, Minnesota, North Carolina, and PA is leaning towards Trump. So
he has to flip Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. Arizona has 11 of the electoral votes, Michigan with 15 and Wisconsin with 10. He's got to flip these 3. He's already got the majority. Nevada hasn't even started counting yet. I really hope that Nevada goes red, but he's got to flip these 3. He got to flip them 3. Nebraska is getting all iffy. I mean, I know it's just 5 votes. As far as 5 electoral votes, but he's got to flip that. He got to flip that. He's got the blowout in Idaho. He's got the blowout in Kansas. And he's got the blowout in Iowa. But he's got to flip Nebraska. He got to win that Nebraska. He can't let that go. Let's see here. If he can get Virginia would be a big ticket, because they've got 15 of the electoral votes, and so far that's a tight ass race.
Yeah.
He only down by what, 3,000?
Virginia, yeah. Virginia, yeah. 3,000 votes.
Yeah. He need that. If he can get Virginia. Something just what? Minnesota? Wait,
no.
Just flipped. Wisconsin.
Wyoming.
Wisconsin just flipped his way.
No, Wyoming is called Nebraska. I mean, North Dakota and South Dakota.
Right. Let's see. Let's go to called races. All right, called races. Yeah, I mean, you expect the middle America, all of this, farmland and whatnot, cow territory. You expect that. Shit. All right, so Nebraska is 5 votes. 5 electoral, but let's see. Okay, Georgia, you can pretty much give them Georgia. That's 16. Minnesota, he's got Minnesota. That's what it was. They got 3% of the vote in. But as you can see, he got that. He's got Minnesota. Of course,
Yeah.
he's got North
Wow.
Carolina.
Minnesota. He's winning by 21,000 votes.
Yeah. Look at Pennsylvania now.
PA, Trump is winning by 70,000 votes.
Yeah.
76,000.
Yeah, 70. Yeah.
You get PA. Oh my God, that's 19 electoral votes.
And that was the state he was attempted assassination in.
Exactly. It's almost like they're counting from the outside in with PA. He got to get PA. Oh, God damn it. Wisconsin went back to fucking Kamala. Damn it. Come on. You got to get Wisconsin.
But it's under 1,000 votes.
Right. You got to get Wisconsin.
And guess what? Robert F. Kennedy caused a lot of havoc in that state.
What's going on, Neymar?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
What's going on? Oh, that's what's the face. What's up, man?
Hi. Hi, yo. Oh, come on, babe. You know me
voice.
too.
I know your voice.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
voice.
Yeah. It's 4 a.m. over here right now. It's 4:22.
Where you at?
I'm wondering. Norway. I'm in Scandinavia. We got to go through this every time. Every time.
All right. Hey, you need to clear out your StreamYard.
What do you mean?
Your storage, because I'm looking at the recordings. You got, it says you got low disk space.
Who, me?
No, Neymar.
Oh.
I'm on my phone. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, it's saying you got low disk space.
That's weird.
I know.
Hang on.
Hey, I just work here. Look. Lewis, go where it says recording in progress. Where it says recording.
What?
Look where it says, click on recording on the bottom right. Look on the bottom right, StreamYard. You see it?
You talking to me or you talking to Lewis?
Yeah, I don't see that. Where is it at? Recorded in progress.
Okay, look, on your right, on the right of StreamYard, you see where it say comments, banners, brand, private chat, and recording.
I don't have that because I'm in your room.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's a load disk space. Here, I'll put it in the chat. So in case you think I'll mess with you. Oops.
Yeah. One question. What's this upload recordings thing? I don't understand that.
Be all right. No, that's the new StreamYard feature. It's a new StreamYard feature.
In Virginia. Wait, hold on, Naima. In Virginia, Kamala Harris is leading by 40,000 votes.
Shit. Damn.
Should
Yes.
be interesting.
Yeah. They got 70% of the vote in. Oh my God. New Mexico. Shit. I'm not worried about that. He definitely need Virginia. Let's see. Virginia. I'm looking at the Electoral College votes. Arizona. Definitely need Arizona. Definitely needs Michigan. They keep playing around with Michigan.
In Michigan, Kamala Harris is leading by 24,000 votes.
Shit. Looked like she closing in on him in Georgia, but they got 85% of the votes.
And in Georgia, Donald Trump is winning by almost 100 and some thousand. So,
and he's back on top in Wisconsin. Take a look at that.
Yeah, he's winning by 2,000 votes.
Good Lord. This is nerve-wracking. Are your nerves racked, fellas?
No, not really.
Then you're fired.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Just letting it play out, man.
Yeah.
Let the chips
Either
fall
way,
where
we
they may.
win. So,
So
Michigan is winning by 20,000 votes.
Yeah. CNN got him at 195 to 91. And up here they got, they called up 195 to 91. All right. So Reuters is actually the better graphics.
Reuters?
Oh shit. So all right, so in the competitive, scroll down to competitive. He got everything except Michigan so far.
Wow.
Yeah. And he looks like he's also got New Mexico. Oh, there we go. You got if you can steal New Mexico, that would be nice. I mean, it's just 5 electoral votes, but you need that.
Mm-hmm.
But I would so love it if he stole Virginia.
Every little bit counts, right? What's the
Yes.
magic number? 265, right? 265?
270.
270.
270. Okay, 270.
270.
What would happen if they end up at a dead heat and nobody reaches 270?
Then they do
Whoever got the
pistols
highest
at dawn.
number.
Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said they'll do pistols at dawn, and he said whoever they have the highest number.
Uh-huh.
God damn it. California is a shithole. I don't even know.
Well, we all know where California is going.
Yeah.
Let's be
Right.
for real. And we know where Oregon and Washington is going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Utah?
Utah. already-
Well,
already-
Lucifer
already-
Everylove might win Utah.
Utah already went to Trump.
All right, Mormon County, Mormon country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they ain't even counted them. Yeah. Idaho, let's see. He got, he I don't even know why they playing with Idaho. He already got Idaho. He got 90% of the vote so far. 40 votes to 4. Poor Robert F. Kennedy.
He went
Shit, Chase
independent.
Yeah. Chase Oliver is doing pretty good as an independent. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Him and Jill Stein. Look at that. So far, Jill Stein got 54,000 votes in Texas.
New York is definitely going to Kamala.
Yeah,
She's
they already
winning
called
by
that.
a million votes.
Yeah, they already called that.
Yeah.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they already called that.
What about, did they call New Jersey?
They haven't called New Jersey yet, but they called New York.
New Jersey, yeah, it's still a pretty tight race. About 200,000.
Kamala is winning in Virginia by 30,000. Over 30,000, so.
Okay.
Go get my makeup shotgun.
And let's look at PA. Wow. Look at the numbers in PA.
Oh, wow.
100,000 votes.
Yeah. Come on. Come on, PA. Come on, PA. Come on, PA. So right now he has 195 electoral votes. Come on. This is so close. This is ridiculous.
Is the suspense killing you that bad?
He trying to get there. 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 Come on, let's go. Come on, Wisconsin. Wisconsin. He need Wisconsin. Wisconsin, PA. You might as well call North Carolina.
In Minnesota, Donald Trump is leading by 71,000 to 45,000. Montana's turning red by early votes coming in. So
they got a small population in Montana. They're one of the least populated states in the union.
Well, a lot of flat, mountainous lands and flat lands. A lot of cattle and stuff that go on in Montana.
Yeah.
There, Wyoming,
Idaho. That's your breadbasket.
Dakotas. Yeah.
Jesus
Don't
Christ.
forget about Nebraska.
Michigan, Kamala Harris is only leading by 14,000.
Yeah. Shoot. Look at that. But he got, so far, he's leading in Arizona, of course, Georgia. Damn it, Wisconsin just flipped.
Oh,
so far.
Kamala's catching up in PA.
Is she? Let me see.
I got the numbers up right there. Look.
Yeah, I see it. Damn.
Alabama is Trump.
Yeah.
So we all knew that.
Yeah, except Georgia, he swept the South. In North Carolina.
He got to win these competitive states. Oh my goodness. If he can get, come on, PA. PA is definitely leaning his way, but let's go.
She caught up big time. Cool. She's only Trump is only leading by 100,000 votes.
110,000.
Yeah,
110, whatever, give or take.
Yeah. Just to change the subject a little bit. What's going on the congressional races?
Yeah.
We can look at those. If possible. Can we check the congressional races right now? Regarding the House seats and Senate seats that are up for grabs.
I could give you mine.
Wait, Senate. I just hit the Senate. Here's the Senate right here.
All right.
Okay, how many states are up for grab? How many Senate seats are up for grab right now?
one of Indiana's seats were up to grab. The Republican won. We also the Republican also won the governorship.
Yeah, and in the House, the Republicans,
so I can see the whole.
they gained 2 seats.
Yeah, matter of fact, they talking about it now. Here, I'll pull it up. Put some sound to that.
4th term, and in 2022 she defeated her opponent 51 to 49% in what was the most expensive race in the Senate of
Whoa,
in
somebody-
the state of
Trump got-
Pennsylvania
wait,
last time around.
Montana was called.
Let's look at House District 8 tonight and see where this stands. With 72% of the vote in, you can see that the Democratic incumbent, Matt Cartwright, is leading slightly over the Republican challenger. He's used to competitive, close races and winning. He began his career in Congress in 2013. Finally, let's look at Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district. This is another competitive one that we're keeping
You just won
our eye
Ohio.
on. In mid-October, the Cook
What happened?
report
You
moved
just
the
won
race
Ohio.
between GOP
You won
Democrat
Ohio?
Scott Perry
Yeah.
and the Democratic challenger
Yeah,
there
that was
from
expected.
lean R to toss up.
Michigan turning red.
Perry won re-election by 8 points. The
Yo, you heard
leadership
that?
in both parties
Yeah. Yeah,
have
I'm
been
looking at
in
the competitive.
this district campaigning, hoping to pick up this seat in order to get the majority. So this
Trump is at
hotly
207.
contested House race is one to watch.
Greta, thank you. We will be back to get more election results as we go, and you can do this yourself. You can chart them as we go throughout the evening at cspan.org/results. You will find a national map there. And if you click on any individual state, you will find a county by county map there with real-time election results. All the dark red states that you see there have been called for Donald Trump. All the dark
That's
blue
expected.
states that you see there have been called for Kamala Harris. The light blue and the light red are current voting patterns in those states. They have not been called at this point. And if you've been watching this, you can see that Virginia flipped from light red to light blue as more votes came in for Kamala Harris.
Check Virginia.
Kamala Harris is winning by 41,000 votes.
AB, don't look at me. Don't look at me like that.
What?
I got nothing to do with it. I got nothing to do with Virginia. Just because all my folks are down there.
You got to think about it. Like, you got Norfolk, Richmond,
Norfolk, Alexandria,
Lynchburg.
Virginia Beach.
You don't have that in like Newport News, Virginia Beach. So I mean, a lot of Virginia is mountainous terrain. So
If he loses,
That's the
Virginia, he's
Appalachian. That's part of the Appalachian, right?
yeah.
Okay. Who says you can't learn geography from this show here?
All we talk about is black women. So.
Oh yeah. Right.
The messery pays the bills here, folks. Unfortunately, but
Yeah, I'm about to drop out, fellas. Art started.
all right. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Wow. You know what? But hey, I appreciate
Mexico
y'all letting me up
turned
here
blue.
too.
Oh, no
Mexico
problem.
turning blue. Mostly Albuquerque and Santa Fe, right? Within Mexico.
Yeah.
Damn it.
What?
Wisconsin and Arizona they playing with me. I don't like it.
Look here, okay. I'm lactose intolerant, so I would never want to come up to Wisconsin. man.
Donald
Too much
Trump only
cheese.
leading by like 200. God, like 1,000 votes. But not that much poll has been counted. Remember, they're on West Coast time, so
Yeah.
we ain't gonna find out till 12 o'clock.
Come on.
Wait a minute. The last polling stations close at 12 o'clock Eastern, don't they? Those would be Alaska and Hawaii. Those are the last polling stations.
They close at
They
1
close
a.m.
at 1 a.m. Okay.
Yeah.
1 a.m. Eastern. All right.
All right. So he's at 207 electoral votes, while Harris is still at 91.
He's at 207.
Damn, this
Wow.
is like a fantasy football team right now, where you got a quarterback playing on Monday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterback in a defense. All right, so damn, Arizona is still tight. I don't even understand why Georgia is still tight, but it's really not. It is, but it's not.
Trump is.
The fuck is taking? Sorry, what the heck is taking them so long to count Minnesota?
Well, they dark red, so. And Trump is winning by 50. Yeah.
Well, how big are the voting? Wait, how many voting districts are there? Voting polling stations? Because remember, you've had issues like gerrymandering in every state.
Look, here it is right here.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Minnesota. Look, you got all these counties not even counted.
Good
Lord.
See, that's the problem. See, right there, because we always forget how every state is divided administratively, at county, at local level. So yeah, it does take its time. It does take its time.
Let's look at PA. Look. A lot of shit is not even counted.
A lot of places are just starting counting.
You know what? This is so ridiculous. We're in the digital age now. You should be able to vote online with your ID, your social security number, your ID and your driver's license ID and your social security number. You should be able to vote. That way you can automatically be flagged if any of that is fraudulent. It will not count. It will not
from my
count.
experience, my experience with voting up here is as such. If you are legal residents, let alone a national up here in Norway, you will get your voting documentation either in the mail or as but then again, for most people they also have the alternative, which is a digital post box, which we get in an app or online or on our laptops, and we could download the PDF version of it, and that always has a barcode with it. So within a certain so they give us within a certain week or so to vote, where we're talking county and local level or at the national level. You head to your local city hall where there will be a voting machine. You bring your valid ID and that PDF, which has a barcode, and the ID we have is our national ID or passport or driver's license. You go in, you vote digitally, you're good. You're done after that.
Where are you?
Norway.
Yeah.
Right next to Sweden.
Yeah.
Everything's been digital right now, so they've been doing that for the last couple of years now. In fact, we got national elections coming up next year, next August to be exact.
This is wild.
Yeah.
If I can pay, if I can pay for my car registration online by entering my driver's license or social security number, why can't I vote like that?
Also, instead of in my case, like when we use the voting machine, instead of having to put our finger in the black ink, we have to we put our fingerprints to a scanner to prove that we already voted. So make sure I don't.
That makes too much sense.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds too much like right, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, all my IDs are biometric anyway, so it has my signature and fingerprint in there, so I can't commit any fraud that way.
Ooh.
Oh, we got
Wisconsin. He just jumped up by a little over 4,000 votes.
Yeah.
Look at the district. Let's look at the county districts right now. Look at the counties. Okay. There's still a couple up in north. They're still starting voting. They're still starting. Started counting.
Yeah.
Are they also including the? Are they also including the early voters and whatnot, or mail order ballots?
Yeah, those. They get counted first. Usually, but like they say, Republicans don't normally early vote. They vote the day of. At least by patterns.
I'm so glad I'm up here, not over there, waiting in long lines. But then again,
Over where?
I'm glad I'm over here where I'm at, not stateside.
Oh.
But then again, I've seen like elections similar like this in other countries where you have long lines, is paper ballots, and you have international observers watching things. And you got to put your finger in the black ink the purple ink to prove that you voted.
God damn, Florida and Texas, those are beautiful. Those are beautiful. All right, so right now, the only place in the competitive places where he's trailing right now is Michigan. Not by much, though.
Looks like Governor Walz is gonna be. Wait, when's he? If she loses, he still remains governor of Michigan. Minnesota, right? And when will that gubernatorial election take place? When's the next election for that state?
That's a good question.
Because if they go completely red, that's going to affect his. And if they lose, and if Kamala loses this election.
Well, tampons in boys' bathrooms help you read.
I never understood that whole thing, the tampon thing in the boys' bathroom. Everybody pins it on him, but my question on that one is, what about the school boards?
They're in on it. Have you ever seen those?
The principal, the school districts. I'm like, what the hell are y'all doing?
You ever seen those?
Trivial as hell.
Yeah, you ever seen those school board meetings? Oh shoot. Okay, no, that's right. You ever see those school board meetings here? Where so East 207, where they talking about those books? Remember there was the big brouhaha about Ron DeSantis removing the books from the schools?
That was Florida. Yeah.
Yeah. But the reason, what's up, champions? The reason for it was because they had a lot of homosexual pornography in those books in the elementary schools. So DeSantis was like, well, pull all the books throughout the whole school system and go through them. Go through every single book. It wasn't that he just pulled the books and like, nobody's going to read. Like, no, we're going to go through all these books and we're going to remove all that perverted crap up out of here. And that's exactly what happened. You had books in there teaching little boys how to give oral sex, how to take anal sex, especially from adult males. You know what I'm saying? Graphic homosexual stories.
Homoerotic stories which are not age appropriate.
Exactly. All that stuff had to be removed from the school system. That's why that whole tampon Tim stuff come from, because he was part of that agenda. Why do you need tampons in the boys' bathroom? And the excuse was, well, if you're out with a girl and she needs a tampon, then you can go in your bathroom.
But Bay, if he's engaged in anal sex, the tampon could take up the blood.
Yes, that was the real truth behind that. It was not slick. Damn, he's losing Michigan by 101,000 votes.
And yet, No
But-
one.
Yeah, say it. I'm sorry.
I don't know if I should even go there, so I'll just type in the back chat.
All right. I'm looking in the back chat. I'm waiting.
Yeah, me too.
Chicken feet are delicious. What?
I didn't say anything. Hold on.
What is your gamer tag? What?
That's for Neymar. Because I heard
Oh,
him.
okay.
He was playing with Charles on Black Ops 6.
How
I
dare
don't play
you?
Black Ops. Come on.
You don't play Black? I heard your voice during the chat.
No,
You don't play Call of Duty?
I don't play Call of Duty.
Somebody sound just like you playing with Charles.
That might have been Josh.
Oh.
Pennsylvania. Shit. What a tight. This is a tight race in PA.
Yeah, Trump is. Woo.
Yeah, you see it.
110,000 votes.
Yeah. North Carolina is, well, I mean, you can pretty much kind of give them North Carolina. It's a weird tight race, but I don't understand why anybody in North Carolina would want to vote for the Democrats after they left them hanging.
With the hurricane?
Yeah.
Anyway, Bay,
Right
did you
there,
read
you
what I
made
wrote this in the back chat?
John Wick go. I'm sorry.
Did you read what I put in the back chat?
Oh yeah. You could have said that.
Oh, I could have. I wasn't sure. Wasn't sure.
He said, yet nobody wants to talk about condom dispensaries in high schools. I 100% agree with that. With
Thank
condom
you.
dispensaries in high schools. I 100% agree with that. Because I mean, the
mean-
whole reason. Go ahead.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, we live in a time like, I mean, everybody should be learn. I mean, you guys, there's a lot of hang up on sex and sexuality. I understand that in the US, and there's been talking about lack of adequate sex ed and everything. And like, if you want to talk, I think we should be teaching our boys, how to be protective. Hell, somebody once asked me, am I pro-choice?
Learn how to wrap
And
my rascal.
Yeah, exactly. And my point was this. I said, I'm so pro-choice. I think anybody who insists on using a condom is pro-choice. And they're like, what? I said, yes, because I'm making the choice not to be reckless with my what. I'm making the choice not to put the whole abortion thing in her hands. I'm making the choice to be responsible for me as well as the other person. All right.
I said that earlier, and we lost viewers.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, you want to reduce abortions? Making contraceptives available for girls, imprint condoms for men. Hell, I would argue, there's there's such a thing as female condoms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Condoms for women. So let's make those available. That way you reduce, the number of abortions that way. People got to learn how to be pro-responsibility, pro-life, pro-choice. That's been, change the paradigm. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how many fathers teach their sons how to wrap that stuff up because they understand, I don't want you, because at the end of the day, nobody wants their daughters to turn up pregnant before they graduate high school, just like nobody wants their sons to be knocking up girls before he graduates from high school, correct?
Supposedly correct, yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, when you got mothers wanting to fight fathers because their sons were caught in the girl's bedroom where he wasn't supposed to be, I mean, I don't know. I know you saw that video. Did you see that?
No.
Not sure. Not sure which one what you're talking about, babe.
Okay, hold on. Let me find it while we wait.
While we wait.
Yeah, oops. We got time.
But in the meantime, like, there's a lot more issues that need to be addressed in this country in this country other than reproductive rights. Like, how are we going to turn how are you going to turn the economy around? Public safety, infrastructure needs to be rebuilt and improved. I mean, in how many states can we say that technology is backside backwards, to put it politely? I mean,
wow,
a lot of the nation is still on dial-up, and that's an embarrassment.
Where you at?
No, not where I am. I'm talking about what's going on in the States, dude. A lot of the nation is still on dial-up, correct?
No. Dial-up? Where you gonna dial up from? Nobody had no home phone now. You got a home phone? You must be on drugs or running some type of business.
I stand corrected.
Good Lord, he said dial up. Like AOL is still sending out discs and stuff.
Blame it on AT&T. Blame it on AT&T.
Oh my God.
Hey. Far too long. Wait. Thank you for correcting me, all right? If I was wrong, I was proven wrong. Are we building, right? We building.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you needed a good laugh.
No, how long have you been overseas?
I'm not even ADOS, man. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
Yo, Pharaoh. Send a link. Could you post that link to that Facebook?
Damn, where the hell is that video? Well, at any rate, let me describe the video. So what happened was a single father, he raising his daughter by himself.
Of course.
The rule was, don't be in my daughter's room, especially if I'm not at home. So the father come home, he catch the boy in the daughter's room. It's after dark.
Uh-oh.
So he kicked the boy out, probably grabbed, yoked him up by his collar, whatnot, and tossed him out of the house. The boy tell his mama that the father put hands on him. So the mother shows up to the house, threatening the father, like she tough, putting her finger all in his face and everything. And he like, yo, right, I told your son, these the rules. He broke the rules. Like, then he asked to do, because he's like, I didn't hit him. So he asked the boy, what did you tell your mother? I don't care what, don't worry about what he said. You don't do that. So he was like, hey, look, he ain't got to come around here no more. How about that? So he went to shut the door, and the boy called himself trying to force his way in.
Ooh.
I would have dropped him right then and there.
Because that's trespassing.
I've been somewhat in that situation before. You know what I'm saying? Where the boy is trying to call himself regulate what's going on in my house. And his father called me the next day apologizing for what his son did. And then that following weekend, him and his mama and the boy came over, and I told that boy all about himself. I read him the riot act. I called him Eddie Haskell. If you familiar with
read him the riot act. You read him the riot act.
Exactly. You know, and the mom was just sitting there shaking her head like, yeah. And then, you know, he was supposed to he didn't apologize to me. You know, he gave me some lame. And I told him, I said, dude, you ain't even apologizing. Like you trying your best to sound like you're apologizing for what you did, but you're not. I was like, that's your problem. You so full of
He
shit.
was sorry, but not sorry.
He wasn't sorry at all.
Exactly.
Right.
But which brings up something we discussed on Charles's Hangout a while ago, because we were talking about, you know, everybody want to talk about, you know, women's reproductive rights, but nobody wants to talk about men's reproductive rights. And I had mentioned this, you know, because we're talking about single mothers. I said, first of all, single father, the difference between single mothers and single fathers is this. Single mothers, when they raise their children, they raise them to be codependent. Single fathers raise their children to be independent. That man was trying to teach his daughter how to be independent. But of course, it's not easy raising daughters.
Not at all.
I mean, as a father, you try to teach her what she needs to know about boys and everything. But then again, the question is,
Hey, Jink Uger is having a meltdown.
Pull it up.
Who? Who's having a meltdown?
Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. That goofy
Cenk Uygur. Oh,
yeah,
Cenk Uygur.
that's a
Yeah.
goofball.
I would say something really offensive, but then again, I'd probably bring it up like what 400 or 500 years of history that my people have with his. Damn Ottomans. And plus, your outlet, your media outlets called the Young Turks. For me, that's a red flag. Because I know what that means, the Young Turks. If anybody goes back to history, remember the Young Turks movement.
I got it up.
You got it?
At least not where I live. You know, if they want to think Florida's still a swing state, they weren't showing it here. So I think not being aggressive enough. And, you know, I've seen the people that have said, because Fox News talks about this evening, you know, oh, well, she didn't do enough interviews.
Yeah, she got 145.
Didn't do interviews. That doesn't bother me.
Wait, let me get to Jink.
You know, she doesn't.
Yeah, bag it up or whatnot.
Trouble. So
I can't believe this. She got
17% count.
145. 'Cause she
That's
got
why some
Illinois.
of the bigger outfits are waiting to call this race. But 7% is a big number to make up at this point. And you know, at this point, it's 53-46. That's why some people are calling it. But there are big numbers still to come in two big parts of that state.
yeah, guys,
Nobody
what's
yet.
not
It's
biased
still,
is, in this case,
still
are the
close.
statisticians that work at Reuters, AP, New York Times, etc. I've covered countless elections. When a Republican has won, they say a Republican has won, and they're not shy about it. They're not reticent about it. The reason they're not calling North Carolina is exactly what Michael just told you. Now, having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina? 76% reporting. You're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which
North
counties.
Carolina's
You're still
got
in a world of
85%
trouble.
of the vote.
And so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah. By the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so
Yeah.
there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting
Yeah, they
revved
got
up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong.
There weren't a ton of people who thought that. I mean,
almost every Democrat I talked to thought that.
well, I
didn't Where's see a the lot. rant?
I said the blue wall is going to go to Harris.
Where's the
and
rant?
I
We
may be
can't
wrong
keep
about
playing
that,
his
but
stuff.
honestly,
Is
I
he
don't
on his
think that there were a lot
TYT,
of
right?
there were people who said if it's a landslide, they would.
Wait, hold on. This is TYT's channel, right? Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
We can't play their stuff like that. They'll copyright strike us.
All right.
Right. That's why I was like, play his rant so we can move on from him. Find his rant. Let him play his rant. Play his
All
rant.
right.
But yeah.
right now, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. It looks like this is done, said the Secretary of State.
Yeah, he
Peter?
got Georgia.
Dan
That was
is calling in
expected.
from Bel Air, Maryland. He is a Trump supporter. Dan, please.
Screw you, Dan. All right, so hold on. Let me mute Dan. Shut up,
Still
Dan.
close.
Right.
Still
So
contesting certain places. Snail
this
biting,
what-
isn't it?
This is what's killing me right here.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan is still tight with 30% in. Arizona, oh my God, less than 3,000 with 51%. They giving them Georgia, 88% is in. Yeah, she ain't gonna make that up. Minnesota with 12% in, but he got it. It looked like he's landsliding that. North Carolina is looking to go to him. Yeah, North Carolina is looking. It should go to him. This is looking good. Pennsylvania is definitely looking good. You see that?
Yeah, in PA, he's winning by 170,000 votes.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah. So far, they got 71% of the vote in. Wisconsin, they're finally jumping up with 61% of the vote in. Oh, yeah. You see them numbers jump?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. So Wisconsin, PA, of course, North Carolina, those are some big electoral votes. Let's see, 10, 19, 16. He is blowing her out, Minnesota. That's 10. Of course, Georgia, they just called that. So that's 16. Arizona is at 11. Come on. 51%. Come on, let's go. Michigan.
Still counting these ballots, man. Give them a minute. Give them time.
I know. Michigan, come on. Michigan, come on. It's only 60,000. Let's go. Damn.
Okay, hypothetically speaking,
yes.
If he were to, if Harris were to win, how big of a uproar would it be on Trump's end? Well, he could be starts claiming that the elections is rigged.
You know what? You do have serious voting irregularities in Pennsylvania.
Irregularities.
Right. And then you had situations in Oregon and Washington with them burning ballot boxes. I think in Michigan, they had voting irregularities where they had to, people had to recast their votes. All right. The beauty of it is, though, as you can see, they've already counted California and Oregon. They already, pretty much gave her those, which is fine. So she's sitting at 153. She's got Colorado and Illinois. And of course, this crappy northeastern corner,
Hey.
That's why I said northeastern corner. I didn't name no states. Besides, I'm talking about up in New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. Yeah, you pretty much can give her Maine. She can have that. Massachusetts is falling to her, yeah. Good Lord.
Pull out the
By the
brass
way,
knuck.
I'm not liking this.
Yeah. Villainy, for some reason, I'm just looking at you with that mustache and the Kango hat and the glasses. To use a wrestling reference, you're starting to remind me of Teddy Long. Like a cross between Teddy Long and the Dr. Styles Slick.
Who?
You remember Slick? The manager Slick, the Dr. Styles?
John
Remember Slick?
Sobro?
John Sobro.
I have no idea what y'all talking about.
He never watched wrestling.
He never
Yeah,
watched. Oh, he never watched WWE. Okay.
I watched it in the 80s for a couple of months, and then I was done.
All right.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's getting some sizable leads here in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Arizona.
I think he's going to win PA because he's about to get a 200,000 lead. Whoa. He's about to hit 2.6 million in PA.
Yeah. Look at Chase Oliver in there with his 23.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on with the congressional races? Oh, by the way, first and foremost, I want to give a congratulations to Senator Sanders for retaining his seat in his state of Vermont. Although he is now an independent, not a Democrat, but we need more independent folks in Congress.
The Republicans gained 1 seat.
Yeah, I don't see that. I'm sorry.
In the Senate and in the House, the Republicans gained 2 seats.
Oh, here we go. Sorry. Yeah. Do they have a? Oh, they don't have a. Let's see here. Let's see. House. Yeah, there you go. Good Lord, what just happened? No. Okay. There you go. So there's our House results. Here's about state. What state were you looking for exactly?
None, just overall. Just wanted to ask overall.
Oh, okay. Well, here you go.
All right.
Yeah, these are the House results.
How much does either party need to get a clear majority in either half of Congress? Like in the House, how many seats do they need to have? Does any party need to have a clear majority in that section of Congress?
Well, at least what? 51?
Now they got Kamala at 153.
All right. What about Trump?
All right,
What's
so you need 218. I'm sorry, 218. Need 218 seats for the majority. I'm sorry. So they gained 2 seats. The Republicans gained 2 seats. The Senate.
The Senate.
Let's take a look. Wow. They got 48 out of 50. That's what I meant by 50, at least 51%, 52 to be sure.
Right.
Yeah, they gained 48.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go back
It's almost it's almost a quarter past 5 over here. Early in the morning.
Yeah, 153 to 211. Jesus Christ. At least these haven't changed for the worse. Oh, yeah, it looked like he got Minnesota easily. Yeah, 14%. He's still killing her in Minnesota.
Well, if he win PA, he get Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. I mean, Georgia, North Carolina, and PA, and Minnesota. Because like Connecticut is not called, New Hampshire is not called, Maine is not called, PA is not being called.
Shit,
Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, they haven't called them yet. So, oh God,
it's nerve-wracking, isn't it?
Very. You see this with Washington? If he flipped Washington,
DC, Washington State.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn. So you say, all right, because they already called Georgia for them. All right, 88% in, they not expecting anything.
But here they didn't call Georgia.
All right. So
what map you looking at? Because on CNN they got 145 to 211. Google got 175 to 214. MSNBC they don't even got the number. Let me take off PMSNBC.
PMSNBC.
Yeah, that's what I call it.
PMSNBC. Oh my God!
Wait a minute.
Okay, so he got almost a 200,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania.
They need to give. Yeah,
with 74% of the vote in.
Yo, here's my question. Doesn't the I mean, who the folks who are in charge of making sure the elections run smoothly and everything, as well as the electoral college, don't they have their own website? Shouldn't they be broadcasting where all this is from?
That would be.
Wouldn't they be the more accurate government? That's a government website. Shouldn't they be the most accurate in regarding who's leading in the votes per state and everything?
Well, media is a business, so they got to make their money off of commercials and all that. So,
and heat. Remember, they like to be diverse.
It's like the NFL.
Yeah,
it's like sports. They gotta, fighting for
or pro wrestling for that matter.
Bloods versus Crips. So now look, Washington went blue. See,
Washington went blue.
Damn.
It's all that Microsoft money.
Oh my goodness! Come on.
Now Oregon, that's mostly what? That's a blue state or red state? Oregon.
That's nothing but woodlands.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
the Great White North.
Look at that.
Arizona went back red.
For now.
Yeah, they're at what? Yeah, he got over a 2,000, close to a 2,000 vote lead. 51% in. Come on, Michigan. He's got to do the. Let's go. Look what's going on here. What are y'all doing up here in Michigan? What are y'all doing? Okay.
Kamala Harris is winning by 50,000 votes.
Yeah. Still got some counties to count. But that's a lot of red. That's
remember
a lot
how
of
many
red.
counties are in. Remember, in each state, consider how many counties there are. So that's going to be a logistical undertaking.
And they still haven't called New Jersey, but Kamala's winning by over 170,000
in Jersey.
So, yeah.
Dirty Jersey.
Connecticut wasn't called, but Kamala's winning by 33,000. New Hampshire, it's 227 to 204.
She got Delaware, doesn't she?
And Maine is 80 to 73. Delaware?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a dementia stronghold, by the way.
This is what she 100% got. California, Colorado, DC, Delaware, Illinois, Massachusetts, Maryland, New York, Oregon, Rhode Island, and Vermont. And she's looking to take Connecticut, New Jersey, and Washington. But that Washington one looks kind of close to 29%.
New Jersey wasn't called. Connecticut wasn't called. New Hampshire, Maine, Virginia, North Carolina. They haven't called North Carolina or Georgia. And the battlegrounds with Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada. This is interesting. Oh, boy.
Hey, look on the bright side. At least this won't have to go to the Supreme Court. Or it might. Or maybe I spoke too soon.
I need for him to win these competitive states.
Big Mo, what's the price of Bitcoin right now?
A lot of panic buying right now.
No telling. Take a look.
Man.
There it is right there. 7.28%. Oh wow.
How much? 74,000 US?
Yeah.
One Bitcoin? Oh.
I'm like, wait, what time is it? Today is the 5th, right?
Yeah.
It's still the 5th on your end, yeah.
So why they got it in the Wednesday, November 6th?
Because they're on GMT time.
Okay. Oh, so shoot, you looking at making a killing. Good Lord, I should have dumped more money. Fuck. So it looked like it started skyrocketing around midnight. Still going up. Y'all got $20. Throw it on $5, whatever, but throw it on Bitcoin. You got Venmo, it'll take it.
You got lunch money?
Yeah.
I remember, just invest your lunch money. That's all I do.
Yeah, put it on Bitcoin right now. Shoot. What do they call that? The penny stock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's see. Wisconsin. Oh my God. 5,000. Well, 50,000. Less than 50,000. PA. Up by less than 200,000. North Carolina. Little over 100K. Minnesota. Still only with 17% in. But, I mean, he is killing her in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
little over
how's your week
100,000.
been anyway? How's everybody's week been so far? How's everybody's week been so far? Other than this election.
I've been good, working like crazy.
Folks panic buying right now?
No, it's holidays, Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Black Friday coming up when? When's Black Friday?
The day after Thanksgiving.
A couple weeks.
In a couple weeks, all right. Yeah.
29th.
The
It's always the
29th?
29th.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you guys got Black Friday. We got Black Week.
Is that when you go out and buy blacks?
No.
Come here, black man. How much for you?
No. We forgot what type of orifice you are, babe. But then again, I just gave you that opening. I gave you the opening, but no.
Yeah.
Seriously speaking, they started Black Friday sales up here in Scandinavia a few years ago, and then they realized, you know what? Instead of just one day, they made it an entire week. So the week of Black Friday is called Black Week. They have black sales, mostly with electronics outlets. And from Monday until that Sunday, it's Black Week. And then the Monday afterwards, they have like last minute sales called Cyber Monday.
Stuff we can't get rid of sale.
Something like that.
Give you a chance to, make some money. Like, damn, I can't get that till Friday. You know what I'm saying? Like, when
but thankfully,
Sunday, I'm good.
but thankfully for us, nobody's waiting outside the stores at opening hours on a Friday for that shit. Everybody does their thing online and everything. Yeah, we got
Right,
a
we
whole
got a
week,
whole
and plus everybody's doing it online. Most people do their shopping online. Hell, some
Google got Trump at 2:30.
At 2:30. Ooh, it's coming in close. He's coming in. He's getting it. He's getting it.
They gave North Carolina to Trump.
All right.
They called Jersey for Kamala, but they still got PA in red, and Georgia they haven't called.
Which is weird. I mean, Georgia's at 90% of the vote. I mean, it's
Thumbs
still
up.
kind of a tight race, right?
90% of the vote still closely. Go ahead, sorry.
Right. No, I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure they counted all of the, metropolitan areas, like Atlanta.
Oh, Kamala at
all that.
187.
Oh, she's closing in.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Hold on, let me reset this routers.
This router? Reuters?
Yeah, routers,
Voices?
Still the same.
Does anybody follow?
Yeah.
Does anybody check out AP?
No, they 165 to 211. They gave Washington and Oregon to Kamala. They still haven't called Georgia or North Carolina, but Google has North Carolina.
Yeah,
Well,
I see it. Okay. Yeah, 165.
Georgia and PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota is still up for grabs, and Arizona.
So I say he got to win these states. He got to take PA. He got to take PA. He got to take Wisconsin. He got to take Minnesota. I mean, I don't know why they haven't. Well, he only up by what, a little over 100,000 votes in Georgia. That's all I'm saying. They still counting the rural areas. They've
All those
already
rural
counted the
counties and
cities.
such.
Right. They've already counted the cities. Arizona, that's a tight one.
That's going to take some time.
Yeah, that's about 3,000 point lead.
And
for 3,000
Google gave
lead.
Nebraska to Trump. So
yeah, that's 5 votes. Come on.
How do they distribute? When they established the electoral college, how did they decide who would get what number
by the
of
population
votes?
of the state.
By the population of the state at that time? So it's fixed? Okay.
No, it changes. It changes.
It changed?
Because if you look at the electoral votes from 20 years ago, California was constantly going up because you had a mass migration of people moving into California.
And there are far more counties in California. Wait, which state has the most counties, first of all? Not to mention, you got to worry about things like, they keep redrawing the lines for districts. Because everybody has to worry, because, everybody complain, because the last few years, everybody's been complaining about things like gerrymandering and whatnot. I mean, these are valid questions I'm asking. Texas has the most counties?
254.
254. What's the second most? California, is it?
Georgia with 120.
Georgia.
And then Kentucky with 115, Missouri with 105, Kansas with 102, Illinois with 100, North Carolina with 99. Blase.
And with that being said, you have to understand the logistics involved in that, and such, in the logistics involved in, making sure all the votes are counted, everything is administered right, and communications and whatnot,
He needs to. I'm sorry. I know I'm showing the competitive, but he needs to win these competitives. These are your
How much of the-
battleground states.
Well, what percentage of the votes have already been counted in so far in each of these states?
51% of Arizona, where he got a lead. 91% in Georgia, where he got a lead. I mean, you can pretty much call it for that. Minnesota is still at 17%, where he's got almost a 30% lead. North Carolina, 87%, where he got a lead. Pennsylvania, 77%, where he's got a lead. And Wisconsin at 68%. It just changed, and he got a lead. He got to win these states. He wins these states, he wins the election. Virginia is the only one where that's really going to give him a problem because of the 13 electoral votes. They're at 81%, and he's down by close to 100,000 votes. This is fucking ridiculous. Oh. New Jersey is kind of tight, but she's still gonna take it. You see that? She up by almost 200,000. They got 85% of that called in.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. She just took the lead, Minnesota, by close to over 200,000.
Well. Really stressful, isn't it? It's nerve-wracking.
Yeah, because I mean,
it's a waiting game.
It's so much at stake for the next 4 years. It's just, I don't think people really understand exactly what the hell is.
And understand that this is at the legislative part of the government. Because remember, the executive, because the legislative end is going to also be a big factor. Because remember, you have a president, right? But how well can they get things passed depending on what the makeup of Congress is on both sides, in both halves of Congress? Because you've had presidents you've had one party have their candidate in the Oval Office, but the other had control of both ends of Congress, both halves of Congress. Correct?
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I asked the question. Am I correct on that? On what I said?
I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. What was the question?
Okay. What I said was, we're talking about what's going on with the executive. You know, who will be the next president? Who will be head of the executive branch of the government? But at the same time, you have to also factor in what is going on in the legislative branch. Because you've had many times, you've had situations where you've had a president of one party, or the president was from one party, but the other party had control of both halves of Congress. And you've had the difficulties trying to get laws passed and whatnot, and bills getting passed, and trying to get people to get on board with whatever program you have, without some type of horse trading involved. Correct?
It depends on the bipartisanship, because let me see. I believe I'm looking up because I believe Bill Clinton had a Republican House of Representatives.
And this is 96, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, let's see here.
Who remembers the shutdown of who remembers the shutdown of early 96? Was it early 97?
Hold on. He had both chambers. He had both chambers had the Republicans had both the House and the Senate. All right. And a lot of things, Bill Clinton got a lot of stuff done, even though they did impeach him for selling them secrets. You know, he still got stuff done though. He still got stuff done. You got to give him credit. You know, they worked with him.
Billy C was slick with it.
They worked with him, probably because they were scared he might kill him.
or he was gonna, you know, hold them.
Yeah, or see their wives at a dinner party.
That's what I just said. That's what I meant by holding.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. Like cluck, minus the L. You might cluck them.
No, he was gonna cluck them, but they were 92, 230.
192.
192, 230. Okay. Ooh, this is a close race. Will he hit that magic number?
This is crazy.
Hypothetically speaking,
they gave New Mexico to Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Albuquerque. Wait, what about Arkansas?
Arkansas
went to Trump.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah, man, Billy C probably could probably look at this like.
Oh, Trump
no,
needs
sorry.
Georgia and PA. He needs Georgia and Pennsylvania.
And I gotta drive. What?
Well, Georgia's got 79% of the vote in. He's up by close to 200,000.
Bae, you were so anxious about all this. It's like It's like a kid sitting in front of an oven while the pizza's being baked.
Dude,
like,
you cannot
come
have that idiot chick. This diversity politics shit has gone way too far. You cannot have a moron in the White House, huh?
She's an empty suit. That's
right. You've got Iran and Israel trading blows left and right, and with
Russia and Ukraine.
No, the other people that Israel are fighting with. Help me out, Lewis.
Hezbollah as well as Hamas.
Yeah, Hezbollah. Right. You got them fighting with
Lebanon,
Hezbollah and Iran. They sent B-52 bombers over to Iran to quote unquote threaten them. And they're under the protection of Russia. What are you doing? You need somebody to come into office that's going to calm all that down. She's not going to calm that down. How do you sit here as
She's a puppet?
You know what this shows me? That a lot of people lack common sense. They lack common sense.
Bae, common sense isn't common. Exactly.
It's so rare that it's a goddamn superpower. Yes. 80% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Sorry, go ahead. 80% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Go ahead. You were saying?
I said common sense isn't common. You think a lot of people do a lot of thinking? Thinking is hard for a lot of folks sometimes. And some people are just on autopilot, given, the stresses they got of their day to day. Doesn't excuse them, but it is what it is.
Right. They come home. They might watch CNN. For some reason, they think CNN is a legitimate news network. Right. Or Fox. These are propaganda shows. It's propaganda. It's propaganda. And they take
These
that
news
shit
networks,
at face value.
Because one thing they've took, I know I should use this more. I shouldn't mention his name, but D.L. Hewley, he said, and he said this in one of his specials. He said, "We took a lot of things out of school, like one of them learning. We took learning out of school,
Yeah, I'll agree with him there.
So critical thinking skills have been somewhat blunted, if not erased completely.
Well,
That's
maybe
why
a tampon will help you read. You probably wondering where that why I keep saying that.
Have you been to Minnesota?
Tim Walz' wife said that. She said if tampons in the boys' bathroom would help them read, then let's put them in there. And I'm like,
give the boy a comic book. Give the boy, you know.
That's what showed them reading skills.
Give them a copy of Sports Illustrated for kids. The kids version, not the adults version. Sports Illustrated.
Of course.
Wait, do they still have Sports? Do they still have Sports Illustrated for kids?
Yeah, they still get it because my father gets it. I don't know how the hell he wound up getting. I guess they send it out and then bill you. But yeah, he gets Sports Illustrated, and I throw him out every time they come in because he doesn't read them.
But I'm talking about. Remember the kids version, one for kids. That one. Give that to the kids. Have them read that. Because the adult one they shouldn't be reading. That's not for it should be age appropriate. You know, but give them that. Have them read Newsweek or Times. When I was a kid, I would read Newsweek and Time magazine. And I remember, you know, back when I was back in my native country, I used to head, you know, a couple blocks from where I used to work. There was the American Library. I used to go there and just read whatever copies of Sports Illustrated that were donated to us from the U.S. Embassy and such. Those, as well as National Geographic.
Hey, hold on, Neymar. Hey, Bitter.
Okay.
I got to step out for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Right.
Go ahead.
I handle yours. Yeah. Are you all right, babe?
Yeah, I'm just. Oh my goodness. No, you were because when I was, it's funny, like when I was a kid, when like they would give us money to go to the store, I would buy like Mad magazine, Crack magazine, stuff like that. While my cousins bought candy.
You know, my dad used to send me to the store. I remember back when I was growing up, where I grew up, my dad would send me to like the corner store, and he told me, "Go get me a newspaper." And there were 2 newspapers. They were both in English. I used to get them for him, and when he was done reading with them, I asked him that if I could read them. And the first things I'd read was the sports section, as well as the funnies. And in the funnies, there was also crossword puzzles. And there was a section, and in the bottom right, there was a section where they were like showing hypothetical scenarios for chess. I never understood it then because I didn't understand. I didn't play chess like that. Still a kid, you know. But it gets you to think and understand actions and consequences. So put that and you give that to kids to read. I mean, how many people like talk about like, you know, give your kids, if your kid is into sports, have them do a book report about sports, like have them do a report on the game, the stats and everything, what his opinions were. That'll make the kid want to learn. I mean, what do you learn when you talk about sports? You learn about sports injury. That's going to open him to want to learn about health and learn about anatomy and human biology, because he's going to be like, what's an ACL tear? What's a tendonitis? He looks it up and he's like, oh. I mean, most people, how many kids know what an ACL is? All they know is it's a thing in your knee. What is that?
Tier 1. You'll figure it out real quick.
Oh, I messed up my PCL a couple times. I had to wear a brace. Thankfully, I didn't need surgery, but it just said, like, you know, I think it was my MPL and PCL. I think I messed that up. Huh?
What'd you do? Strain it?
I strained it or something like that. They gave me like a brace to wear. And the problem was when I had to wear that brace, I couldn't wear pants. So I had to wear like shorts for the most part. Yeah. Then again, my knees were already wrecked up, and you know, because it was like cold and everything, I couldn't deal with cold weather. I used to had like those like the wraps on. So I walked around with that brace on. I was like, felt like Stone Cold Steve Austin in a sense. But you know, speaking of which, you know, you ever notice like in college sports these last couple decades, and I mean at college level, you see like offensive and defensive linemen, they like have 1 or 2 leg braces on. See players who've had like knee surgeries and whatnot and have to wear braces. And some people have
Sometimes
to wear braces on
to protect their knees, like offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll wear it to protect their knees. You know, I mean, you know, if your knees are kind of weak, so it's best to wear the brace so you don't screw them up. It's just like you have football players, they wear that extra padding on their helmets so they don't get concussions. You'll
Guardian
find
cap.
linebackers, running backs, and some offensive, defensive linemen, they'll wear them to avoid concussions. Matter of fact, they were saying, I think one of the guys, one of his kids wears that protective padding in practice. And because ever since he started wearing it, he stopped getting headaches after practice. So it helps. Yeah, the Guardian cap. Yeah, they stopped getting headaches after practice. So, I mean, it may look goofy, but in all honesty, they should make it mandatory in the NFL so that way they can stop finding people like 2 to 4 game checks. I mean, they be finding dudes $40,000 just because they bump face masks. You ain't even involved in the play. Like if you're a fullback and you block somebody head up and y'all bump face masks, they fine both of you like $40K. That's not even a game. That's more than a game check for most of these guys.
Do you remember back in the day they used to have that? Do you remember back in the day they had that big white horse collar that was like a horse collar over the jersey that like linebackers and linemen wore back in the day?
Yeah, the neck brace, neck protectors.
The neck brace, that neck protector.
Yeah.
You don't see those anymore, do you?
No.
No.
All right, so it looked like he's going to sweep Nevada. He's got a 73% of the vote there. You see that? Got 17K, hurt 6. I know it's only 2%, but Nevada, I kind of figured Nevada would go red. Let's see if that happens. All right, so Arizona with 52% in, he's up about 7K.
Right.
Georgia, yeah, they just went in 92% of the vote. He's up by 130K. Michigan, 40% in. Yeah, he up by 100K. Oh, wow, they just flipped. Yeah, but he's still up by almost 100K. Well, he didn't flip, but the votes came in. All right. See, Pennsylvania. Wow, he's up by over 200K with 82% of the votes in. In Wisconsin, he's up by about 70K votes with 71% in. Of course, they called North Carolina for him. So what are we looking at here? Yeah, 230 to 165. God damn, come on. I'm sorry. That's why I've been so, you see me, I'm watching Pennsylvania. I mean, I expect him to get Georgia.
You're sweating bullets, man.
Right.
That's
I expect him to get Georgia, but Pennsylvania is a big one because that's a swing state.
Oh, they swinging, all right. They swinging. You're gonna see, Kool and the Gang start singing Philadelphia swinging, Philadelphia swinging.
All right, so Pennsylvania, Georgia. Pennsylvania, Georgia.
Just breathe. We don't need you sweating out your suit like that, man. You're gonna go from dapper to drenched.
Shit. He needs Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Wisconsin.
Mind the host, folks. You know, mind the host, folks. He doesn't really cuss this often. We're not supposed to be cussing, but I know he's frustrated right now.
Did I curse?
He's bugging out. You keep.
Did I curse?
4-letter words. Four-letter words.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I mean, I
Sorry.
mean, if it's permissible to use the 12-letter word, I mean, it'd be, but not. This is not the time nor the place.
Mother, father, sister, brother.
Well, actually, nowadays, in the past few years, I've had to say mother, father, and father, mother. You know, we got to be inclusive. You know, you got to be accurate with your insults sometimes.
I have to use that in public sometimes, like mother, father, sister, brother, because there's kids around.
Well, in my case, I find alternatives. You know, like sometimes I'll use I'll use certain group names. Like sometimes I'll just say Nickelback just to take off the white folks.
Right.
That's the band everybody loves to hate, apparently. Or, in my case, because I'm a soccer. I play soccer, and I do watch the soccer leagues, and sometimes we'll use the name of soccer teams we hate.
This is going to be a big year for Texas, and it's a Republican state.
Yeah, I'm looking at these. See, Google got 205 to 230. Big Bo, what's up? Trump is up in all three. What's up, AUHD? Good to see you. And Republicans are up in the Senate. Let's take a look. Let's go back. All right, so let's check the Senate.
You are not a Christian nation.
Oh yeah, they're gonna take the Senate. Look at that. They're gonna take the Senate. They're gonna take the Senate. How close
Isn't
are
Ted
they?
Cruz's seat up Isn't Ted Cruz's seat up?
Yeah, I think he won. What
won?
state is he in?
Texas.
Texas? Yeah, he won. Yeah, he's
Rafael
leading 82%
Edward
of the
Cruz.
vote. Yeah, he beat Colin already. He's smoking him. So
Or Theodore, as W would disrespectfully but affectionately call him, Theodore.
look at Dan
W does
Osborne
not-
running as an independent. He got it tight in Nebraska. You see that?
Okay.
Yeah, but if they just win 2 seats, they got it. They win 2 seats, they got it.
They good.
Look like Bernie Sanders, he ran as an independent. Of course, he is gonna win Vermont.
Right, I mentioned that earlier. In fact, I was doing my
Yeah.
worst impression of him. I'm very grateful to once again be senator of the great state of Vermont. Bernie.
Why does Bernie Sanders look like he got a DeLorean in his garage?
Oh, come on! Why do you have to compare him to Christopher Lloyd? Come on, man, leave Christopher Lloyd alone. You ain't right for that. You wrong for that. You wrong
I
for
mean,
that.
don't he?
Not
All right,
really.
All right, so
I mean,
hold on.
Christopher
So-
Lloyd is.
Hold on.
Okay,
Wait, hold
okay,
on.
go ahead.
In the House,
Listen. Mhm.
Republicans got 173 and 150. They need
Mhm.
218 for the majority.
Outright majority.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Okay, you were saying?
First of all, outright or a clear majority, and I said like that's kind of wrong when you compare him to like Christopher Lloyd, because Christopher Lloyd, his body of work is other than as Dr. Emmett Brown and Back to the Future. He's played some other characters, very distinct characters.
They were saying if they rebooted it, they were saying Robert Downey Jr. is Doc and Tom Holland is Marty.
No, I would rather they had Jim Carrey as Dr. Emmett Brown. Why did I get?
Yeah,
Why did I get it mixed up with it?
He'd be a scientist playing running back for the Cowboys.
And who won dance? And who won Dancing with?
Great Caesar.
Yeah. And also won Dancing with the Stars. Let's not forget that.
Who won Dancing
He
with
could
the
dance.
Stars?
He won Dancing with the Stars, remember? Emmett Smith. Emmett Smith. He won Dancing with the Stars, remember?
Oh, I remember he was on it. I don't.
Jerry Rice was on it as well, but
I love Jerry Rice, but I'm not watching that. Let's tell me the results. I'm fine.
No, he participated. He got voted out eventually, but Emmett Smith, he won it. He took
I don't
part.
know why I'm even checking Georgia. He got Georgia.
Only reason I should check out Georgia is because I gotta find out where what's her face lives, because I promised BGS I gotta take that drive with him to Georgia. I was going to drive him to Georgia.
Midnight train to Georgia. Get aboard the midnight train. So Pennsylvania, it looked like he's going to win Pennsylvania. He's up by over 200,000 votes. With 83% of it in.
Okay, how many electoral votes are in PA right now?
19.
This election site. 19. Okay.
Like I said, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Wisconsin, it's over. It'd be great to have Michigan. It looks like he's going to have Nevada. And Arizona is still a tight race. She can pretty much keep this shit. I mean, look, 7 votes. New Jersey, that's 14 votes. That's a lot of votes, though. Maine is 4. New Hampshire is 4. New Mexico is 5, but Virginia is 13.
Yeah, I mean, every vote counts when you think about it. So every little state counts here. I mean, you can't trust it. I mean, and you ask the so-called experts, they'll give you the hypothetical scenarios, but will come election day, all bets are off.
Yeah, Wisconsin, they just jumped up to 74%. He's up by close to 100,000.
Oh. It's the revenge of the tiny hands.
I don't even know why I'm worried about Arizona. Why am I worried about Arizona?
The border states.
Yeah.
Has a large
you would
Hispanic
think for
community.
sure that they would want deportation, but I don't know what the hell is going on with these people. Remember we were calling Arizona racist and trying to take away the Super Bowl because they were trying to get rid of the illegal immigrants that they were having because they were cartel members?
Actually, I think also the reason why they wouldn't have a Super Bowl there had to do with the fact that they were the last state to
the MLK birthday thing.
Yeah, MLK birthday as a federal holiday.
Right, but when I was coming up back then, they were saying how Arizona was a racist state because of how they were handling the illegals. So it's like, well, what changed?
Do you remember SB 10 in Arizona? You know what I'm talking about?
No, explain it to me.
In 2010, then governor had signed into law a bill that said police can detain any person if they suspect that person's not legal, and that person has to prove that they're citizens of the country. And it was mostly targeted at Hispanics. Blacks and whites weren't bothered by that. And you do have a very large Hispanic population in the state. But people forget that a lot, western United States was Mexico at one time.
Right. So for them, it was their version of stop and frisk.
In a sense. And stop and frisk, that had its controversies up in New York because it was mostly who they're being targeted by stop and frisk. And in what neighborhoods were they doing stop and frisk? Then again, that law was like, that SB 10 law, it got a lot of people bugging and everything. People were like, this is.
You say they call in Nebraska.
The Cornhuskers, where are they voting? Which way they?
Oh
voting?
yeah, of course. I mean, that's solid. Like you look over here to the right, the solid Republican. These are expectants. These are expectants, just like solid Democrat. These are expectants.
These are givens. All right.
Yeah. These lean Republicans, I don't even know why Florida and Texas are over here. They might as well be solid Republican. But I guess it depends.
Then again, let's not forget what happened 24 years ago in Florida. And who was the governor of that state?
An alligator ate something? Sorry, man.
No, you doing what you got to do. That's
yeah, I'm focused. Sorry, my bad.
You're focused, and you're just a little snappy right now.
Yes, I don't mean to be a whole prick, but
nah, you're just being a total rectum.
Yeah.
You just start ish. You don't pick people off. You start ish. Man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the fallout and when everything hits the fan. There's going to be a lot of hippo fecal matter flying.
This is killing me. I'm sorry. I get it.
I mean,
right. I'm still looking at. As you can see, I'm stuck on Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's a waiting game. You got to wait till they get all the votes, all the ballots counted and everything. Because remember, there's still certain counties that are yet to complete the count.
If he clean sweeps all these. If he clean sweeps these competitive states, I mean, you can afford. Yeah, you can afford to lose Minnesota, but if you clean sweep, if you get Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, PA, Wisconsin, North Carolina, ain't nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing. It's 100% over. It's 100% over. Damn it. Come on, y'all. Count these damn votes and get this stuff in. Hey, Lord. This is like watching your favorite team in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl, down by 4, trying to get a 2-minute drive in. It's like they keep converting third downs, like 3rd and 4, 3rd and 6, even a 3rd and 16. Oh, we got a penalty. Oh, first down. Oh, we got a holding
pass
penalty.
Interference, holding, unnecessary roughness. or to quote Ron Cherry, personal foul, offense, number 69. He was giving him the business. Replay 3rd down.
Like, what the hell was that? I remember that penalty. Like, what the hell does that mean?
He was giving him the business.
Is that a nice way of saying he was talking smack?
I gave a couple people that clip, and I said, you guys got to use that for your show. You know, a couple of sports shows. Hey, he was giving him the business. What kind of foul is that? What do you mean giving him the business? Or was that? Or was that just because his number was 69?
Oh Lord.
Oh,
there's a jump.
Oh, there's a jump. There's a jump.
There's a jump. All right, so he had 3 million. He had
Which
3
state?
million. Pennsylvania. 85% of the vote is in. So he had 3 million. So he's got her by
85. That's not. It's not over. Wait till they
230,000
get-
votes.
A lot can happen between now and then. Between that here and then. Between now and
Man.
then, till the final. You know, all the votes are counted.
Don't get beat up.
I'm not beat up. To tell you the truth, I don't really care. I'm so
because you don't
anesthetized.
live here.
And I'm so anesthetized by it.
It's like, you know what? For you, this is like watching 90 Day Fiance.
I don't even watch that show.
Like, you have no vested interest in none of this, but it's entertaining.
To a point. Well,
Yeah,
actually, I do have vested interest. You know, I got relatives stateside and everything, so yeah, I'm worried about that. Like, and a lot of them are, you know, are naturalized citizens. Some are even born citizens. So, oh wait, do you know the difference between? You ever heard the terms jus solis and jus sanguinis?
What? The heck
Latin,
are
they're
you
Latin.
talking
No, because regarding citizenship, there's these two Latin terms. Jus solis and jus sanguinis. One means right of birth and right of inheritance or right of bloodline. Jus solis means you are granted citizenship when you're born in that particular country. And throughout the entire Western Hemisphere, throughout the Americas, and in certain countries in Europe, they do recognize citizenship by birth, as well as certain countries in Australasia. However, throughout much of Asia, most of Central and Eastern Europe, the Middle East, it's jus sanguinis. You have to be ethnically or through a parent who is ethnically of that particular region to be a citizen of that country.
Fuck, he's
In
not
the
gonna
U.S.,
win.
but those countries that have jus solis, they also recognize jus sanguinis, which means either through a parent or in some cases a grandparent, you can inherit citizenship of that particular nation. So, like I said, I do have family in the U.S. Some who are naturalized citizens. Others who were born there and are automatic citizens, and and many of them are voting. Some are even voting for the first time. So it's the American dream, baby.
He got to win these. He got to win all these. Oh, sorry. He has to win all these states except for Minnesota. I'm sorry, I'm listening, but he got to win all these states.
Yeah, it's nerve wracking for you. I get it. You don't want. I get it. I understand.
The good news is that he's leading in all of these states. You see, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's leading in all of these states. The reason why I'm watching Pennsylvania so closely, because like you said, it could flip. It's at 85%. I will not feel comfortable until it's like at 90.
Even then, anything can happen.
Right. But I won't feel comfortable until it hits 90. I'm not worried about Georgia. He got Georgia. They've already counted all the city girl votes. You know, these little strippers and whatnot. they've already voted. I'm not even worried about that.
I mean, you already have. I mean, most of them voted, and that's in Texas, and the majority of them are in Texas. But yeah, all them voters, all them hoes at Magic City, everybody in College Park, they voted. Everybody in Spelman, everyone at
If they voted,
Morehouse.
If they voted,
you'd
be surprised at how low voter turnout is for Black people. Because most times we just sit back. Trust me, I know, because I've done it myself. We just sit back and be like, well, it is what it is. And you've had people say that. I've heard a lot of people say this, that they're voting the couch. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the voter turnout is very fucking low.
Speaking of which, everybody's still hung up about, the federal election.
Yeah, I go
that begs the
personally.
question. It's all right. But like I said, this is a question that needs to be asked. Like, people still hung up about, the Senate and House representative votes, as well as the presidential elections at the federal level. But you wonder how many of these people also participate in their local elections as well as the state elections. Because those are the people you have to deal with directly. Your city mayor and the councilmen and women at City Hall, as well as the governor. No, sorry, also the circuit judge. I forgot the circuit judges as well. While at the state level, you have to worry about the governor, the state legislative, and the state Supreme Court. Those are the people that have direct effect on your life. I mean, how many people are very involved in their local politics like that,
Matter of fact, hold on.
Wait, the northern part of Pennsylvania. Let me look at the northern part of Georgia.
Hold on, let me check out Pennsylvania. This is what's bugging me.
Pennsylvania.
What are we looking at here? Oh. All right, so we're waiting on.
Welcome back, Lewis.
Yeah. What did I miss?
Just some jokes cracked, and we were cracking jokes and whatnot. And Bay here is just sweating bullets.
So we're still waiting
230
on
to 182.
Yeah, we're still waiting on Cameron County. Damn, Bucks County. That's weird that that's close, but I guess so.
Louis, I just asked this question earlier to Babe, and I'm also address this question to you as well. Given how much people are so hung up on, how passionate they are when it comes to the presidential as well as the federal congressional elections at the federal level, like in your home state, are people this passionate, this focused or involved when it comes to their local elections as well as their state elections?
Well, the people that I know, that I personally know, they're involved. They are heavily involved from the school board on up, and some people even ran for council and for state senator. So, but I know a lot of people, they just vote just to vote, but they're not interactive in small government. They just vote.
Local.
So them voting is being active in it.
I mean, when you think about it, why aren't people more focused on their local elections? I mean, not that. I mean, federal elections are important, yes, but people, I think, should be more focused on their at local level as well as state level politics, because that's
all right.
and the reason
It's
I'm
like
saying
this.
All
Hey,
right, go ahead.
Namer, it's like this.
Go ahead.
All right. If and I'm just using semantics here for the sake of
No, no problem.
the conversation. If I'm a black person, right, that
Mm-hmm.
lives in an inner city that is traditionally Democrat, and
Mm-hmm.
all I've been told is to vote blue no matter who.
Right.
It's always going to be a Democratic councilman, mayor, et cetera,
Correct.
The presidency, on the other hand, is another thing where it always change hands.
Mm.
But if I live in a localized jurisdiction that is traditionally, like, let's say I'm in the South, somewhere in the South, where it's
Mhm.
very conservative,
Mm-hmm.
and the state is very conservative. Every every now and then, that state may turn blue. But I live in a traditionally red state. I have nothing to worry about for the most part.
Right.
It's the presidency. Because if I live in a traditionally red state, most likely I'm going to get a Republican senator and congressman that comes out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how,
Okay.
that's how a lot of people see it. And unfortunately, if you live in an inner city, you're working poor, and you're just making ends meet, you really don't have the time to be very involved in localized elections. I just cast my vote, and that's that. But
yeah. Not to mention, most people are too stressed out from their day-to-days to even, have time to
yeah,
think
that's
about
what I'm
stuff
saying.
like that.
Now, if it's something that really, I feel that affects me, like a lot of people are voting for Kamala, and Bay spoke about it earlier on in the stream, where the big fear was like, oh, they're gonna get rid of Roe v. Wade, but they don't realize it came to the state level. So it behooves of you to be more interactive at the state level to make sure if you're pro-abortion, you have that there. But a lot of people are politically ignorant. They didn't really teach civics in school. They ended that decades ago. So it is what it is.
Damn. I mean, I get that. And not to mention, like, a lot of people don't do a lot of thinking. And this is where the education system comes in, because, like I said earlier, when you were not here, like D.L. Hughley once said it. When people talk about, they took
Kamala has
things to
Hawaii.
school. Huh?
Kamala has Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
182 to
Put that-
230.
Hold on a second. Hey, put away the grass skirts. No time for you to be doing the hula, man. Sit your ass down. Excuse me. Oh, look at this goofball.
And Donald Trump is still leading PA by 100,000 votes. 170.
Bay, remember? Yeah. Bay, remember what I said about the two concepts of citizenship? Jus solis and jus sanguinis?
Yes.
This man right here, you look at him. He's a U.S. citizen through jus sanguinis. He inherited his citizenship through his mother because he was born in Alberta, Canada. He had to renounce his Canadian citizenship in 2014 before he ran for public office. Up until then, he was a dual citizen.
What's his cash
Ted
app?
Cruz here.
Send him
cash app?
$2.
All right.
Yeah, you're right, Jibba Jabba.
What did he say?
That's right.
All
School
Trump
board is
has to
important.
do is call his buddies and kill the bill.
Kamalism.
What bill? What bill is he
Well,
talking
guess
about?
what? That look, and this is a perfect example where,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a lesson of power.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of using your womb as a chop shop, how everybody else, they use their womb to replicate more bodies and have more voters.
How do you incentivize
Strength
people
in
to have more
numbers.
children? How do you incentivize women to have more children? Is the question.
Well, ask the Hispanic, ask the Arabs, the Muslims. How do you think they took over counties in Michigan and in Minnesota?
And what was the incentives they had? Jus solis. What do you know that term? Do you know what I mean by jus solis? Louis?
No, please educate me.
Okay, when it comes to citizenry, these are two Latin terms I learned: jus solis, jus sanguinis. Jus solis means right of birth, which means if you were born in that country, you're recognized as a citizen of that country. Jus sanguinis means you inherit your citizenship. Now, throughout the Americas and the Caribbean, in fact, the entire Western Hemisphere, certain countries in Western Europe, as well as Australasia, they do recognize, citizenship through birth if you're born in that country. However, all countries recognize some form of jus sanguinis, where you inherit your citizenship through your parents, because you are either your parent is a citizen of that country, or bloodline, you are ethnically of that citizenry, of that ethnicity, so you're an automatic citizen that way. Prime example would be many folks from Poland and other parts of Eastern Europe who, through the right of return, acquired German citizenship because they were able to prove that they were ethnically German. In the Arab world.
Whoa. Minnesota went blue?
Yeah.
Blame it on the tampons. Blame it on the tampons.
New Jersey is still too early to count. I mean, she's up by 200,000 votes, but only 87% of the votes are in.
Well, Jill Stein got 34,000. Go Jill Stein.
Mm-hmm. That's the Green Party, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jill Stein. By the way, that's Dr. Jill Stein.
The former party of Ralph Nader.
Oh.
Michigan is red. Ooh. Michigan is red? Wow.
Cool.
They're 52%.
Should we blame it on the Wolverines or blame it on the Spartans?
Well, you got a large. The thing with Michigan, you have a lot of Muslims that were discontent with Biden's policy on how Israel was conducting their war initially with Gaza, then spread it throughout, with Lebanon and messing with Iran, and this is the big problem too you run into when you're a party that you have a whole bunch of groups of people on, not trying to be funny. You're the progressive party, so you're going after the disenfranchised people here, the Muslims, the gays, the Latinos, the immigrants, and all that. But at the same time, and this is no disrespect, I'm just analyzing, you're also taking the stance of pro-Israel. Now, in the Middle East, you got the Muslims in Israel that have been beefing since the inception of the state of Israel. So when shit popped off, you're going to cause some split in the support in your party.
So, and by the way, in Michigan, the population is predominantly Lebanese, but you also do have a sizable Palestinian population there, especially in around Dearborn. It's mostly Lebanese.
Dearborn Tractors. That's the football team.
Sorry, I keep saying that word. Look at this.
Okay, that's gonna be $20. That's gonna be $20 in the swear jar.
Okay. What's
for
his
the whole
cash?
night?
He about to take Pennsylvania.
Is he or she?
He
He
about to take Pennsylvania, just like he getting ready to take Michigan. Unless
These are
Cameron
counties.
County, every
No,
single-
Somalis, jibba jabba. Somalis are heavy in Minnesota.
That's Minnesota. Somalis are heavy in Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the Somalis. They were on TV today, talking about how they were voting
They're heavy.
Trump.
No, that's Minnesota, dude. But then again, it's not just Somalis there. You got also Ethiopians there, especially ethnic Oromos. That's their stronghold. Ethiopians.
Isn't there a lot of Eritreans in
Eritreans, yes, but the thing is, it's like but their numbers in Minnesota are kind of small, and you have to understand when you talk about Ethiopians and Eritreans and whatnot, you're talking about people of different, from that are ethnically
Different
diverse ethnicities, actually. But yeah, so if you're talking about Ethiopians, it's mostly in Michigan. Minnesota. It's mostly Oromos, and that's the largest ethnicity in Ethiopia. But they're a Cushitic group. If you are talking about like in the DMV area, where you find a lot of Ethiopians or Eritreans, most of them are like the Semitic ethnicities, like Amharas, Tigrayans. In the case of Eritreans, that'd be Tigrinyas, Tigray, and I'm a Tigrinya, so.
Well, Jibba Jabba said, "But I'm friends with Somalis in Michigan. It's a sizable
Okay.
community."
Oh, is there? In around Detroit? Oh, maybe some of them just relocated from Minnesota. in
Maybe
recent
more
years.
immigrated over here to the U.S.
Ah,
Because
that's-
I always know Minnesota to have a lot of Somalis, especially with the controversy. I think it's Minnesota where a lot of Somalis are the cab drivers, and they had a controversy of them not taking blind people with the CNI dog.
Excuse me, sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah. Culturally, like dogs are seen a certain way. They're not very fond of dogs, like they're, and it has a lot to do with their religion, not their faith in Islam, their interpretation of the Islamic books, but also culturally, how Somalis view dogs.
So
I mean, you had Somalis working in like. Okay, go ahead.
Arizona looks like it's going to come down to Apache County. Yeah. Let's see.
Wait,
What else? Georgia's done.
Yeah.
Georgia's done. You can count Georgia.
Alright.
Michigan, you can count Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Nevada.
Well, how many electoral votes do Georgia got?
Georgia has 16. He has to win all of these. He has to win out. He has to win all of these out. So, of course, he already got North Carolina. That's over. Wisconsin, the way it's looking, he's going to win Wisconsin. He's going to win Pennsylvania. He's going to win Nevada. He's going to win Michigan. You might as well count. He's won Georgia. And like I said, it's going to come down for Arizona. It comes down to that one county that hasn't voted yet.
I got a question
He's got
to
to
ask
win that county.
regarding. Yeah, I got a question to ask regarding voting and whatnot. What about the Native American reservations? Are they part of these? Are they counted in the
They're a
state? Or
separate
are they
nation.
Separate
nation.
Right.
So
that's a separate nation.
Okay.
So now Minnesota.
So North Carolina, I'm thinking
Hold
like
on
the
a second.
Lumbee
Hold on a
population.
second. Hold on a second. Minnesota's it's coming down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 counties.
Good God.
Did I count this one here? Yeah, I did. It's coming out in 18 freaking counties. Then also you've got I checked that. Look at this shit. 50% of the votes, but he's leading though, but not by much. But it's coming. Damn, ooh, this is a tight. This race has suddenly got tight for no reason.
Well,
for all the wrong reasons.
Well, we knew New Mexico was going to be blue, and last year Arizona went blue, right? Last election. Didn't they vote for Biden?
I think so.
So
has who? Oh,
now Minnesota went back blue.
No, she hasn't. I don't think any of them are. I think a lot of them they're just sitting there anxiously, just having a few drinks. Well, in her case, she guzzling.
No, I'm looking at the.
Say she drinking the beer right now.
She guzzling. She guzzling on something stronger, man. Something stiffer.
God damn. Why do my TV shows keep getting kicked?
Your TV show
Kamala
getting kicked.
is
What do you mean?
winning Minnesota by 93,000 votes.
Oh.
In Minnesota, and in Pennsylvania, Trump has a 170,000 lead. Let me look at Google Maps, the Google election map.
You see that?
210, 230.
You hear me?
Huh?
Chaos. Yeah, Chaos.
What's up, Chaos? What's going on, brother?
Hello, Chaos.
New York races and California races. Let's start with some called races. This is the first district in New York. 98% of the votes in. Nick LaLota who's seeking his second term, is going to do so in the next Congress. John Avlon,
So you're going to have a Republican Senate.
Political analyst, ran for this seat and is unable to unseat LaLota.
And a Republican House.
Moving on to New York's 18th congressional district.
We saw what it looked like.
This
So it
seat
looked like
is
it might be a
represented by
Republican
Democrat
House.
Pat Ryan, and he gets another term in the House next year. Moving on to New York's 22nd district, Republican Brandon Williams.
You get a Republican
loses
House, a
tonight.
Republican
He's serving
Senate
his
with Trump
first
as
term, excuse me,
president,
and he
you're going to get a
loses
lot of
tonight
stuff
to
done.
his Democratic challenger.
It'll all be
there.
up to Congress.
These are the other New York races.
Wait,
that
do
are
they have the
competitive
clear
in
majority to do whatever they
the
want
New York
to
third
pass
race.
these bills?
The district is represented
51 to
by
42
a Democrat. There's
so
one
far.
special election.
No, I'm
This
talking
is
about the
to
House.
fill
Yeah, well,
Not the Senate.
Congressman
No, the
George
House, they got
Santos'
106 to be
seat when he was
called.
removed from office, and you can see where the vote is right now with 97% of the votes in.
What are we talking about, the House?
And moving on to New York's 4th
I'm talking about the
congressional
House,
district,
not the
it's
Senate.
represented by the 4th congressional district, represented by first-term Republican Anthony Diaz.
All right, so this is the House. Fudge.
That'll be another $10 in the swear jar.
I said fudge. I said fudge. I said fudge.
Man,
I'm okay.
chocolate chip.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say that didn't look right. All right. Okay. So yeah, it looks like
But not enough for a clear majority.
they got to win these. They got to win all of this. They got to win all of this and some of this. They got to win these. And we'll see. I mean, it's a lot of red, but that doesn't mean anything.
On one side is vote blue no matter who. On the other side is vote red until we dead. Or is it vote red and that's all that's been said?
And what time is it?
12:33.
Damn.
It's midnight over there. It's 6:30 in the morning over here.
I am starving.
Y'all don't need to go home, but you need to get the hell up out of here.
88%. Remember I said I needed 90 to feel comfortable
Yeah.
with Pennsylvania? Yeah.
Yeah.
88. Let me mute that. There we go. It's 88. Oh my God. I don't know why they still haven't called. Well, they'll probably call. I mean, a lot of people call Georgia, but they might as well. What are we looking at here? Yeah, about 200,000 votes. Well, a little under.
We're gonna call.
I think. Well, it's 51 to 48, so they got to count that other 1%. So
yeah.
Let me take a look. What are y'all doing out here? Take another look at y'all. Okay. Let's see the percentage. 56%, 50%.
Which one's the largest counties? Which one's the largest counties?
Yeah, that's Lancaster. You said 58%. York County, 52. Bucks County, he's got a little over 50%. He's got a 1% lead, to be honest.
Yeah.
But what's funny, Google already declared North Carolina for Trump.
Yeah, that was a given. Okay, Center County at 51%. You might as well hand that over to him. I mean, this is that middle America stuff that they be talking about. There's no way in hell you rebounded from that. Cumberland County, you got to get these votes in. You got to finish them off, but clearly you see where they're leaning. 66%, 65, 69, 69, 71, 73. Cameron County is yet to go, 70%. I mean, look, he killed it. 41,000 to 17, 70% of the vote. I mean, stop playing with me.
Here's my question.
$5.
Yeah. Here's my question. Hypothetically speaking. If he wins, at his inauguration, will we be seeing a lot of single cat lady protests out and about in DC?
Can they afford it? Well, they don't have kids, so maybe. What y'all mean 2% of the vote? There's nobody voting. There's nobody voting. What are you talking about? Saying Nevada was 2% of the vote.
Well, CNN gave Georgia to Trump at 246 right now.
Oh yeah, you see it right there, 97%. Yeah, they saying he flipped it. I mean, then again, Georgia's voted Republican since 1994, so I mean, they found the votes. They found the votes down here, but they buried that story quick.
Well.
Yeah, I mean, look at that.
And PA, Trump is still holding. He got 50.8%. So
246.
Michigan, Trump got 100, almost a 200 vote lead. Wisconsin.
How many does he need left to get the ones? 24? He needs 24, right?
Yeah.
24 to get 270. Okay.
So if he get Arizona and PA, it's a wrap. And Michigan is definitely.
88%. As far as I'm concerned, he got PA. He got PA.
Unless something shady happens.
Right.
What you need, like in Michigan, something might get shady.
Yeah, Michigan might get shady, but PA, he got PA. He got PA.
Yeah.
He's got Wisconsin.
Shouts out to everybody on the 8 Mile.
340 ounces.
they still haven't called Connecticut, New Hampshire, or Maine.
No, they tight. Look,
those small ass
Shouts
states.
out to the Dirty Dozen.
Look, even your state, New Jersey, y'all tight.
Dirty Jersey.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. How do we know Red Man and everybody just didn't run? Because a lot of them probably just wake and bake.
Probably was stopped.
In Wisconsin, Trump is leading by 98,000 votes.
That's a lot of cheeseheads and Brewsters.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that. Look at all that red.
Well, you know, Alaska, they get in Alaska, so. Let's see. Georgia.
How small is the population of Alaska?
16. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes, and Michigan has 15.
Ooh.
And Wisconsin has 10. Arizona has 11. So you need that 11 plus that 19 to make 30. So if you get PA and Arizona, it's over.
20.
That's 30.
How much?
You get Pennsylvania and Arizona, he wins.
How many does Pennsylvania have? 19?
Yep, and Arizona has 11 electoral votes.
Right.
Shit.
That'll be another $10 in the swear jar.
Yeah, I'll gladly pay that one. All right,
Make it 20 so you can say it again.
There's 733,406 people as of 2023 in Alaska.
Mm-hmm. How many of them registered
Alaska has
voters?
3 votes. I mean, electoral vote. Yeah.
So we can get him a cookie.
Make that a chocolate chip one, or a chocolate chip one.
Trust
because
me,
they have an
they'll
extra
eat
nice. Hey, don't forget the chocolate milk as well. Then to wash it down.
They'll be so happy that I've taken care of them. Black women in Atlanta have went on a sex strike against black men. Yeah, good luck with that. Sure, Jan.
Illinois.
Not you, but them. Sure, Jan. Sure, you went on a sex strike. Sure, you went on a sex strike.
Look, you better be careful, because you might get a rise in false charges put on you.
That's why we don't screw in Georgia.
Does that mean I have to bring old Gorilla Grip to Cali instead?
Yeah. For BGS?
Yes. So instead of driving to Georgia and playing Georgia on My Mind, we got to play California Love, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, I better Louis, you might as well look online for a good talk box. I need a vocator.
All right.
You know, I'm gonna go Dayton, Ohio, Roger Troutman if it comes down to that.
Fall.
Excuse you.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, just fall already. Michigan, come on. He gonna get Michigan from what I'm seeing, but
sorry. Bay is like a little kid sitting in front of an oven waiting for the brownies to finish baking. Come on already!
I mean, you
already licked the spoon and everything.
You're right there. You're right there.
Man, this is like what
What? What? Say it so I can say something stupid.
It's like watching it's like watching a horror movie and you're telling the person, don't do it, don't go in that room, don't go in that room, don't open the door, don't open the door, don't open the door. I told you not to open the door. Or like when somebody's just at the finish line, you're almost there. Come on, almost there. Photo finish.
I want him to take PA so bad. I want them to just go ahead. They were 89%. With 89%, you mean to tell me it took 97%? You got 94% in North Carolina to call it. In Georgia, you had 97%, but PA, you at 89%.
What in the Calexico boroughs plus the bullet hole?
I don't know what I'm saying. I want to eat.
You're discombobulated right now. You're discombobulated.
I want to eat.
Go. We got this.
Yeah. Lewis, bring up on your end.
What you want up?
Bring up the map on your end so I can eat.
All right, give me 1 second.
Yeah, exactly. My man is hangry right now. He's hangry.
Yeah.
He's hangry.
And look, they did it again. You see, that's what I say. They keep taking my TV show. This is what I'm talking about. They keep taking my TV show.
Which TV show are we talking about here?
C-SPAN.
All right, got it.
All right, let me go eat.
Yeah, go
I'll
eat.
be right back, y'all.
I'll keep Louis company in the meantime.
Yeah, I'm looking on Twitter right now. It says CNN is reporting that Kamala Harris headquarters has fallen into complete silence, with crowds of supporters visibly tense, with some pacing while others are beginning to lose hope as updates come in.
Mm-hmm.
Some
have jumped off the roofs.
Wait.
Oh, come on.
The word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
Let me look on the other maps. Google is still 210 to 230. CNN is 182 to 246. So and Nevada just closed down. Yeah, she definitely needs a shot of Ciroc, Big Bo. Let me see.
Oh man. So what's the Arizona? What are they saying so far in Arizona?
They ain't mentioned nothing yet.
New Mexico most likely going to go blue. Arizona might be red, but who knows?
Well, let me see. Strength of lead. Well, New Mexico is leaning blue. Arizona's leaning red. Nevada just closed, so they got to get the counts there. Let's see, called races. Let's see. And Nevada has 6 electoral votes. Let's see, Arizona got 11. Mexico is 5. Let's see, strength of lead. And Donald Trump is still holding on by 160,000 votes there. Wisconsin is still tight, but by 100,000. Minnesota, Kamala Harris is leading there, so
All right, so sorry, I'm eating, but
Welcome back.
PA is now at 92% of the vote.
Who?
Pennsylvania is at
Pennsylvania.
92% of the vote. And they won't call it. Okay.
well, but you know what's going to be funny? Because I was listening to TYT while I went to the store right quick. And they had one of the people up that was talking, one of the, I think he was a congressman. If Trump wins, he won both times against women. And the person said you need to put a white male up there as the next presidential candidate to get the Democratic nomination.
I can't believe it's this close. When you just put up probably the dumbest person in the
Wait. Hey, Bay, hold on 1 minute. When Trump beat Hillary, didn't Trump take Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
Let me pull up the results for that. I'm curious.
But they put up one of the dumbest people in politics, a true DEI hire, up there. And this is a tight. It should have been a blowout. But then again,
yeah, yo, holy shit, holy
Swear
fucking
jar.
shit.
Double swear jars.
The map is the same when Trump won against Hillary. Because when Trump won, right, against Hillary Clinton, he took PA, and PA had 20 electoral votes then. Wow. He took Ohio, Indiana. Well, Indiana went blue, but he took Michigan and Wisconsin. and Arizona and Utah.
I just can't believe that I can't believe it. We learned a couple of things with this election. We're more than, I always figured we was about a good 40-something%, between 40 and 46% of the population. That there's way too many of us who are still stuck on identity politics. A lot of us just come home and watch. Like I said, we work and come home. We might watch a YouTube video of somebody that's pro-black that's going to feed you a bunch of race baiting BS. Or you might watch CNN with their race baiting BS. You don't examine the other side. So you don't think right. You think very lowly. You know, this is where the whole low IQ voter. This is how Tiffany Henyard became the mayor of Dalton and the supervisor of Thornton Township. People not thinking clearly. They thinking with their feelings. They're voting their feelings and not with their intelligence. What type of idiot elects a car thief to be a mayor? Who can't even say the word allegations. She talks like Sexy Red. And now you wonder why you have the problems that you're having. What was it? Cantrell down in New Orleans. All right. Who's that? Brandon Johnson. All right. Brandon Scott. Mayor Adams. Pamela Price. You know, you wonder how you get Kim Fox. You wonder how these people, they get in. Marilyn Mosby, because you're voting with your feelings and your rose-colored glasses instead of with your brain. And it's like, what are you doing? You're creating your own problems, your own drama, and then you bitch and moan and complain about it. And you're not even trying. Right now is the perfect opportunity for you to fix the problem. And instead of fixing the problem, you compound it. I said this to Charles the other day. I think I also said it here, is that we think that when women are complaining, they're about their problems. They're not complaining. They're actually bragging. It just sounds like complaining. This is why when a woman comes home and tell you about her problems or whatnot, you as a man, you go to fix them. She don't want you to fix them. She just wants you to listen. It's like, why do you want me to listen and not help you fix it? Like, because I'm not complaining, I'm bragging. Don't you think my life is exciting? She wore the same skirt as me at work today. Ooh, I wanted to fight her in the break room. To her, that's exciting. So here you have an opportunity to fix a problem, but you're choosing not to do it because electing this 60-year-old thought is exciting.
Hey, Bay.
Yes?
When you finish your rant, play this thing I put up.
Yeah, fuck my rant. I ain't saying nothing worth listening to.
This is a six-pack under the leadership of Kamala Harris. This is a six-pack under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. Let's make America great again.
I just found that.
Take a look at the competitive part of the map. It just swung.
I'm going down. North Carolina is towards Trump. Minnesota is still in blue, but everybody else is red. Trump is leading Arizona by 12,000. Trump is leading Nevada by 29,000. PA, whoa. You see that number, Bay? Trump got 3.3 million. Kamala's at almost at 3.1. He got a 2 million point lead. Michigan, Donald Trump has almost a 200,000 point lead. Wisconsin, Trump is looking at a 120,000. North Carolina right now, he's a little bit shy of 200,000. Georgia, Trump has 20. Well, it went up. Is 2.641 against 2.513. And they still haven't called Jersey. Let me look at Google. Google has Trump at 246. Oh, shoot. Let me see. Let me look at AP. AP has Trump at 247. You hear me, Bay? Hey, Bitter.
Yeah, I had to wash my hands and whatnot.
The AP poll has Trump at 247. CNN and Reuters has him at 246. And Google has them at 246.
I feel better now that I've eaten. All right, so the numbers, go ahead, because the numbers just flipped again.
Yeah, and the competitive, wait a minute, has North Carolina was called, so
he's taking Wisconsin, he's taking Pennsylvania,
and he's taking Michigan.
Like he's taking Nevada. Yeah,
and Arizona.
Michigan. And it looks like he might take Arizona. It's still close, but it's 52% of the vote. In your home state,
they still haven't called.
By 200,000.
But
down by less than 200,000.
And we got 3% of the vote needs to still be called. But all the counties, Passaic County, I'm looking at the New Jersey map right now. Passaic County is light red. So all counties in New Jersey, I mean, I think Trump has it's 50% of the votes. And one.
Yeah, he's taking Pennsylvania. He's taking Pennsylvania. I don't know what the hell is going on with Cameron County. They still haven't been counted, but it don't matter. He said, unless that might be the like I said, that might be the secret thief. You know what I'm saying? It might be the secret thief state or Secret Thief County, depending on how many votes he need, that's when they'll pop up. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with, what is this? Minnow in, where am I? I mean, oh, in Michigan, they still haven't counted the votes in Menominee County. They still haven't counted the votes yet there, or in Ogama County. There's 2 counties where they haven't counted the votes yet, which is very suspicious. Very suspicious.
What state? What state?
Michigan. That's very suspicious.
Wait. Michigan.
Yeah.
All right. Let me go there.
See,
Ogamani.
Yeah.
And Menominee. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very suspicious that they haven't counted the votes yet there. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's how they do it. Maybe they count them in the morning. Or maybe they don't vote at all because nobody lives there. Who knows? Anyway. Arizona. Let's see if they started counting the votes in that one county in Arizona.
All right. Boom.
Okay, yeah, Apache County. Yeah. All right. So 43% of the votes are in, and Trump is
winning.
Yeah, he has 43% of the votes. Yeah. Winning by close to 500. All right. So it looks like he's definitely gonna take
Arizona.
Yeah.
Let's look at Nevada.
Yeah.
You got Lander County, Nevada.
He got
that
Nevada.
has not counted.
Yeah, that's weird. That's very weird.
And let's take a look at Wisconsin. Everything in Wisconsin has been counted. The counties.
All that red. All that red and all that pink, that's gonna go red.
And what Minnesota? Look, this county, Mahnomen County, Lake of the Woods County, Hubert County, Wadia County, Todd County, and Martin County, and Mower County has not, and what's this town? And Carver County, Minnesota, has not reported any votes.
Yeah, see, those are cheat counties. Those are cheat counties. That's bull crap. What the hell you mean y'all ain't counted y'all votes yet? What are you doing? Those are cheat counties. Those are cheat counties. And now they're trying to say Kamala has a lead in Minnesota. Get the hell out of here.
Look at
Take a
this.
look at that. Take a look at Minnesota.
I got the Minnesota map up. Look at this.
Yeah,
look,
that's
this is
a
look.
cheat county.
Cook, Lake, Hennepin, Dakota County, and Olmsted County are the only ones that voted blue.
Right. So if all of a sudden she win these gray counties, is bullshit. It's bullshit. I mean, I'm just gonna call it. It's garbage. I don't believe it. I would not believe it. How you have all these counties that you haven't counted their votes, you haven't turned in their votes during the presidential election. What's the problem? Why are you sitting on it?
And look, and this is the strength of the lead. Yeah.
It's all right. He taking Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada. But he already had Nevada. Nevada, he was out the gate with Nevada. They've got 70% of the votes in anyway. Where is he at? 246.
Well, everybody else got Trump at 247.
Okay, I'll give him the 247. Yeah, they say, yup. They just announced that the Republicans won back control of the Senate. Let's see if they won back control of the House.
All right.
192 still out of 156.
The House?
Yeah.
Yeah, 192 to 159. But they still got they need to get to 218 for the majority. That's the goal. Let's see. The Senate. Well, they control the Senate.
Watch it be
some overnight scandal shit.
Yeah, you can already see the setup coming out of Michigan and Wisconsin.
Pennsylvania. And wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why hasn't they called North Carolina here? Oh, they called North Carolina. All right. Maine hasn't been called.
So wait, so you telling me Cambria County, Pennsylvania has only turned in 20% of their votes? Well, only 20% of their votes have been counted?
No, but hey, babe, but check this bullshit out. Look, Maine doesn't have that many people, right?
Right.
They haven't called it. New Hampshire hasn't called it. Connecticut has not called it. New Jersey, and we're on the East Coast. That's the East Coast. But you got the West Coast already called their states.
Well, Maine, they're saying they only 34% of their votes have been turned in. New Hampshire is at 68%. Connecticut is at 54%, and New Jersey is at 88%. And I'm like, well, what's taking you guys so long in Maine, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and New Jersey?
The last time New Jersey went red was when they voted for George Herbert Walker Bush, 41, because he was Reagan's vice president. That was the last time New Jersey voted red in a presidential election. And from Clinton on up, New Jersey has been blue traditionally. So PA be all like flip-flops.
Here's my thing. It is now 1:12 in the morning. It is absolutely ridiculous that Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Maine are still counting their votes. Oh, in New Jersey. It's ridiculous that you're still counting your votes.
Yeah.
Georgia too. It's ridiculous. That's why I say you need to go to a full electronic system. Social security numbers and ID cards, driver's license, whatever. You need to go to that system. The United States.
When I voted, when I voted today, right? I go to one station, they scan my driver's license, and then I go to another station, they scan my driver's license and give me the card that coincides with the the number person that I am. I go in, I do my my votes, and then I come and go to another station and turned it in, and they gave me my little sticker that I voted.
Right. And you dump them in a thing that looked like a trash can. That's how we did it down here. We went in, I gave the lady my ID, she scanned it, she gave me a voter card, I put the voter card in the machine.
The machine took the card.
Yeah, I voted. It spit the card back out. I gave the lady my card, you know, because I already had the printout. She was like, take it over there, dump it in the trash bin looking thing. I put it in there, and the lady gave me an I voted sticker. It shouldn't be no harder than that. If you're going to vote online / early voting, you should be able to log into the voter website. Pretty much the same thing. You put in your driver's license number, your ID number, your name, address, etc., your social security number, and then you vote in your area, and then you're done. You're done. Why is that? It shouldn't be any mail-in ballots.
Look, Trump right now is leading by 220,000 votes in PA. You see this, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
And I pulled up the state. There's no counties unaccounted for. So what is the problem?
This is, I'm going to call it, I'm going to call it paper ballots, but this is why you need to do away with paper ballots. Do away with the paper ballots. It's too easy to cheat with paper ballots. Everything should be done electronically. That's what I'm saying. The government has your social security number, your driver's license, your ID number, all of that stuff on file. They know exactly who you are. With your social security number, how you going to cheat? How you gonna cheat if you have to enter your social security number and your ID number? How you gonna cheat? I'm listening.
But you know, they make the argument, well, if it's electronic, it could be hacked.
We have government safeguards. It would be like hacking the Pentagon. Good luck with that. And if you get through, the jackboots will be kicking your door in. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about your paper ballots being set on fire in a paper ballot ID box out in Oregon and Washington. You don't have to worry about illegals jumping in the line in Michigan and Pennsylvania trying to vote illegally. Those people in Springfield, those Haitians, sorry, you may be granted some type of immunity of status, whatnot, but you're not a citizen, so therefore you don't get to vote until you are a full citizen. And in all honesty, if you really want to be the fastest way to citizenship here in the United States, if you're going to be a citizen, you need to join the military. You need to do at least 4 years of military service. That way you get job training, you get college, either job or college training, courtesy of the U.S. government's dime. You get job placement, and if we need you, then you bring your ass up. And that's not just for migrants or illegals. That goes for U.S. citizens too. In all honesty, I believe that it should be mandatory that you, as a U.S. citizen, from the age from 18 to 22, you need to join the service. You need to do 4 years of government service in a branch of the U.S. military, just like they do your ass over there in Korea. So that way you are a credit to not just your country, but also to your race. You learn discipline, order, structure, job placement, and combat skills. You become a productive person, a productive U.S. citizen. Draft my ass. You're already in the service. Come on in here. You know what I'm saying? Am I talking crazy? Am I talking crazy?
No, you're not.
You about to say something?
Yeah, Look, pull this up. That's
What
Trump's
is it?
party at Mar-a-Lago. Ugh. And it's still, why isn't it?
To be honest, I would do the same thing with juvenile offenders. You're a juvenile offender, as long as you didn't commit, a grape or a murder. Like, you doing stupid teenage stuff, you get sentenced to the ROTC program. Whatever sentence we would give you, that's how many years you would do in the ROTC program. And if the crime takes you past over the age of 18, then you get pushed off into the military. You do a lot of grunt work, a lot of grueling work, but at the same time, we'll educate you, we'll train you. So that way, when your time is up, be it 2 years, 4 years, 9 years, 10 years, 15 years, you'll be a productive citizen. If you screw up again, then we'll throw you in real butt fucking jail. Throw you in a cell with the diddlers, Diddy and the diddler crew. Take that.
Damn, you want them to get their cheeks clapped? Damn, babe.
Hey,
You want their cheeks clapped? Are they at least going to get a baby? Are they at least going to get a bottle of baby oil? Damn.
You get a bar of soap. We'll be kind. We made a deal with Dove. Oh, come on, Pennsylvania. You're at 93%. And they still haven't called it. Wisconsin is at 89%, and they still haven't called it because they haven't counted those counties in Wisconsin. He's less than 100,000 in Minnesota. With those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 counties that have yet to turn in votes. It's ridiculous. I swear, sometimes this election.
I gotta find I know Van Jones is crying somewhere. Wait, Trump about to get on stage, I think.
Yeah,
they called Pennsylvania.
They did?
Yeah. They called Pennsylvania for Trump.
It's about gosh darn time. Whoops. What am I looking at?
Wait. They called PA.
Look, that's your representative for the U.S. Senate.
Wait.
Will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call. The 19 electoral votes. That puts it at 267.
Yeah, 267.
It takes to get to 270. He is running as well to become the 37th president of the United States. In what is going to
If they call Wisconsin
his political Phoenix
or Nevada,
it's over. No,
yeah.
they're 267. All they need is Alaska.
I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in 1892.
Which way does Alaska swing?
Republican always. Sarah Palin.
They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president and his tenacity in wanting
I want to blow out.
and run again, which he announced.
I want to blow out.
But they not. These maps ain't showing it.
This is
I know. I'm looking. I don't see it.
in the United States of America as
Hell, they still haven't actually completely called Georgia.
just a
Hit 99%. Well, yes, they have. Okay. All right. They called it a flip. My bad.
For Donald Trump, we're looking live 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump
You need to get
headquarters.
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada out the way, Michigan still sticking around. Come on, just get it over with. Get it over with so I can sleep soundly tonight.
267
Yeah.
not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet. What this means.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when Richard Nixon was declared dead in 1962. Remember the famous speech? He said, "We don't have Nixon."
Turn it up.
No one could imagine after that failed race for governor, he could have come back in 1968. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man.
Hit the live button. Thank you.
Hit
Hit the live button.
I hit it. You see it? Yeah.
Okay. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy than Kamala Harris. And it was so clear that Joe Biden was not going to be able to go the distance. If Joe Biden were still on the ticket tonight, who knows what tonight might have even looked like.
Joe Biden
That
probably
he's
in
been able to
bed.
accomplish this. It is nothing short of astonishing and amazing.
Half
And
a glass
also
of warm milk and
who's his
Yeah, he has some pudding tonight. They allow him to have pudding and some Dunkaroos.
Stephen, who works on it. All of those people who worked
Yeah, he
so
didn't
hard
even
to
finish.
Old milk cookie.
no matter what was said about him.
He didn't
they
even
were called
finish
every
it.
name in the book, including Hitler and Nazis, and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing.
Neymar, you still there, bro?
Oprah Winfrey.
Neymar probably
said
knocked
if Donald
out.
Trump is elected,
Yeah,
to get
he
nuclear, you can just
probably
write
went and took a
America
poop.
off. Like America's just gonna fall apart.
Stretched out on the couch right
Obviously
quick.
not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the
That
country. as they
big
said they were going
chick
to.
he see on
This is the greatest country.
Friday night, she
There
came
will
through
be
tonight because it's
so many
special
opportunities for
American
lots of
election.
deal-making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris
Need
have
some
left
stress relief.
a mess. His
None of the maps are calling.
She broke it. I will
No,
fix
they're
it.
not.
She talked about having a to-do list. He's got
Wow.
a to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold, and it is just an absolutely remarkable.
So basically, they
I think he wrote this
unofficially
as a
called
movie
Pittsburgh.
script.
I mean,
People would
Pennsylvania.
say, "This
Never happened.
Pennsylvania went red again.
He's
Yeah.
a single, I've said this before, he's a single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he would said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand. That I
Don't make
thought
me
maybe
take
would try to
Michelle
implement, but
on
tonight,
you.
obviously,
What's he gonna do?
proves that too.
What
He
Michelle
also
Obama
had a
gonna
traditional
do?
campaign. He connected voters on issues. He talked about the things that mattered most to voters, and Democrats said he didn't talk about it in the most full-throated way. He didn't talk about it in the most wholesome way. Didn't talk about it in the most comprehensive way. But he connected with voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed I think he's almost at 270. We'll declare here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurd, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot of the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And, the revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party. which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party.
He said return to the Jedi.
A far more, I think, far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from rescinded defeat, to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm. His
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party would.
Those of you on TikTok, give me a 1 if you support Trump. Give me a 2 if you support Kamala.
The indictments,
in the
all
chat.
the other troubles that he had, to come back from that is really quite.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th. And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really does. I think there are parallels to 1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we have hostages in Iran, we have hostages in Gaza right now, very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for
Oh, wow.
a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to understand that the people have spoken and to dissemble and dismantle this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions that are going to have to be answered now. But they cannot say that they are better than Donald Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken and he is going to be the 47th president. We haven't talked about foreign policy a lot, but imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
And I love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump saved them tonight too, because they're going to have to take a spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center for the next 4 years. And in a way, reset. We talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the S&P 500, because taxing 20% higher was a really bad idea, and it self-corrected. Capital, and this is why I'm getting on a plane tomorrow night. I intentionally didn't leave till tomorrow night so I could go to Geneva, go to Abu Dhabi, go to Riyadh, and say it's 21% corporate taxes, 100% not going to change. That is very important for people like me that bring capital back to this country. It fixed itself. It fixed itself. And I think that's why America works. It has worked for 200 years. When it gets too crazy, it fixes itself. And whether you love Trump or you hate him, every Democrat owes him a thank you very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the markets,
It's over?
market and all these election markets were moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
No, Trump needs 3 more points.
Oh, he came back.
Speaking of Bitcoin,
No, I had to go to the bathroom.
Just calling
Oh, okay.
Pennsylvania here,
I was-
Dana.
I blacked out for a minute.
Trump embraced Elon Musk
I
in an
told
honest
you.
way. A lot of stories were written.
I fell
that
asleep. What can I say?
He was going to blow
Like,
it.
What I tell you, Lewis? I told you with
Yeah.
the bathroom, probably crashed out.
Yeah.
Outreach team did
No, I
what
fell
they were
asleep.
doing.
I fell asleep. I dozed off.
He's gonna
A lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway.
And now I got to use the bathroom. Excuse me.
Selena Zito, someone who we follow and we've had on
Oh,
the show
man.
many times, and she knows that area very well.
Oh,
She
man.
said,
I crashed.
people of
They
I know
still,
because
wow.
I've done it.
love somebody who
I've
can
done it.
is a
Talking to
big
Lewis.
thinker, who wants to create jobs,
crashed
who is
out
like
on the floor.
looking into the future, and they
I
can
had
get
to buy
behind that.
$200
And they
worth of
love
Bitcoin.
somebody who can really
They was
lead.
not kidding. That shit is
And
jumping
leadership
up.
takes courage. And you have to be willing to make decisions where you are going to be criticized.
Yo, if you got
These
a
are the
dollar,
problems that Kamala
$5,
Harris has
$10,
always had. She doesn't
right
have to take
now,
a position on anything. We haven't even talked about how in
Venmo
California,
or Cash App,
the
buy some
law to
Bitcoin.
basically
Buy
make shoplifting
Bitcoin.
illegal again.
Whatever they'll take that you got, buy it.
Gascon, our
Buy
friend,
it. Because I
DA
looked,
in
I
Los
made
Angeles,
$300
lost like 22 votes.
in the past
Because this is in
in the
California,
past
so it's
hour. Go.
everywhere.
So then I
And
put
2
another
days
2
before
on it.
22 points, thank you. She wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in
Yo, I gotta
California
head
wanted
out.
it gone. You can't
I'ma
take
see
a
y'all.
position
I'll
to
see
be
y'all later.
with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop
All right.
37.
Yeah.
Good seeing you. Good talking to y'all.
Right.
One.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position and not being willing to be criticized
Yeah, shit. Get
is
you
a
some
problem
Bitcoin
if you
now.
want to be
All
a
the
leader
coins
at
are
that
up.
level.
She had that affliction in
To
2020.
be
Why
honest,
didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well,
get
they did. They ran her out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
But the
And then
same
she's flushed
hold
out
on.
of
Let me
there.
mute
Get her
this.
here.
Ethereum is up. Ethereum is up 0.7, 7.5%, 58%. Litecoin is up 5.7%. Bitcoin Cash is up 13%. Now is the time. Go and get it. Get it. And Bitcoin is up 9.3%. Whatever you can afford, throw it on there. Whatever coin y'all got, whatever you got, throw it on there. Make you some money. Make you some money. You wonder how people be getting rich off of Bitcoins and all that stuff and stock? This is how. The hell you sitting there looking at me all crazy for?
I salute President Trump tonight. What a great
$2 could turn into 200 real quick.
Got to reimagine and reinvent itself going forward.
Listen,
Your party
I said,
needs
I
more of
wrote,
you.
hold on, I wrote about this, the unity and
You did.
past presidents.
Lewis,
past
if you ain't buying
leaders,
Bitcoin,
what
hang
they
up.
said. This is a big speech for former President
Yeah.
Trump. As he
It
gets
really
ready
is.
to deliver this in front of a crowd, he's obviously taken the slings and arrows and everything that's been said, the fascism, all of the things we talked about tonight. But this moment is actually a moment to reach out.
It's an opportunity if you choose to do that, but it's also 1:30 in the morning. So you gotta wonder how many people are alive to hear. But
Oh, they're there.
I
He's definitely
a lot of people are still up.
The question is, how much is the national TV audience?
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this process, Brett, when we had a town hall with him, Westbrook.
Oh yeah, he won Alaska.
We asked him about all of this.
You won Alaska?
revenge.
Yeah, he won Alaska.
You want retribution, and this is what everyone heard. And there were times when he had language that was that matched that, but he said that he wanted success to be his.
That's
revenge,
3, so he got
and that
270.
He wanted a successful America, and
Yeah,
I
they
would
say Trump
imagine
will address the
that we're
border
gonna hear
shortly.
something along those lines.
At
tonight,
least
but
on
we'll
the
see.
TV I'm looking
You
at.
wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement.
Looks like he
and
won
an election
Maine.
is a decision.
Yes, looks like
They gave Trump Maine?
In peace.
He's winning, man.
But listen, there are a lot of
Let's see
Thanksgiving
here.
tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
All right, you see it? Oh, sorry. Damn, that actually hurt.
These babies that don't have a choice in the matter. I'm just proud. I'm proud to be a Republican. And I'm
Virginia,
proud
where is Graysville, Tennessee? And give us a quick biographical sketch of yourself.
Okay. Do you have any idea where Chattanooga, Tennessee is?
Sure.
Or not? Knoxville, okay.
Both of them.
I'm about 45
Hey, Big Bo,
miles,
what is Roland Martin on his YouTube channel?
and we're probably about
Oh my God! Should we go and watch him make a fool out of himself?
I'm going to throw this out to you. Have you ever heard?
Should we go watch Roland Martin make a fool out of himself?
No, but I think Pigeon Forge.
Okay, we're not far from Pigeon Forge. That's up next to
Hold on.
Knoxville. But you know when Bryan College and the Evolution, you know,
I don't see him on his YouTube channel. Ain't playing nothing.
Scopes Monkey Trial.
Yeah, the monkey trial.
Here it is, Roland S. Martin.
Dayton, and I'm about 5
He got two
miles
of them.
south of there.
Hold on.
So
Damn, they reelected Fannie Willis. That's okay. She going to jail. She going to jail for her and what's her name stealing that money. So we ain't worried about that. When I voted, she wasn't on my ballot because I'm in DeKalb, so I couldn't vote. I couldn't vote against her. There's your little crybaby.
But let's no. But here's my whole point. She could be more specific. Okay, but she was specific.
Yeah.
He wasn't. Right. They still numbers
You
show.
look high as hell.
Right. So again,
right.
How do you run?
Yes.
How do you run against somebody who offers no specifics, who offers no policies, who literally said in a debate, I don't have a plan.
Concept.
I got concepts.
Right. You're right.
Of a plan.
Who makes that person accountable? The media.
What the fuck is he talking about? This chick never said she had anything.
The New York Times, the two so-called papers of record, the Washington Post was too cowardly to do a damn endorsement, and the New York Times was always soft playing Donald Trump the entire time. So who makes people accountable on exactly what you just said? His vagueness, his craziness, his lunacy.
Oh, don't worry.
They're not
21
doing
seconds. Come on.
And then you got Elon Musk owning a platform that's feeding these people
Look, they roasted him in his own chat. You see this? Hold on, let me. Trump been getting attacked the whole time. I hate that hat. Let's see. Ancestors weren't having tethered disrespectful tactics. Kamala was a terrible candidate. Roland and crew are playing the blame game now. Thank a union member. Let's see, she can hop in the tub with her greens. Let's see, wrong. God is the only way. Yes, media and disinformation is a huge problem. Because this election boils down to race, gender, and capitalism. Yeah, well, guess what? None of that bullshit y'all was pushing won. Let's see. That had the nerve to say the United States is going to look like Mississippi under the Republicans. That is America's future. No, it was going to look like, never mind. Y'all are hilarious for real. Let's see. Anyway. I don't know what the hell. Suicide Watch. Damn, they say Roland's on Suicide Watch. Okay. There we go. All right. Let's hear these motherfuckers bitching.
LA a couple of weeks ago, and at the train station, and this sister asked me to move my stuff. I spread out, and we started talking, and she's telling me that Kamala was a communist, and I said, "Where did you hear that?" She said, "On TV." I said, I actually wrote, my first thing. I wrote a column called "Where You Get Your News From." Because so I asked her, I said, "Well, she said, don't you watch the news?" I said, "I do." She said, "What do you watch?" I said, MSNBC, CNN, and Roland. I said, "What you watch?" She said, "Fox." And she said, Tucker Carlson said that she was a communist. I said, "And you believe that?"
But you believe Trump is a Nazi and a fascist?
Why would he say it if it wasn't true?
What's the difference?
And, I mean, and she was adamant. I mean, I was praying for my friends to come because I didn't want to have to cut the lady out because I didn't know her.
Yeah.
And so I was waiting for my friends to come pick me up. But she was absolutely adamant. She even said, if you're going to have an attitude, I'll move. I'm like, see ya.
The white one?
Wouldn't want to be ya.
The white one?
No, this was a sister. This was a woman. She had white hair.
So you assume that she's perhaps receives some form of government benefits?
Greg. From the fact that she went to the
I mean, like Social Security,
the fact
in other words, state support, like socialism is what I'm really gonna get. New Deal, very
Bruh,
that's what I mean.
we all know who
that cost $8 when she
vote Democrats because of
if you buy,
government
if
benefits.
If you shopping in the garbage district for bargains, you ain't wealthy. You got some benefits.
In more ways than one,
The
Jibber
thing that
Jabber.
struck me so much was, and I made a assumption and I judge it. If you don't like it too bad,
That's not a judgment. I'm just saying that people who hate communism so much don't seem to have any problem with public subsidies.
Right. How about
not
that?
at all. No, I mean,
One of the things that
That's why he called her a communist.
out here. I had said this here. Eugene, I'm gonna go to you. I had said when there was all this talk between June 27th, June 28th, and July 21st, I said to a number of people that the greatest concerns that I had was Harris holding on to Biden's white coalition. Jonathan Martin, Politico, he and I were texting the last couple of days, and he said, I remember you saying that. I said that was my greatest concern. And if I go back to 2020, what you remember, how did Joe Biden get the nomination? Black people, no, it wasn't Ketanji. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Black people in South Carolina said, no, not Clyburn. Black people in South Carolina said, which white man can beat that white man?
Which is old race logic.
If you go back and look at 2020,
So you pick
you go look at the
actual
roster.
races
That's old
over
race
the
logic.
privileged
Klobuchar,
races.
Buttigieg, Bloomberg, Harris. It was 16. No. It was black people sat there and went, all right, there's a white supremacist, crazy, deranged, who can beat him? And they were like,
Because that's what I said.
this white man right here. And this is
Look at Roland's eyes. They red as hell. He been crying.
I know.
Black
So
people
his
ain't
butthole so tight he probably broke his butt plug.
We know white people. And we know which white people can beat white people.
What the fuck
Joe
are you
Biden
talking about?
appealed so he was old, he had lots of experience, and he appealed to white folks in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, in those places, rural voters in Georgia. Oh, he's gonna be a steady hand, he's competent. Did they call Joe Biden a communist? Nope.
Right.
They called him Jim Crow Joe.
Nope. They didn't say any of this sort of stuff. Now, he wins. But then what happens? The fucker showed his age. Now all of a sudden, you old and broken down. Now who's your pick? And so now you go through this whole deal here. This is when you look at, again, I look at how people voted. I look at in New York City, Jewish vote drops for Democrats. I look at the margins in these counties, in the suburban counties we talked about, in Philadelphia and other places, the margins were higher for Trump than lower. And so now you begin to ask, okay, what actually was at play here? Donald Trump brings this, I want to burn this whole shit down mentality. People go, I want to burn this whole shit down too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because
not
the system was
realizing
right.
he actually doesn't want to burn it down.
Yeah.
His whole deal is, I'm about to hook up all my boys, and everybody's rich.
No question.
And they literally fall for the okie doke.
Yeah. It's actually
What
worse
is he
than that.
talking
He's
about?
like-
Hold up, Eugene.
So every time, I would also add that.
What is he talking about?
It became, when it came to Joe Biden,
Roland,
his white
pause it.
position was never going to be replicated. It was never going to be replicated.
Roland is saying this rhetoric, that Trump's rhetoric is that I want to burn this shit down, and it resonate with the regular average Joe that is suffering in America, the average white man.
I got all of that,
and that resonate with them. But he's doing the trick bag, but the people is falling for the rhetoric, but he's going to hook up all his boys.
But that's not what happened. That's what I'm saying. What is he talking about? That's not what happened. He fired people left and right for incompetency. Did we forget that? I mean, they actually brought it up the past 2 weeks about the people that he fired in government because they weren't doing their jobs. People that he brought in, his boys to hook up. He had to fire them, did he not?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what is he talking about? I have so many black men that said they made more money under Trump than they ever did.
Yeah.
Right. So what is he talking about? And yes, the system, as black people, we sit here and complain about the system of white supremacy, yada, 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 yada. What did Trump do during the Black Lives Matter riots? What did he do?
He put for the most part, he let them riot, but it was under control.
And what else happened? All those racist statues came down, and he didn't stop nobody.
All the Confederate statues and all that shit. Yeah.
Right. He let us tear them damn statues down. When black folks called them racist, he called white supremacists very nice people. That's not what he said. He said there were good people on both sides, but you had some bad people come in and they caused problems.
Antifa. And he was talking about Antifa.
Yeah, it was Antifa. He was talking about them. He called them scumbags because they came in, they were agitators. Outside of that, he didn't care. Peaceful protest. But they mixed it up because they watched CNN. Oh, he called them very nice people. Like, man, shut up. It's ridiculous. People don't even watch the full speeches. It's just like when he told the women that he was gonna he quit the Reform Party because of David Duke. Just like when he said the other day that he was going to protect women, whether they like it or not, from illegals who like to rape, who like to murder, who like to steal, not plus citizens. He said that they don't play the full clip, but women lost their minds. I ain't never just to show you just how the intellectual stupidity of America is, how we're divided amongst the sexes, not just the race, but also the sexes. Women actually got upset that a man, the president, highest person in the land, said, I'm gonna protect you whether you like it or not, and they got mad. Make that make sense. You want to get raped? You want to be murdered? Is that what you're telling me? This is so stupid. It's so stupid.
Putting on themselves with the diaper.
Exactly. Here's why. Here's why. Because even with all that said, he looked energetic.
Yeah.
Is that a euphemism for whiteness? Because I don't understand. No. Is that a euphemism for whiteness?
They still haven't called this election for Trump yet.
Come on, show me. Come on.
On that Reuters thing, he's still at 95% PA. They still haven't called it.
That's it.
Prior to July 21st, were about shit, he's old. But what about Biden?
Right.
That's true.
Then how many stories after July 22nd were, damn, what's up with the cognitive abilities of Trump? Virtually none.
Right.
The New York Times, to your point, the New York Times, Mustafa, had 6 stories on one day about Biden's cognitive state.
Right. That's right.
They never had. It took them forever to do one on Trump. That's what you again. So we have to understand what was moving and operating in play. There was this perception that Trump say crazy shit, but he always says crazy shit. But he's entertaining and he's got way more energy than Joe. He's moving faster than Joe. That literally was how it was portrayed. Mustafa, go ahead.
We know that 90% of it is about perception. And if you make sure that you're putting the right type of perception out there, then the vast majority of the American population is going to go with what that is. Lauren has also shared that there's these biases that have existed inside of the media. And we saw it play out on a daily basis, and people just allowed it to continue to go. The other part of it is that we have media that is afraid of Trump. And you see it all the time in the decisions that people are making in the editorial rooms. You also see it in the ownership of the individuals who decided to make the decisions that they did. So until we change some dynamics, we have to change dynamics around the media platforms that are out there, where people are getting information, where they find validation. We've got to also make sure that we change the dynamics in relationship to how we are funding politics and getting money out. I know people have been talking about that for a long, long time, but it creates these unbalances that are there. And then we have to just be honest also about white privilege. And that it has a certain cachet that still comes with it. And that means that, when we finally had the vice president against Trump, that Trump was allowed to do and say things that she was not allowed to do. And it's really that simple.
Right.
She called him a fascist.
Right.
There you have it. Call him a Nazi.
Give a shout out.
Standing behind the desk, the podium of the president.
So, big congratulations to Monroe.
What is he talking about?
First black mayor in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
You know they got to feed to their audience.
To Monroe for that. It looks like Democrats are going.
How do y'all listen to this shit?
Control the House. So therefore, Jeffries will become the first black Speaker of the House.
My goodness.
That's great.
My goodness.
There will be they will be able to stop a MAGA agenda. You can't get it past the House. It can't go to the Senate and get passed.
Right.
But you are going to see significant damage still being done.
First off,
I'll say
the
this
Republicans
here. He
won
lied
the
about
House.
it. He denied it. But
They got
I'm telling you
51%
right now,
out of 50. They
Joe,
gained the House.
folk like you gonna be real
Republicans
busy.
gained the House.
When
the
federal
Senate.
workers get
They gained
fired
the Senate.
because they don't sign a MAGA pledge.
Yeah, I mean, my mom worked for the federal government for 40 years, Veterans Administration.
All right,
so
they still at
imagine being in
195
a
on the
position where
House.
you gotta properly write your job.
196 on the House.
Like, there's a
Republicans
litmus
just
test.
split.
There's a
Well,
loyalty
just gained
litmus
one.
test where they're just gonna move, just like Reagan fired the air traffic
So
control.
what is he
people.
talking about?
They're gonna move first, and then the litigation is gonna happen. Also, you're gonna also see Donald Trump become very pragmatic about executive orders. Right? They'll talk like, oh, Obama used them too much, this, that, and the other. Trust me. They're going to start, and they'll just go right page by page in Project 2025.
Right. Start with schedules.
I'm done. I'm done. Once they start saying that Project 2025 dumb nigga shit, I'm done. I'm done.
Put it back on PBS NewsHour.
Yes, I'm done. I'm so sick of hearing that dumb shit. President 2025, President 2025. How many fucking times I gotta tell you? I ain't got nothing to do with that shit. Damn, you like a hard-headed fucking kid begging me for a fucking cookie. Gotta tell you no 300,000 times before I have to slap you in your mouth and then sit you down crying for you understand no means no. I'm not your prom date. Damn. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry. I don't got no. Oh. Okay. Can you hear?
No. You can put mine up. Put mine up. I shared the screen.
All right.
So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They had him in the courtroom. They had him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country
Yes,
forward.
what do you
I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I got a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. He was going to, I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's thought that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the
And she
people
didn't
around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I know
that's a
him as well as you.
different issue. Yeah, that's a different question.
Should be gracious as
That's a
well.
different one.
We can always hope.
No, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion worth of bill.
Wow.
B, if you spend $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that. What has been spent on every race, presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is it, a
And when
check
you
you can
look at
write to
the-
for every American? What did you
About
say?
$50, if not 40.
All my $50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
I was struck by the final-
And Musk and the rest of
The final ads where
They were excellent.
They talked about you know,
Yep.
making America great again, but then ending with the assassination attempt and that fist in the air, the iconic image, and the fight, fight, fight.
Absolutely. Warrior
And
president.
it worked.
Yep. Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw. That was the last note we see in that ad. And I think, for whatever you think of the guy, you got to admire that.
Fox News announced that Trump is the winner.
Everything we've seen in other presidencies and other political figures who've gone through all kinds of trouble are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No, I
Maybe it's time for his enemies to stop it.
Not only that, but the energy that he has is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Hazy, speaking of the Energizer Bunny, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Aisha, this has been a big night all night long. I'm sure it's really getting fever pitch now.
A big night, Brett and Martha, a long campaign for the former president, for all of us, the press corps that have been following him around now for more than a year. The crowd went absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other, they were high-fiving each other, that people were on FaceTiming. I think they were just couldn't believe it that this happened tonight, and they didn't have to wait days and days and days. We are now awaiting the former president to take the podium. He is here in the building, as is his running mate, now Vice President-elect JD Vance. They're backstage. We were told they were going to come out as soon as the election was called. And so now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one, but hopefully we will see him soon. And so I just want to add a little bit of perspective, just as a Capitol Hill reporter that's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters.
The Harris team is now texting to say Vice President Harris will speak tomorrow, and that will be her response to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR perspective, Dan.
No, I also just think it's a shame because
I'm gonna play that. Let me go to my Twitter.
2004, and you work
Let me
so
go to my
hard.
Twitter. Give me a
and
second.
I know that they're disappointed, but you should concede and let your opponent have their election night, and let everybody that's there at Trump. At Mar-a-Lago, where are they? They're in Palm Beach.
They're in West Palm, at the
They're in West
convention
Palm Beach,
center.
At the convention center, like let them have their moment without anyone. Like I remember Andy Card had to come in and say, "Well, yes, we know we won, but we have to wait until John Kerry concedes," and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right. And
That's not to say there's not going to be a phone call. There could be a phone call tonight, but she's not going to speak public.
if there's a phone call, they have to make it public. And then
Wait, where
nobody
is
needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of
Get it over with.
And it's all the people who are already there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that
But they
you
were,
used to.
they were holding out hope. They were holding out hope that the blue wall could somehow come together, but it's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Okay, here we go.
I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said everyone can go to bed and come back tomorrow. So
She didn't even address her own supporters. We want her to call President Trump. She didn't talk to the people who were.
All right, here you go. You say Van Jones was trying to work up a cry? Can you hear that? Can you hear that? You can't hear that? I don't hear you.
Oh, I have my mic on my mute.
Yeah, you couldn't hear that?
No, try it again. No, I don't hear it.
What the hell? Can you hear that?
No.
That's weird. Hold on. Shit. Let's see. Stage. Settings. Audio. Can you hear that?
Barely.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What is going on with my audio?
I don't know.
This is yours, right?
Yeah.
All right.
With the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, fight, fight. You can't fabricate. No, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic.
Yeah, they just now conceded Pennsylvania to him.
Something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity.
Which gave him 265, of course. It looks like they're going to Wisconsin.
Would be able to connect.
Definitely Nevada.
Middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend,
Oh yeah,
CNN.
CNN
Tennessee, autopsies are painful.
and
especially when the patient's still
Reuters.
alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party
Yeah.
is going to go through in the next weeks and months.
Looks like
because
Michigan,
this
Arizona.
this was a loss.
Yeah, this is
that I don't think anyone saw coming.
the typical blowout I was expecting.
So what does the autopsy look like?
Wow, they still haven't conceded
But you have to have
New
one.
Jersey to her
How did you lose and how did
at
you lose?
88%.
The easiest way to do it for them would be to
But she did get
Joe
Virginia
Biden
and New Hampshire.
clung to
Barely.
the job. clung to
Well,
the
she barely got
and hidden his condition with a lot
New
of help.
Mexico.
They could have had a
Well, guess what?
process and
Even if Kamala gets those states, Trump still wins.
I know. I'm just
from Biden policies and would have had a better shot.
I'm just-
That's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's
I'm just wasting my time.
You can pass over an African American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they had to pass it over.
But if he left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
But I mean, but Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's.
Now I could go to sleep in
I mean, you
peace.
have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You got Andy Bashir, you got Josh Shapiro, you
But
got
that's
Gretchen Whitmer,
a
you got-
different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated a Bill Clinton and a Barack Obama who were not from
In the old days.
party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And
So, oh, wow.
Everybody wants to say about this guy who's been elected our president. He personifies that courage and determination.
So they
and
just
persistence. So I think
there's the TikTok that shows Kamala just pretended to talk to a voter on the phone, but mistakenly showed that her phone was open to the camera app.
Whether or not the way you campaign sometimes with identity politics, then at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. And we got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party. And we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that
Oh, yeah.
this speech?
That's going way back.
We're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming. But
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway, but he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, so, because he doesn't want to use them.
Right. So Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people too. So I think that's why we're all here and I'm wide awake and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see, I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, like, wow, he's still talking. It was like so long and then kind of got off script and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours. And part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends. And that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here. So I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Haley, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be that she had too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally like to thank the women of The View tonight for asking this question. We're having her on. Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny, you see the blue dress, I see yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this country. There are people who look exactly the same person and they see two different vistas. I think it's time that we try to see one. Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about the reaction of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum. And we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening and watching her. And I'm very worried that we've not talked a lot about how violent
good lozenges
may be and angry because she lost. Right. I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama.
And Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration. And my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave, and he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some
they rubbing all this stuff in their face.
And people have problems with it. One thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging the country, half of the country, and that's something he has not done. And so I expect you'll hear a unifying tone, and I expect you're going to see a very successful presidency and one untethered maybe from some of the things that were holding him back. What comes to mind is an Oval Office meeting that we had where Dr. Fauci was urging him not to open the country. And I watched President Trump fight vociferously saying people are losing their jobs. We must open the country. He wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think a Donald Trump who goes with his instincts is going to be a Trump that ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
You know, Martha, Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural address than any president, I think, except one. If he's serious about that, he'll pardon Donald Trump. He'll also pardon his son. And then he'll put pressure on Georgia and New York to end this lawfare. If there is any silver lining tonight, it is that lawfare actually helps the person that you are trying to go after. We need a justice system. The lady needs to wear a blindfold for a reason. We got to stop this prosecution of our political enemies.
I mean, literally, his polls
thing would be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
Can do it.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then they have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our republic.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kelly, that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It will celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue that of abortion, because it was talked about so much,
Bay.
and it was presented as if you're a woman. You
Trump
are
is
not
leading in
going to
Michigan
support
by
and women. They said that
almost
husbands,
300,000.
Were hateful towards their wives.
He's
and the
pulling
women in their lives if
Wisconsin
they didn't support
by
this candidate. And I think it just goes to show that
120,000.
Manipulating, it doesn't win.
And
It's over.
Narrowcasting us based on our gender. I think Kamala Harris.
You know what this means,
was
right?
From the waist down, and I think that Donald Trump
black
was
man's fault.
from the waist up as well. That's where my eyes, my
Yep.
ears, my heart, my brain, and my big.
Oh,
mouth
the
are.
revenge. Look,
So,
it's going to be the
I mean,
revenge.
you gotta
Oh,
talk to the
man.
woman in full.
You know they're going to be
It's as if
plotting
she
on us.
doesn't know anything about the economy, or she doesn't care about what's going on in Ukraine or Israel or with Iran, or she can't do the math on her grocery bill. It's an insult. Of course, people care, but we care about the just as we are not.
Why? This going to be the new trend. I guarantee you. Mark it down. The B-Dub is going to go on a coochie strike.
And they did that, and it kind of backfired. Look at this popular vote, and it backfired. The other thing is, if you've got
To punish the black means. To punish the black
you can
means.
vote your conscience on abortion, and you can vote separately or similarly for president. The presidential race was not a proxy for your position on abortion. By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million in this country out of 16 billion Brett is talking about. 37 million for pro-lifers. The rest was the pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane amount of money.
So we've spent a lot of time talking about markets tonight and the betting markets. Trey, at this point, it's at about 66% that Republicans.
Yeah, I would like to see the
hold on
breakdown
back,
too.
As they're ticking down the possibilities, and they look at these coattails with not only the popular vote, but what could be and is shaping up to be an electoral college landslide. Should he control the White House, the Senate, and the House, like he did at the beginning in 2016, the possibilities open to a lot of things.
Yeah, I was there in 2016, and we had everything but an agenda. That mistake will not be made this time. He will deal with the border. He will deal with tax is coming up. There is a plan being formulated by Mike Johnson right now, and John Thune or John Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016, I think we were surprised that he won. I'm not saying he was surprised, but others were surprised. The other thing I will remind you, Brett, when he won in 2016, you recall what he said about Hillary Clinton. She's been through enough. There was a lot of pressure to prosecute her. He said she's been through enough. I wish my Democrat friends would say the same thing about him and say enough.
And you know what I gotta do tomorrow morning?
Cases in New York and Georgia.
I gotta look through TikTok to see all the mental breakdowns of these people. These things gonna be having.
Joe Biden. If you really want unity, then quit using lawfare to divide the country. Quit using the justice
The Babylon
system
B
to try
put
to win political
America unburdens itself from what has been.
Senate races, and as we wait for the former president, by the way, there's
Oh
Nigel
God,
Farage
yeah.
talking, in
These
the
Karens
crowd
going
there.
on a rampage.
This is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close, expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin.
Good candidate.
In Michigan, good candidate.
Strong candidate.
Former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
Attractive.
But Sam Brown was left essentially, he was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list. Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in of Jackie Rosen.
How much? The news are understanding that candidate quality matters.
Yeah.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans. The Senate is testament to that.
Let's see where Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Hovde in Wisconsin?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
So apparently, the Seattle police shut down the Antifa election night riot in the area near the former Chaz autonomous zone occupation. Fucking assholes, man. I mean, excuse me. Some people just need to be lined up.
To the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Wow. Recently revealed footage shows a U.S. Postal Service worker allegedly tossing 300 mailers in favor of a New Jersey Republican representative into a dumpster outside the supermarket. Wow.
'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Ooh.
God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and remember still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Get ready for the next Michael Moore documentary.
Our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
We've been showing the breakdown of the votes all night.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her, but I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Future president, hopefully.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Yeah.
And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words, sir.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so we're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon could do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side and it put it straight. And it came down so gently and then it wrapped those arms around it and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson.
Yeah, that's why I don't sleep.
He had he's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit and I went and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
He had nothing to say.
Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We are gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, have a good time, Bobby.
Yeah. That was funny.
That we're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm ready to call it.
Yeah, well, get ready for the revenge tour. All those
That's it.
district attorneys.
We're gonna see what happens with these other states, like some of those counties that haven't been voted.
Yeah,
we'll see how they play that. You know what I'm saying? We'll see how they play that, and I already have my response to that.
Got me fucked up. Got me fucked up. Got me fucked up. Got me fucked up.
Send that to me.
Chaos Rain, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. 1 second.
You've been sitting here for an hour.
Hey, listen, I'm multitasking right now because I was watching what do you call it, Harlem something, and I was just listening in. I forgot what it's a TV show. It's a TV series. You might know about some gangster thing, but it was on. I was watching, but I was listening and just observing, and I'm thinking, oh, there's a son. Trump's old son of 6ix9ine. I don't know if he's there, but anyway, yeah. All said and done, I think they gotta learn from this. The Democrats. I'm not saying it's the end of anything, because they know when they're finished once the next 4 years happen. If they don't win the next 4 years, then obviously, yeah, they're gonna have to. It's a wrap for them. You get me? This prove that you can't just put somebody in front of us just to push by to be president and think the American people are gonna accept it. Absolutely not. If you don't qualify, you don't qualify. It's just that simple. She has not qualified in the last 5 years. You think she's going to qualify in what, 7-8 months? In 5-6 months? You're delusional.
And she could be in politics for as long as she was. She still didn't qualify. She was a woman who was given a position through sexual favors, messing around with Willie Brown.
Yeah.
And then elevated to a higher position. In favor of not throwing people in jail, all right, threw black men in jail and women in jail for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and in between those snacks, not for bricks of weed, but joints, all right, for years, overextending their times and everything, locking up black women for their children, single mothers, for their children being truant, never mind that the kids had valid excuses like being sick. The reason why she kept them in prison, the men, at extended times, was because of the money they got from the free prison labor. And the reason she was throwing black parents, majority single mothers in jail was because of kickbacks from the school system. All right, from the truancy program. So, you saw how she did in 2020 in the primary. She got smoked. Nobody voted for her, but she was a DEI hire to be the vice president because Biden wanted a woman, and a woman of color, an Indian, not a black woman. I wish Negroes would stop saying that, because he picked a woman of color to be his VP, somebody he can't even stand, don't even like. All right, the woman was incompetent. All you have to do is just talk to some of the people who've worked with her. She's incompetent. She's mean. She's nasty. She's bossy. She's incompetent. We saw that throughout her whole campaign. So what about the border crisis? Well, Trump's been running for president for the past 4 years. Okay. I think you know what that means. No, I don't know what it means. You know what I'm saying? Gaslighting. Couldn't answer a question. Kept repeating the same catchphrases. What has been is not unburdened. What the hell does that mean? That nervous, giggling, cackling laughter, especially when she's caught in a lie or something, or she knows she's doing something dirty. Oh my God. Like I said, can you imagine her talking to Russia and China? They were licking their chops. They would have destroyed this country just through her. I'm sorry, you were saying something?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, this is just a lesson learned. And let's be honest, I think Democrats move forward, which they're gonna have to do now, as they can't push fucking celebrities amongst people, especially black folks. Truly, it really gonna help us get her in there, because we look at the numbers, there's more white people than us, and it shows overall the end results. You get me?
You mean you didn't like the Diddy diddlers? They didn't convince you?
No, I'm saying that there's more white people than black folks. So we look at the overall numbers. You know why people want to put this dude in?
I think that went right over your head, didn't it? The celebrities that she was pushing, the majority of them have ties to Diddy.
The celebrities were on use for niggas. That's it. White people talk about the niggas celebrities, man. Real talk.
I know. Because when you undereducate the people and all you feed them is the celebrity class as your cultural think pieces, then that's why I posted that Cardi B was the queen of black women, and some chick was like, no, she's not. I was like, well, then how did she become a multi-millionaire? All up under those videos that she did, with those leftist media groups, all you see is black women, yes, queening her. You don't see white women doing it. You see black women doing it, supporting the hell out of her. Good Lord. All right. Lewis, well, Chaos, you got any last words? Or was
That's it. I'm gonna jump off here. Right. Y'all guys been out here for 7 hours. We need to be on here longer. That's right.
Yeah. Peace. Lewis, you got any last words?
Let's get some sleep.
Yeah, me too. All right, y'all. It was nice having y'all. Y'all get the hell up out of here. Y'all ain't got to go home, but y'all got to get the hell up out of here.
I'm not Captain Saberhole. No, real talk. I'm not Captain Saberhole. Yeah, no. Look, I'm not like this in the slightest. I'm attracted to intelligent chicks that think righteous.